My name is Selena Viguera.
My name is Joshua Jagelman.
My name is Jen Chen.
Sam Spillman.
How to start and build a personal brand.
Leveling up your sensory
new story
skills.
about Vietnamese
How to
coffee.
optimize your coffee website through SEO.
Hi everyone, and welcome to High Density, a conference for all coffee people. My name's Steve Maloney, and I'm the founder of the Barista League. When we conceptualized High Density, we knew we didn't want to just simply recreate a physical conference. Instead, we wanted to lean into all of the opportunities of doing something totally online. In that, viewers could tune in anytime they want, we could book speakers from all over the world without paying the environmental cost of flying them to one place. We could host it on a platform that is ubiquitous like YouTube and basically make it accessible and free for anyone who has a phone and an internet connection. We could give space to coffee professionals who really deserve to be heard. And we could feature voices that have been systematically and historically left out of important conversations in our industry. And then we wanted to make sure that every session was practical and relevant to those who are watching, that there was something immediate that the viewer could take away and apply. This year, we wanted to make sure that High Density really did represent the whole industry, not just booking the same speakers over and over again. So we invited 5 coffee pros to help us dive into different topics and communities and help us curate 5 different sections of this conference today. So today, each session belongs to one of 5 curated sections. We have On the Farm, curated by Luiza Pellicer, Behind the Bar, curated by Marissa Childers, In the Community, curated by McAuley, On the Page, curated by Kat Melheim, and For the Future, curated by Sunghee Tark. There are 46 sessions in the conference today, and it runs at almost 12 hours. Now, do you have to watch it all in one go? Of course not. It's YouTube, so you can pause it anytime you want. And if you miss anything, you can come back and the whole conference will be live and available to stream anytime you want. Also, the entire conference has been painstakingly subtitled in multiple languages. So if you want to turn them on, just click on the closed captions button somewhere here. A lot of our speakers today have put together additional resources that go along with their sessions, and they're available for free to download from our website at any time, so you can just head there to get them. They will also be online for the duration of their talk to chat with you and answer any questions you have. So don't be shy, jump in there, make some new friends, and talk about coffee. We'd also love for you to review our code of conduct, which can be summed up as don't be an asshole. But our full code of conduct is available on our website and we'll link to it here. In addition to the live chat, we wanted to make sure that this conference was as fun as possible for everyone who's watching at home. So enter the High Density Scavenger Hunt. Over the course of the conference, there'll be 10 clues, all pointing towards one coffee producing region. Now, if you think you can work out which region that is, you can go on our website, fill out a form, and you'll be entered into the draw to win an amazing set of prizes from our Canadian friends at Leaderboard and 8-ounce coffee. Now, if you aren't watching live, don't fret, you can still play along and try to guess the region. It'll still be fun. In addition to our amazing curators, so many people contributed to making High Density a reality. So first up, our team at the Barista League. Angela, Anna, May, Cassia, Vicky, and Steve. I also want to say a huge thank you to our event partners who make High Density possible. And last, but absolutely not least, thank you to our amazing speakers. Thank you so much for lending us your time, energy, and insight. We're always trying to improve and make these events as good as they possibly can be. So if you have any feedback for us, you can always reach us via our website, and we invite everyone to fill out our post-event survey. This feedback really helps us improve and make sure that these are the best and most relevant they possibly can be. Thank you so much for joining us today. We believe that highlighting a diverse group of voices from around the world to start meaningful conversations is the future of our industry. We really hope you enjoy High Density.
Hi everyone, my name is María. I work for an importer here based in Costa Rica. I've been working in sustainability for the past 6 years, and today I'll be moderating a panel with 3 amazing speakers. As you can see, this is an all-woman panel, which is amazing, and we'll be talking about sustainability on coffee farms. And through this conversation, we hope to shed light on what are the issues around sustainability at origin and at farm level, and also highlight what some initiatives are being undertaken at this farm level and why they're important and what opportunities we have throughout the entire coffee chain to be part of that. So to start, first I'll give the chance for our panelists to introduce themselves. Carla, will you start talking a bit about yourself and your farm?
So my name is Carla Bosa. I am based in El Salvador. I am a coffee farmer at Finca San Antonio Matepec. It's located in San Salvador, El Salvador. It's part of the denomination of origin Bálsamo Quesaltepec. I'm also a curator, and I've volunteered with Cup of Excellence, with NCBA's Clues as Farmer to Farmer, and with Grounds for Empowerment as a storytelling mentor. And yeah, that's a little bit about myself.
Thank you, Carla. Super excited to learn more about all your different roles and how that also forms part about what you do at the farm level. Now, Ganga, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit how long you've been in coffee and what your role is.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ganga Prabhakar. I'm based out of India, and I'm a fifth generation coffee producer and working along with my family here. I'm a coffee roaster with, we have a specialty coffee company here. I also run that. I'm a founder of a coffee roasting company called Coffee Mechanics, and do a lot of work around sustainability through Agama Sustainable Coffee. So I've been around growing coffee and involved with my family for the past 8 years, and running the company myself and roasting and at the cafe for about 7 years now. So that's about myself.
Thank you. It's amazing, like everything you do, and same with Carla. And then finally we have Laura. If you can also introduce yourself and tell us what your role is and what you do in coffee farms.
Yeah, so my name is Laura Meunier, and I have been working in coffee for about 10 years, starting as barista roaster and then working mostly in Central America with different mills and exporters. And now I currently work with a Mexican company called Ensambles Cafés Mexicanos. It's a company that sources and exports and import green coffee. And one of the coffees that we work with is actually from our own farm called El Equimite in Veracruz in Mexico. And it's a farm that has a very different farming model than most probably farms in Latin America that applies different permaculture techniques. And that's what I'll tell you about today.
Great. So I think we'll start talking a little bit about the challenges we're facing at farm level. I think we can all agree that there's challenges that we hear a lot about and that a lot of the farmers are facing independently the place they're in. So when we talk about like climate change and then the prices and the cost of production that a farmer faces, I think there's a lot of challenges that we share, but then I also think it is very common that each country and each region and even like each specific farm has its own challenges. So I'd like to really dig into what your perspective is in each of these. So I'll start with Carla. Maybe if you tell us a little bit about what are these specific challenges that your farm is facing, and what have you been doing to address that in your case?
Sure, yeah. So some of the challenges that we have been facing, it's been mostly related to the low coffee prices. So then definitely the economic side of sustainability, it's been really hard for us to sort of keep things going with how low these prices have been for the past few years. And yes, I know that right now prices have gotten better for coffee, but for example, in El Salvador, we've also had an increase in prices for a lot of things locally. So for example, fertilizer has gone up 40%. And there was a raise in minimum wage recently for 20%. So then, you know, like, yes, we are technically making more money out of coffee, but we're also spending more money producing it. So then I think that is something that needs to be sort of kept in people's mind when we talk about the price crisis that I think that we're still in. And then the other thing would be definitely climate change. So recently in El Salvador, we have seen a lot more extreme weather events. So at the beginning of the pandemic, for example, we usually have El Salvador's climate is either raining or it's not raining. And when it started raining, we started getting a lot of very big storms. Then, you know, like we are used to this, but this time they were sort of like little small hurricanes, basically. They were tropical storms. So then they devastated a lot of our coffee regions. And for example, on our farm specifically, we had a lot of trees that fell, a lot of our shade trees fell, a lot of our coffee trees fell. And that was really hard because not only did it mean that, like we had to replant these very old and traditional like shade trees that we had been using for decades, but it also meant that it was unsafe for our workers to be navigating the farm. And it meant that certain parts of the farm became inaccessible because trees were falling on the roads. So then when you take into account like things like that, it becomes very hard to manage a farm, considering that things like that will become a lot more common with years with climate change. So I think that is some of the main challenges that we're facing at the moment. But yeah.
Great, thank you. And I think it's very interesting, and I'm glad that you mentioned like all of the different aspects around climate change. So it's not just like the physical of like storm, it's everything that it causes in terms of like safety and prices, etc. So Ganga, I would love to know, is that something that's also happening in India in your farms? Are these like the most important challenges also, or is it a bit different?
No, yeah. As I think I can relate to a lot of things that Carla just mentioned, and it definitely is. Cost of production is one of the things that are of key challenges here as well. The cost of labor, like Carla mentioned as well. I think here in India we've seen around 600% increase in labor costs over the past 15 years, but the prices of coffee has remained around similar range over the past 15 to 20 years. So that's one of the key concerns. And I think also in terms of production, there's also the cost of manure and cost of the other pesticides and related inputs have definitely increased. And I think it has been one of the some of the challenges, and climate change is definitely adding to that. One of the things, it's been really drastic and varying weather conditions over the past couple of years at least. I think over the past 3 to 4 years, it's been really fluctuating weathers. So we've either had extreme dry periods, which where we lose out on, where it increases a lot of white stem borers, and we've lost a lot of our plants, really well-grown 10, 12-year-old plants to these borers. And we've also seen some extreme wet weathers, extreme rains, which again has damaged a lot of our crops. So there are some of the ways that we're trying to tackle this. We've done some adjustments in terms of our shade management, though it does to where we can sustain some extreme dry weathers, and it can prevent us from increasing the temperature, controlling the temperature. So, at least we don't lose out on more plants, though it does affect the yield and the production drastically. But at least, in that way, we can save some plants, and, we can continue, and it's not, it doesn't really have to go to through a recycling, replanting process. So that has been these have been some of the challenges as well. And the other, with regard to the climate change, we've also looked at some really good plant materials which could replace, in terms of, some resistant materials that are not susceptible to these white stem borers, and with better yield quality as well. So these are some of the, steps that we've taken to tackle these.
Great, thank you, Ganga. So I think Laura mentioned it briefly when she was doing the introduction. They're applying a very interesting and different model at the farm. So I would love to learn a little bit more about that, and what is that different model adding or being able to be part of this sustainable structure that you guys are creating.
Yeah. So the starting point of this project is that in Mexico in general, there's a lot of small-scale organic farming, which is great when it comes to environmental sustainability, because a lot of farmers in Mexico are indigenous populations that protect and are very much attached to their land and to nature in general. So it's common to find places in polyculture where there is coffee amongst many other things, and there is a lot of shade, and so environmentally it's great. But the problem that those people have is their productivity. It's usually what we call, or maybe I call, I don't know if it's a correct word, but it's like passive organic. It's basically organic because they don't do much in it. So it's a very low to no intervention kind of model. So it's great for the environment, but it's not economically sustainable. So the idea of the project of Elekimite was to take that base of having a farm within a biodiverse ecosystem, within a polyculture model, but adding productivity and cup quality to this in a much more controlled way. So the idea is to bring a little bit of knowledge and science to this traditional farming model that exists in Mexico. And so what Elekimite does is that they started off about 8 years ago, and it was a conventional coffee farming model. It means that it was monoculture with very little shade and very reliant on agrochemicals. And then over the last 5 years, they transitioned, well, the first 5 years, they transitioned that farm first to organic and then to biodynamic. So organic, basically, it means that you're not allowed chemical inputs into your farm, mainly. That's the wide definition of organic. So that's one first step. And then the second step is biodynamic. So biodynamic is going beyond organic, and it means that you will create an environment, so a farm, an ecosystem that is self-sufficient and autonomous. So everything that you put into your farm comes from your farm. So it's a virtuous sort of circle of life inside your farm. And so you're basically using the observation and understanding of nature to do this, because today, like all the fertilizers that we use in farming, all the nutrients that we look in those fertilizers, they could be available from nature, from plants, but we have to know which ones, and we have to know how to cultivate them, how much to put in a farm, and how to make them available in the soil. So we have to work on the development of microorganisms to make all those nutrients in your farm available to your roots and to your soil and all that. So basically it's biodynamic is like understanding nature, is farming the soil, like looking after your soil. If you have a healthy soil, anything can grow, and anything of really high quality will grow. High quality in terms of health, but also in terms of flavor. And when you do this, you do manage to get good yields when you have that sort of scientific approach to permaculture. So just to give you maybe a couple of data on what we've achieved in 8 years, the productivity now is about 20 quintales per hectare, which is about 4 or 5 times the national or the average productivity of Mexico. It's not yet the productivity of monoculture kind of farming, but we're kind of like in between. And then in terms of cup quality, one of the coffees placed 12 at the Cup of Excellence last year with a honey geisha. So same, like you can achieve good quality with this kind of farming. There's like a wrong belief sometimes that when you do organic, it's not going to be good. It's true if you just do organic, as in like you don't do nothing in your farm and you don't touch it. Maybe the results are not going to be great, but if you actually like capitalize on nature and understand how it works, you can create really, really good results.
Thank you, Laura. That is such an interesting experience. And as you said, there is a lot of fear around organic coffee and misunderstanding also. And I think one of the aspects is also that is always in the mind of farmers that have wanted to go to more like organic production because they understand it's better for like their soils, is how to mitigate that risk that is sometimes really associated to like more organic production in terms of like economically and of terms of like diseases, etc. So in this kind of sense, I would love to hear from Carla. What are these initiatives that you are doing in your farm and that there's also being done in El Salvador, kind of to become a little bit more resilient, to adapt better to climate change, to mitigate a lot of these risks we've been talking about?
Yeah, so one of the things that we have been doing is we've been moving more towards specialty production of coffee. So, you know, like our farm, it's been, well, it started in 1969 by my dad, and it had been planted already parts of it as a coffee farm. So then it's a very old coffee farm in the sense that we have trees that are about 80 years old. So and they're not as productive, but still the cup profile is still pretty good. And it had been producing, well, we had been selling the coffee mainly as a commodity, but now we've been moving towards a more specialty promotion of that coffee. And what that has allowed us is a little bit more of financial stability in the sense that we can sell our coffee for better prices. And to me, that is like a double-edged sword because yes, specialty allows you to sell coffee for a better price, but not all of the coffee that you grow on your farm is specialty. And you still need to find a home for that coffee. And you know, you need to find a home with a suitable price that reflects your cost of production and the value of the product. So then that has definitely allowed us to become a little bit more financially stable at least. And that in turn has allowed us to be able to apply a bit more practices that are more in tune with our environment. We used to be certified by Rainforest Alliance. It was something that, you know, like we were already doing all of the environmental and community practices. So then it was very easy for us to get certified. But then in recent years, we didn't really see like a benefit in being certified. So then we dropped the certification. We still keep the practices, of course. It's something that we genuinely believe in, but we've decided to sort of do it on our own and adapt it to the needs of our farm specifically. So then we've been working very closely with an agronomist, yeah. And he's been really great. He's been, you know, like sharing different techniques of different shade trees, for example, that are more suitable for our environment. And not only for our terrain, but also for the extreme weather patterns that we are forecasting for the future. So then they will definitely be able to adapt a lot better. All of our plants are shade grown. All of our coffee is shade grown, I mean. And that has also meant that we've been able to sort of create this little microclimate within our farm. And I know that that is something that, you know, in coffee we talk a lot about, and it's sometimes a little bit misunderstood, or people think that we don't generate a microclimate by coffee farming, but we do. And I think that the best way that I can sort of tell you about this is by mentioning that our farm is probably at most with traffic like 20 minutes from the center of the city. And the area that we're in, it's already become incredibly urban. And the best way that I can tell you this is that if you feel like you want to get a McDonald's, it's like 7 minutes away from our gate. You know, like we have a shopping mall right around the corner. So then the area that we're in, it's become, you know, like covered in concrete. So the minute that you step into our farm, the climate feels completely different. And as you move towards the top of our hill, then it changes drastically. So I think that that is how we've been able to sort of adapt our coffee and sort of produce better quality as well. We're also looking into the possibility of looking at cover crops, like to cover the soil and to retain all of that humidity in that area, because it is becoming really, really dry between climate change and becoming sort of a more urban environment. So then those are some of the things that we're doing. But of course, you know, I hate that it all depends on our economic stability at first, because if not, then it's very hard for us to implement all of these changes because our farm is pretty large, and it's also pretty old in the sense that we do have to take care of a lot of older trees that require, like different needs. But yeah, that is sort of some of the things that we've been doing to adapt to the situation regarding sustainability.
Thank you, Carla. And I think I truly highlight that there's not just like one size fits all for a sustainability action, and that what you're doing in your farm and finding what's your needs and what's specific and what can be done with your terrain and your geography, etc., is part of really becoming more sustainable. So I wanted to take just like a few minutes and hear from Ganga and Laura also. What's your perspective on what the rest of the supply chain should be doing to increase sustainability at the farm level? I know you're both very involved with the different stages of the supply chain, so maybe Ganga and Laura can tell us in like a few minutes what you think that role should be, and if you have any specific experience on what is happening in your farms.
Sure. So I think it is very important that we have we build a very valuable supply chain. I think that's something that we all have to be very conscious about. And running a farm to cup completely vertically integrated company, I see that there is value, and we do work with traders, we do work with other producers, and and so there are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of collaborative efforts that are needed to build a very sustainable value chain. So I think that's been one of our focuses in the past a few years, that we've started focusing on specialty coffee in India. So I think one of the things that I really think to start with, maybe production in terms of instant coffee market is there's very less value to the farms that is coming from these industries, which is fulfilling a large part of the demand in the market. So I think we need to focus on building something more valuable there. I think that's one of the areas that in that segment people can take note of. And like here, we've been focusing a lot more on quality produce. Like Carla said, I think there's a lot of farms. Most of us are moving towards better quality, specialty grades, to get better value for the produce that we are producing. And I think that's looking like the way forward in the coming years, to keep the farms afloat and sustainable. There are some of the other things that we are doing in terms of coffee tourism. That's something that we are actively looking to promote and bringing to create a lot of awareness around coffees and the quality focus that we are bringing, and in terms of the plant varietal and how the biodiversity really makes a difference. These are all the educative sort of initiatives that we've taken over the past years. So more and more roasters start working directly with the farms, or the cafes, bringing about more awareness around specialty, single estate, importance of microclimate, or importance of cup quality specialty coffee roasters. These, I think, would bring a lot of value to the coffee farms as well. So that's some areas where I see that there's a lot in the supply chain that we can contribute to. And lastly, I think there's some of the things that were mentioned in terms of nutrition, and that there's very less awareness in the general producer community as well. How there's a lot of myth around organic farming versus natural farming. So organic farming is not necessarily just leaving it without doing anything, and that's not organic. So there is some amount of nutrition that the plant needs, and how to keep them healthy, and how that affects in the cup quality. And so that's some of the awareness that needs to be done in terms of educating both on the farm level as well as on the producer level, to bring a lot more value to the produce that we do.
Thank you. Laura?
Yeah. So your question was what can the rest of the supply chain, how can they contribute, right, to those initiatives? I think one way the supply chain or other people on the supply chain can help with those initiatives is to accompany those initiatives from the beginning, in the sense that, like Ganga just said, good organic farming or productive organic farming requires knowledge, and requires maybe advice from external people. And so it's not cheap for that. I mean, it's expensive. And as well, it takes time. What's really important for us, and what works really well, is when we have roasters who would like to accompany those processes, those transitions from the beginning, right? Because it's really great to buy a really great tasting coffee or a fully certified biodynamic coffee. It's great. We need that. But what we need even more is partners who will help us, or users, right? So, for example, we have one partner in Europe who understand that process, and from the beginning of the project accept to buy a coffee from a community that will transition within the next 4 years to biodynamic. And at the moment, they're not organic certified. They do agroecological practices, but they're not organic certified yet. So this kind of partnership is real impact at origin. When you are able to accompany those transitions from the beginning, it's super helpful, because it's very time consuming to do those transitions, and it's costly. So I think I would say that's is to accompany those projects from the beginning, and maybe not just be there at the end when everything is tasting great and is all certified and all that. So I think, that's one thing. And then maybe just to finish on this point, I think I would like to probably invite everybody to rethink what is specialty coffee, right? Because nowadays it's defined by cup quality, and it's extremely restrictive. And as you know, Carla and Ganga said, there's so many issues and so many threats and so many things to overcome to produce coffee. And to produce really good coffee, it's even more complicated, right? So I don't know, specialty coffee, I think should take into account much more than just the cup quality, what are the efforts that are done at the farm to survive, and then second, to make their environment a bit better, to make the communities who work in the farm, or the people who work in the farm, to have them work in a better place. All those little, maybe intangible actions that are made at the farm are not reflected in the definition of specialty coffee, and I think that's a shame. And it's because it's intangible, right, that it's difficult to include. But I would really encourage roasters to ask questions about their providers. I know there's a big distance, sometimes there's a language barrier, but I think a lot of people can help overcome that nowadays with technologies, with good intermediaries. There are intermediaries everywhere on the supply chain. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. So yeah, just ask for more information and ask to see all those intangibles, I think is very important and should be part of what specialty coffee is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's one last part that I think Laura made a really good point there, and I think even Carla mentioned this earlier. I think it's really important for experts to, and people in position of influence to, get the right definition of quality and what really goes on. I think we come from a place of having worked on the farm and, see what really goes on at the farm. So it's not really, determined by a certain number, and it's nothing. So it shouldn't be just in terms of made in terms of numbers. So I think it needs to go beyond that, and that's something that we have to keep educating people and let them understand that specialty coffee is not something that we can grow as a choice. There's everything that we grow, and then there's a part of it that goes as specialty coffee, and the rest, like Carla said, needs to find a home, and a valuable home as well. So I think we need to be very mindful of that. And for that, valuable supply chain is of utmost importance. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ganga. So unfortunately, we are over our time limit. And so I think Ganga made like a very good summary at the end. So just before this is over, I would just love if you could just share your Instagram or your Facebook or your contact if you have one and you're willing to do that. So if anyone has more questions, because this is a very big topic and I think a lot of people will want to keep on discussing it. So if you could just share that, it would be amazing. And then thank you again for your participation. I wish really that we had an hour more. There's so many questions I want to talk and be able to be able to dive deeper in some of the aspects. But really thank you for taking the time and speaking a little bit about what you are doing and what your perspective on sustainability is. I know a lot of us will learn a lot from this. So if you could just share, Carla, Ganga, and then Laura, what your handles are, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Sure, yes. So I'm mostly active on Instagram, and you can find me under KB as in boy, OZAAA. So that's Kaboza with 3 A's at the end. That's also my Twitter handle, and you can find me on LinkedIn as Carla Bosa. And yes, I just want to say quickly that just please consider more than just cup score for quality and for specialty coffee. And I think that that's basically what sustainability should be. But yes, thank you.
My Instagram, I'm quite active on Instagram as well. And my Instagram handle is Ganga, GANGA _PRABHAKAR. That's where you'll find me. LinkedIn, I'm Ganga Prabhakar. So you can find me there.
Again, Instagram, probably the most used social media for us. And the account of the biodynamic coffee farm is L'Equimite, LEL_Equimite, EQUIMITE. It's the name of a tree. And then Ensembles Cafe as well, if you want to have a look at other coffee communities in Mexico.
Thank you, Laura. And then thanks again for this participation. And we'll give follow-up with more questions on the event.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Barista League baristas. I'm Klaus from the Coffee Collective, one of the co-founders and responsible for our sourcing in Kenya. So obviously I've chosen this coffee, my personal favorite, coffee that's very dear to me, the Kieni from Kenya. And I have a little information to share with you as I'm sipping on a cup of it, which I hope you are too. As you're probably aware, Kieni is a cooperative in Kenya. There's a bunch of information on it on our website, so I'm sure you can find everything that you're curious about there. But I want to share a few more interesting facts about it. When we started buying Kieni, which is now 13 years ago, there was about 300 farmers, smallholder farmers, delivering cherries to this cooperative in the heart of Nyeri region, close to the town of Kartina. By now, there's over 1,000 smallholder farmers delivering cherries to this cooperative, partly due to the fact that they are one of the highest paying factories in all of Kenya. In fact, they were, again this year, the highest paying factory in Nyeri. That's largely because their quality is great, so they're getting good prices, but also because we have built this long-term relationship with them that is quite unique, where most roasteries will shop around for different Kenyans every year, depending on what the exporter presents to them. We've decided to build this relationship with Kar-Yee so that we both benefit long-term. You've probably heard about SL28 and SL34 being like the really prized Kenyan varieties. But in fact, when it's smallholders, you'll often see Ruero 11 and Bachian in the mix as well. An interesting thing about Ruero 11 that most people don't know is that you can only get the seeds from the Coffee Research Institute, which I went to visit on my last visit in November. And that's because that it's a manual process that is required to make the Ruero 11 because it's a hybrid of two other varieties. The process that's required is called emasculating, because you're moving the male part of a catimor and then putting in the female part of the Ruero 11 to get the Ruero 11 seeds. And what most often happens is that the Ruero 11 is grafted on existing SL rootstocks. So that means that a farmer that has old SL rootstocks can still grow SL, they'll just need to let the SL branch grow out of the tree. And that's interesting because at Kar-Yee we see a lot of SL varieties. And that's also because that a lot of these trees were planted all the way back in the 1950s and 60s. So they're far older than probably any of you watching this video. And that also means that this root system of those trees have really grown accustomed to the geography, the soil conditions, the terroir in this region. And I think that's one of the reasons of this very intense flavor, this extraordinary blackcurrant and blackberry flavor that the best of the best Kenyans can have. As the farmers deliver cherries to Kar-Yee, Jospat Muriuki, who is the mill manager here, will oversee the sorting, so it's only the best and fully ripe cherries that gets into Kar-Yee. Processing is done with a depulper and then fermentation in open tanks. And they do the fermentation from the depulping in the afternoon until early next morning, when Jospat will check the mucilage if it needs to ferment more to remove more of the mucilage. And he might do an intermediate washing at this stage, so that's about 12-16 hours, washing off about 75% of the mucilage, and then having a secondary fermentation that's very controlled in another set of tanks to remove and dissolve the last 25% of the mucilage before they take it into washing channels, lots of clean water, washing the coffee, soaking it in soaking tanks, and then putting it on the drying tables. Jospat has a team of about 16 people working full-time at the Kar-Yee mill or factory to oversee this process, and each of them, from the machine operator to the lady who manages the drying tables, are all very skilled and have been there for a long time. We've worked very closely with Kar-Yee for a number of years. We've seen the quality grow. We've seen the income to Kar-Yee grow, which is for us a success story. And for me personally, it's a pleasure to see when customers come in to our shops that they don't just ask for a Kenyan, but they ask for Kar-Yee. We've been proud to host both Jospat and Charles here at our roastery and have them in our house for dinner, which is always a huge pleasure when we have that chance to show them where their coffee actually ends up. So I hope you take good care of the coffee and brew it well, and will enjoy this as much as we do. Thanks for watching, and good luck to you. Oh, and I almost forgot to share my most interesting observation from my last trip, which was something I didn't know, but apparently butter is a luxury in Kenya. As one farmer put it, butter is what the rich people eat, which was a big surprise to me coming from Denmark, where we're known for our tandsmør, tooth butter, when you have this much butter on the bread that it leaves an indent from your teeth. But apparently butter is a real luxury that's not available to a lot of farmers. So it's a good reminder about some of the things that we take for granted.
Hello everyone, I'm Fran, Head of Coffee at Nomad Coffee. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. I would love to share with you this coffee from Finca Chambacu, located in Caldas region in Colombia. It is a Castillo variety with a natural process. A well-known fact about Colombian coffee is that Colombia has a bean to suit every taste. Its microclimates are so abundant that producers can achieve all the taste profiles in their coffees. Also, at Nomad, we can have fresh Colombian coffee all year long, thanks to them having 2 harvests each year. The producer of the coffee that I am presenting to you is Juan Felipe Restrepo. The first thing that you should know about Juan Felipe, Pipe to his friend, is that he is a great person and he has a great knowledge about coffee. But he has a little flaw. He is a crazy driver. Oh guys, when I was in Colombia with him, I feared for my life a few times. The good thing is that I am still alive. Maybe in Colombia is the normal way to drive, and he is one of the best drivers because we ride safe and on time everywhere. He loves riding motorcycles. Actually, he competes professionally in motorcycle races despite having had an accident recently where he broke his arm. Thank God I wasn't the pillion passenger. No, seriously, he is a good driver and now he has recovered from the accident. I remember another cool story that Pipe told me, this time about his father. His father, Elmer Restrepo, is a great businessman. He was very young when he created one of the first mills in the region. Once, Pipe was with his father visiting a place where he transformed fruits, vegetables, and other food that is thrown away in the food markets into fertilizer for coffee. This place literally smelled of crap. Pipe's father took some of this fermented mixture, held it up to Pipe's nose, and asked Pipe, "Son, what does it smell like?" Pipe said that it smells like crap. Elmer smelled it and said, "No, son, it smells like dollars." Elmer used the food that marketplaces throw away to make fertilizer for their farm and to sell to other farmers. He is so clever. They are a business family and also a super welcoming family. I am very grateful for their welcome when I visited Colombia, and of course, for their great quality coffees. The last fun fact. You can hear people talking about coffee hours and hours. Really, hours and hours and hours. He never stops talking. He loves to talk and communicate his knowledge about coffee, which is extraordinary. He's a very energetic person. Recently, he created a YouTube channel where he is sharing all this knowledge. Please, you can follow him. His channel name is Cofelipe Col. Juan Felipe Restrepo is in charge of all the processes on the farm. We love his natural process the most. His natural coffees have a unique taste profile of coconuts and red fruits that is amazing. Very clean coffees that are very difficult to make, but he makes them year after year. At the end of February, we are going to visit him again. We are very happy to visit the farm and create a very good relationship between Nomad and the farmers, like we have with Pipe. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching us and participating in this event. If you want to buy some of this lovely coffee, you can enter our website nomadcoffee.es, or if you live in Barcelona or you are visiting Barcelona right now, you can buy it directly in one of our cafes. Thank you very much and take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Sunghee Tark and I'm delighted to be here to facilitate this conversation today with the incredible panelists. We have here with us Ju-Yeon Jeon, the 2019 World Barista Champion from Momo's Coffee, Busan, South Korea, Geun-ha Park, co-founder and co-CEO of Fritz Coffee Company in Seoul, South Korea, and Dae-woong Song, the co-founder and co-CEO of Felt Coffee in Seoul, South Korea. We'll be chatting about sustainability from the point of view of Korean roasters. Korea's specialty coffee industry has been growing rapidly in the recent years, and the potential that it can have in shaping the global value chain is noteworthy. And I'm personally very excited to be learning from their insights. Just one note here before we start with the conversation. This conversation will be held in Korean to allow for more diverse voices and opinions to be heard. You can now turn on the subtitles if they aren't already on. And thank you so much in advance for your understanding. So we'll get started. 지금부터 그러면 시작하는 걸로 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 질문을 드릴 건데요. 그래서 지속 가능성이라는 단어가 그 어느 때보다 요즘 많이 사용되고 직접적으로 보이는 것 같아요. 그래서 근데 조금 큰 단어라고 생각이 들거든요. 저희가 이제 사용하는 방식도 그렇고. 그래서 그런 부분에서 혹시 한국에서는 지속 가능한 로스터리를 운영한다는 것이 어떤 의미로 받아들여지고 있고 쓰여지고 있을까요? 먼저 박근아님의 의견이 궁금한데요. 그래서 프리츠의 입장에서 말씀을 해주셔도 되고 아니면 이제 전반적인 흐름에 대해서 이야기해 주셔도 될 것 같습니다.
그러니까 대부분 여기에서 이제 질문되어 있는 내용들을 보면 대부분 환경 문제란 말이에요. 그럼 이제 로스터리가 어떻게 해서 환경을 해치지 않고 혹은 최대한 그 환경을 유지하는 상태에서 유지될 수 있느냐? 뭐 이런 질문에 가깝다고 저는 더 받아들였는데, 그러니까 뭐 예를 들면 환경, 사회, 경제 뭐 이런 얘기들이 있지만 실제로 경제는 결국에는 우리의 생존 문제에 붙어 있는 문제고, 그러니까 당장 우리가 계속해서 생존할 수 있느냐 없느냐의 문제라고 보면 나머지가 이제 그 이후에 무엇을 할 수 있느냐에 대한 질문 같은데, 아주 솔직하게 얘기해서 사실 여기에 대한 얘기를 거의 안 하고 있죠. 그러니까 물론 그게 관심이 없다 이런 차원의 이야기는 아닐 테고, 다만 변명 같을 수 있겠지만 여력이 없다. 여기까지 우리가 신경 쓸 수 있는 여력이 되지 않는다. 이게 좀 더 명확한 답이 아닐까 싶고, 그리고 현재에 무언가 환경에 관련된 제품들로 현재 사용하고 있는 일회용품 같은 것들을 바꾸려고 해도 별로 없습니다. 이게 거의 없어요. 그래서 그러니까 우리가 얻을 수 있는 샘플조차도 별로 없는 상태. 그러니까 아직까지는 전혀 숙성되어 있지 않다. 이제서야 막 논의가 시작되고 있는 단계라고 보면 조금 더 시간이 필요하지 않겠나 이렇게 생각하고 있고, 사실 프리츠 초반에는 여기에 대한 관심이 다들 좀 있어서 시도를 해보려고 여러 번 논의를 해봤는데 쉽지 않아요. 쉽지 않더라고요. 그래서 거의 어느 시점부터 회사 한 3년이 넘어가면서부터는 거의 아무 논의도 하지 못하고 그대로 그냥 멈춰져 있는 상태예요. 계속 생각은 하고 있지만 욕심은 좀 내지 못하는 상태라고 있죠.
말씀하셨는데 그런 친환경 제품이 사실 저희 처음 시작하던 저희 펠트는 이제 8년 정도 차가 됐는데, 처음 시작할 때만 해도 친환경 패키지나 그런 친환경 컵 아니면 친환경 빨대 같은 거를 사실 구하기조차 어려웠고, 가격도 너무 많이 비싸기도 했고, 거기에 디자인이나 인쇄를 할 수도 없는 상황인 경우가 되게 많았어요. 그래서 그런 거 선택할 수 있는 여지가 그때 당시엔 정말 저희도 찾아는 봤는데 선택할 수 있는 여지가 거의 없었다고 보고, 그 다음에 최근에는 이제 그게 좀 사회적으로 이슈가 되다 보니까 결국에는 정부 정책이랑도 연결이 되고, 그러면서 일회용 컵들 제한이 생기고 하면서 이제 그런 거를 제작하고 해주는 업체들도 많이 생기고, 그러다 보니까 가격도 예전에는 종이컵 가격이 거의 2배 이상이 됐었는데 요즘에는 가격도 좀 많이 낮아지고 있는 추세인 것 같아요. 그래서 그만큼 좀 많은 사람들이 소비를 하다 보니까 좀 그걸 생산하는 이제 업체도 많아지고, 그러다 보니까 가격도 좀 낮아지고 할 수 있는 부분이 있는 것 같고, 이게 이제 사실 한국에서는 거의 시작하는 단계라고 보고, 결국에는 환경 문제를 제일 이제 좀 관심 있게 먼저 보고 있는 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 개인이 사실 제일 실행하기도 쉽고, 뭐 겉으로 보여지는 것도 사실 제일 쉬운 부분이고, 제일 이제 눈에 띄는 부분이기 때문에 환경적인 문제로 접근하는 부분이 제일 많은 것 같고.
유행처럼 많이 사용이 되어지는 게 ESG 경영에 대한 이야기들이 굉장히 많고, 그렇다 보니까 환경, 뭐라고 했나요? 사회, 그리고 이 안에 구성원들의 지속 가능성도 같이 언급이 되어지고 있고, 한국의 많은 로스터리 역시 여기에 대한 관심도는 굉장히 높다고 생각을 해요. 근데 아무래도 환경적인 부분이 아까 대웅님께서 얘기해 주신 대로 비춰지는 모습들이 많다 보니까 거기에 조금 초점이 되어져 있는 것 같기도 한데, 이 환경이라는 부분이 자연적인 환경도 되어지긴 하겠지만 한국에서의 로스터리적으로 봤을 때는 친환경적인 부분도 있긴 하겠지만 근무자들, 로스터, 바리스타들의 근무 환경적인 개선 부분, 한국에서 생각하는 이제 로스터리 지속 가능성이라고 본다면 근무자들의 근무 환경 개선, 그리고 이제 사용하고 있는 아까 말씀해 주셨던 소재들, 이런 것들이 뭔가 관심도 있고 많이 언급이 되어지고 있는데, 사실 한국에서의 지속 가능한 로스터리라고 한다면 많은 분들이 결국에는 산지와의 다이렉트 트레이드, 그리고 소비자 입장에 소비자를 좀 연결시켜준, 이게 표현을 그렇게 해도 되려나요? 이렇게 뭔가 다이렉트를 하고 산지와 소비자를 연결시켜주는 게 뭔가 지속 가능한 로스터리라고 많이 생각을 또 하고 있는 부분이고, 그렇게 많이 비춰지고 있는 것 같다, 현재는. 근데 그 안에 굉장히 많은 것들이 녹여질 수 있지만, 네, 지금은 농장과 소비자를 이어주고 있는 게 한국의 지속 가능한 로스터리의 중심, 뭔가 집중되어져 있지 않나? 네, 라는 생각이 들기도 합니다. 근데 많은 분들이 필츠 같은 경우에도 사실 그냥 생도 창고가 아니라 렉이 있고 지게차가 있다라는 거, 그리고 사일러를 고민을 한다라는 것 자체도 사실 로스터들의 근무 환경이 개선되고 되어진 거라는 생각이 들고, 그것 또한 지속 가능한 업의 지속 가능성을 또 다루고 있다고는 생각을 하거든요.
근데 너무 동감이 가고, 이제 한국 시선이 되게 의미가 있을 거라고 생각이 드는 이유도, 최근에 이제 지속 가능성 얘기가 나오면 환경에서만 집중을 했는데, 미국에서도 사실 리빙 인컴 하면서 근로자들, 바리스타들의 임금 얘기가 나왔잖아요. 그래서 그런 면에서도 지속 가능성에 관련된 거고, 아까 그나 챔프님이 말씀해 주신 것처럼 생산성이 연결된다는 것 자체도 어떻게 보면 경제적인 지속 가능, 기업으로 봤을 때 주연님이 말씀해 주신 것처럼 로스터를 기업으로 봤을 때 그 회사가 얼마나 지속 가능하게 계속 생산할 수 있을지로 연결되다 보니까 다 지속 가능성으로 풀 수 있을 것 같아요. 네, 그래서 얘기해 주신 부분들이 되게 좀 다양한 시각을 보여주시는 것 같아서.
지속 가능성이라고 하는 부분에 있어서는 결국에는 이 모든 체인들이, 주체들이, 이 산업에 연결되어져 있는 이 체인들이 같이 하나로 연결이 되어져 있고 같이 동반 성장한다라는 개념을 같이 가지고 있는 것 같아요. 네, 그게 어떻게 보면 지속 가능성의 가장 베이스가 네. 그러니까 그게 되는 것 같아 보니, 그것들이 좀 더 소비자들에게 더욱 더 많이 전달을 하는, 최소한으로 우리가 할 수 있는 업무 중에 하나이기도 하고, 또 특별한 다이렉트를 이미 하고 있는 거고, 특별한 뭔가 새로운 소재를 찾는 문제도 아니고 더 많은 비용이 드는 문제가 아니다 보니까 그런 것들을 조금 소비자들에게 좀 잘 전달을 하면서 우리 로스터리에 또 이게 챔프가 얘기하신 거랑 이어지는 건데, 로스터들의 생존 가능성이랑도 같이 연결이 또 되어지는 것 같기도 하고.
또 드리고 싶었던 질문이 사실 품질이랑 좀 관련이 있는 부분이거든요. 그러니까 예를 들면 요즘 특히나 한국 스페셜티 시장이 관심을 받기 시작한 시기가 어떻게 보면 COE에서 한국 커피 로스터들의 롤이 커짐으로써랑 같이 겹쳤다고 생각이 들거든요. 그러니까 미국이나 이제 유럽 친구들이랑 CO 얘기를 하다 보면 아시아, 일본, 대만, 한국 마켓이 조인을 함으로써 가격 경쟁이 엄청 붙었고, 그만큼 사실 COE 가격이 훨씬 지난 몇 년 사이에 많이 높아졌잖아요. 그래서 그런 부분으로 봤을 때 사실은 한국이 가지고 있는 경제적인 영향력이 사실은 되게 크다고 저는 생각을 해요. 개인적으로 해외에서 봤을 때 로스터를 운영 안 하는 입장에서 그렇게 봤을 때. 그래서 당연히 이제 COE가 무조건적으로 이게 맞은 방법이다라고는 생각을 안 하는 부분도 있잖아요. 사람들이 뭐 형평성의 문제나 뭐 접근성의 문제로 이렇게 좀 많이 비판을 하는 부분도 있긴 한데 그래도 이제 그것을 떠나서는 C마켓을 벗어나서 커피 가치를 새롭게 측정하는 방법으로 이렇게 각광을 받고 관심을 받고 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 그건 또 되게 지속 가능성이랑 되게 가까이 근접해 있는 주제이기도 하고, 그래서 그런 부분에서 이제 지속 가능성과 스페셜티 커피가 아까 말씀 주셨던 품질 관련된 부분에 한국이 집중하는 그런 부분, 아니면 한국의 스페셜티 커피 시장이 가지고 있는 그런 컨셉과 지속 가능성은 어떤 관계성을 갖고 있다고 생각을 하시는지 이제 그 부분에 대해서 의견을 사실은 여쭤보고 싶었어요. 그래서 어떤 관계성을 지금은 가지고 있고, 그리고 변화하고 있는 한국 커피 산업에서 이제 거기에서 지속 가능성은 어떤 위치로 함께 변화를 할 것이라고 예상을 하시는지.
생각을 가지고 있지만 우리를 팔로우하세요, 우리가 이런 걸 하고 있어요 라는 거를 뱉을 수 있을 만큼 아직 스페셜티 커피 씬이 커지진 않았다 라는 생각이 드네요. 너무 모든 커피뿐만이 아니라 모든 것들을 새롭게 접했을 때는 사실 이 새로운 물건이 가지고 있는, 혹은 새로운 것들이 가지고 있는 의미라기보다 뭐 아름다움, 뭐 단순하게 그 양적인 부분, 이런 거에 조금 더 시작은 그렇게 포커스가 맞춰지는 것 같아요. 이 스페셜티 커피 씬 같은 경우에도 처음 이제 저희는 아직까지 그만큼 많이 크다고 생각하진 않거든요. 한국 스페셜티 커피 씬 자체가 굉장히 소비자도 많이 겹쳐져 있고, 그래서 시작 단계이기도 하고 아직 그렇게 확장되어지지 않았다 보니까 지금은 굉장히 품질적인 부분과 다양성에 많이 포커스가 맞춰져 있는 시기이고, 이제 스페셜티 커피를 먼저 시작하셨던 분들 같은 경우에는 이제 이 스페셜티 커피라는 거에 대한 품질적인 것 이상을 조금 뛰어넘어서 생각을 해볼 수 있는 여유라기보다 그 시간이 좀 쌓인 것 같아요. 그래서 그러면서 이제 이 스페셜티 커피의 본질적인 의미에 대해서 다시 한 번 더 생각을 해보게 되고, 과연 이 스페셜티 커피라는 게 정말 단순하게 고품질만을 의미하는 것인가? 근데 이 스페셜티 커피라는 게 왜 고품질의 커피를 생산해내게 만들었을까? 그러니까 스페셜티 커피라는 단어가 왜 생겨나게 됐을까를 이제서야 조금씩 고민을 하고 생각해보게 되는 시기이지 않나? 그렇다 보면서 이제 뭐 친환경적인 부분이라든지 서스테이너빌리티에 대한 고민들의 시작점에 서 있고, 결국에 또 생존한 기업들이 그런 고민을 이제 시작하게 된 시점이고, 생존하지 못한 기업들이 많기 때문에 그것들을 뭔가 드러낸다라는 건 누군가에게도 피해를 줄 수 있는, 워낙 씬이 작기 때문에
박탈감을 줄 수도 있는 문제이기도 하지.
맞아요. 그래서 이제 시작점이기 때문에 이제서야 그 본질적인 의미에 대해서 생각해보고 있는 것 같아. 그러면서 이제 그런 것들을 알아가는 기업들이 조금씩은 움직이고 있고, 뭐 다이렉트 트레이드에 대한 그 개념에 대해서 다시 한번 고민을 해보고, 지속적인 관계를 최대한 가져가려고 하고, 이것들을 어떻게 가지고 올 것이고, 그걸 보관하는 뭐 창고부터 시작해서 로스터들의 근무 환경, 바리스타들이 서브할 수 있는 환경, 그리고 뭐 이제 스님께서 적어주셨던 뭐 탄소 배출, 사실 지금 막 생산하기 바쁜 기업에서 탄소 배출까지 생각해볼 수는 없는 문제라는 생각이 들거든요. 이제서야 그런 것들을 조금씩 키워드를 알아가고 있는 시점인 것 같아요.
사실 한국 스페셜티 커피가 시작한 게 지금 뭐 그 전부터 있었겠지만 이제 최근 좀 짧게 보자면 한 10년 조금 넘은 정도인 수준인데, 그러다 보니 이제 그때 막 시작했던 아니면 그 조금 이후로 시작했던 기업들이 사실 10년 다 미만 단위의 뭐 한 5년에서 뭐 10년 사이인 기업들이 되게 많은데, 그러다 보니 뭐 이제부터 막 시작하는 단계지 않나. 그 전에 사실 여력이 안 됐던 부분도 많이 있고, 뭐 그리고 뭐 아까 말했듯이 뭐 그때는 사실 한국에서는 거의 뭐 그런 거를 그런 예를 들면 친환경 어떤 소재나 이런 거를 구하려고 해도 구할 수도 없는 상황이었고, 지금은 이제 좀 그게 더 이슈가 되면서 소비도 많아지기 때문에 좀 이제 막 뭔가를 좀 해볼 수 있는 단계로 점점 변화하고 있지 않나라는 생각이 들어요.
그러면 이제 시작점이기 때문에 그만큼의 기회가 있는 거잖아요. 그러니까 어떠한 기회가 있고 어떠한 가능성이 보이시는지, 그러니까 어떤 점에서 이렇게 커피 산업의 지속 가능성을 위해 한국 산업, 특히 한국 로스터들이 할 수 있는 롤이 있을지에 대해서 조금.
사실상 내가 지금 어디 카페에서 일하는 바리스타 뭐일 때, 그럼 내가 지금 당장 실천할 수 있는 게 뭐가 있을까라고 생각을 해보면은 생각보다 그렇게 많지는 않더라고요. 그리고 저도 약간 생각해보면은 그런 지속 가능성이라는 게 막 엄청 큰 어떤 그런 단위의 어떤 그런 일들만 우리가 상상을 하게 되는데, 사실은 되게 조그만 것들부터 실천을 할 수 있는 것 같고, 그 다음에 이런 우리가 생두를 사용하고 이런 스페셜티 커피, 뭐 스페셜티 커피랑 꼭 지속 가능성이랑 뭐 동의어는 아니지만 이제 약간 스페셜티 커피와 이제 지속 가능성이 좀 더 같은 방향으로 저는 가고 있다고 생각이 들고, 이제 그런 것들을 소비자들에게, 어차피 바리스타가 할 수 있는 최고의 장점은 소비자들과 바로 만나는 직업이잖아요. 최종 소비자들과. 그래서 그분들에게 좀 더 그런 걸 설명하고 알려드릴 수 있는 게 그분들이 우리가 할 수 있는 이제 카페 단위로서 할 수 있는 이제 일들이 아닐까, 뭐 그런 생각이 들었어요.
맞아. 우리는 어쨌든 산 소비국이기도 하고, 저희도 지금 이제 새로 영도 공간을 오픈했을 때 그 공장 외에 커피 바가 있는데, 이 커피 바 공간을 만들면서 가장 고민을 많이 했었던 부분이 바리스타들의 지속 가능성이거든요. 사실 다들 계속 일을 해보셨겠지만 이 일을 15년, 20년, 15년 정도 하다 보면 몸이 많이 상하잖아요. 근데 이게 결국에는 이 공간 많이 상하잖아요. 근데 분명히 이 바리스타 분들이 커피가 좋아서 이 업을 선택했는데, 이 어떠한 근무 환경과 몸을 사용하는 이제 하나의 업으로서 그런 움직임, 단순하게 음료를 만들고 서브하고 고객들이 주문한 거를 단순하게 만들고 서브하는 형태가 이 업을 지속 가능하게 할 수 있을까라는 고민들을 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요. 저희 이 공간을 만들면서. 그러면서 일반적인 지금 저희 영도 공간은 일반적인 카페랑은 조금 다른 형태이긴 한데, 사실 저희는 이제 생존했기 때문에 가능했던 것 같아요. 계속 생존이라는 단어를 쓰게 되는데, 여기 안에서는 사실 효율성이 높은 형태의 계속 메뉴를 쳐내는 방식이 아닌, 우리가 하고 있는 일이 얼마나 가치 있고 이 커피 한 잔을 만드는 우리 바리스타들의 업무가 얼마나 가치 있는 일인지, 그리고 이 커피에 대한 이야기들, 이 안에 녹아져 있는 모든 주체들을 좀 소비자에게 전달할 수 있는 그런 바 형태가 만들어져야지만이 이 바리스타들의 지속 가능성이 좀 가져지지 않나? 로스터들도 마찬가지게 좀 단순하게 로스터리라고 한다면 공장이 되어질 수 있지만, 우리가 하고 있는 일들이 좀 더 가치 있게 비춰져야, 소비자들에게 비춰줘야 되고, 그리고 이게 우리가 일반 소비자들이 소비한 한 잔의 커피가 어느 정도의 가치 있는, 어떤 가치를 담고 있는지를 좀 보여줄 수 있는 형태가 있을 것 같은데, 한국은 어쨌든 모두가 로스터리라고 한다면 다이렉트 트레이드를 할 수 없기 때문에 소비국으로서 보여줄 수 있는 게 진짜 커피를 생산하는 로스터들의 지속 가능성, 그리고 커피를 만드는 바리스타들의 지속 가능성, 그리고 이러한 지속 가능성이 각각의 파트에서 얼마나 가치 있는 일을 하고 있는지 소비자에게 비춰주는 이런 것들이 한국에서 보여줄 수 있는 또 지속 가능성의 하나의 특징이지 않을까라는 생각이 드네요.
젊고 영하기 때문에 아직까지는 사실 그 기회가 많은 거잖아요. 그러니까 소비자가 스페셜티 커피를 어떻게 접할 거냐 했을 때 사실은 아직 소비자들이 접한 경험이 많이 없기 때문에 지금 활동하고 있는 로스터나 카페에서 가질 수 있는 영향력이 더 크다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 말씀 주셨던 것처럼 이렇게 다양한 방향을 제시하면서 이렇게 소비가 될 수 있고, 뭐 저런 식으로 산지와 관계를 맺을 수 있고, 이렇게 할 때 이제 소비자도, 그러면 로스터가, 그러니까 그만큼 소비자가 결정을 할 때 가질 수 있는 로스터들의 영향력이 이렇게 큰 게 아닌가라는 생각이 좀 들으면서 들었어요. 네.
오히려 사람들에게 이야기를 자꾸 들려줘야 하는 입장인
맞아요.
거예요. 그러니까 더 쉬운 이야기를, 그러니까 더 심플한 얘기로 우리가 어떤 일을 하고 있는 집단인지를 말해주는 것도 되게 바빠지는 상황인 거죠. 그러니까 커피 한 잔, 그 짧은 순간에 아주 짤막한 얘기들을 주고받으면서, 이를테면 여기가 아주 매력적으로 보이게끔 해줘야 된다. 그러니까 기회가 많다 이 정도라기보다는 아직 문이 다 열리지 않았다. 그러니까 이제 막 머리 넣으려고 하고 있는 시점이다. 이렇게 봐야 되지 않을까?
결국에는 굉장히 많은 이야기들을 해야 되고 더 이렇게 많이 비춰줘야 되고 그렇다 보니까 그 공간 이 스페셜티 커피도 그 공간의 개념과 이 디자인이 굉장히 중요해지게 되면서 이 디자인이 화려해지고 갖고 싶은 물건이 되려고 한다면 또 이 친환경과 굉장히 좀 멀어지는 부분들도 있는 것 같아요.
맞아요.
친환경이라는 건 빼야 되는데 자꾸 지금 우리는 한참 더 해야 되는 시기에 놓여져 있는 것 같기도 하네요. 네. 그래서 굉장히 상충되는 것 같아요. 막 세금 땅땅 써야 되거든 우리는.
맞아, 그 부분 되게 흥미로울 것 같아요. 그러니까 트레이드오프 상충 관계인 거잖아요. 그러니까 시장을 일단 키워야 되니까 자본이 계속 들어가야 되는데 자본이 들어감으로써 친환경, 그러니까 그 한 부분이랑은 좀 멀어지는 거니까 지속 가능성에. 이제 소비자들의 관심도만에 대해서 조금 여쭤보고 싶은데, 소비자의 지속 가능한 커피에 대한 관심도가 어떨까요, 한국에서는?
관심이 되게 많이 높아진 것 같아요. 예전에 비했을 때는 소비자들의 관심이 되게 많아졌다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 근데 그렇기 때문에 아까 말했던 게 다 마찬가지로 그렇게 진행을 우리가 할 수 있는 것만 봐도 다들 친환경 얘기를 다 하고 다들 뭔가 환경적으로 뭐 좋지 않은 것들에 대해서 다 얘기를 하고 최소한 좀 피하려고 하고 이왕이면 선택할 수 있다면 뭐 예를 들면 이제 코로나로 인해서 뭐 저희가 택배 배송이나 이런 거 엄청 많이 받으면서도 그런 거 종이박스 좀 덜 쓰는 것도 사실 큰 회사들 뭐 컬리나 쿠팡 같은 데서는 그런 다회용 택배 박스 같은 것들을 또 계속 진행을 하기도 하고 그걸 하지 않으면 약간 나쁜 기업이 돼버리는 것 같은 그런 느낌이 이제 점점 그런 변화가 슬슬 있지 않나 소비자들의 인식도. 그리고 뭐 사실 이건 빨대는 진짜 절대 중요한 게 아닌데 그 빨대도 최근에 다 이제 한국에서 법적으로 이제 못 쓰게 했잖아요. 그러니까 그런 것들이 다 어떤 정책의 변화도 소비자들의 인식이 변했기 때문에 사실 그 정도까지 변할 수 있는 거지. 그렇지 않았다면 정책이 뭐 변한다고 해서 사실 변할 수도 없는 것 같다고 생각해요.
저희가 재작년 12월에 홈바리스타 클럽이라는 어쨌든 한국에선 가장 큰 홈바리스타들의 커뮤니티가 있는데 저희가 이제 친환경 소재의 포장들을 다 하고 있어요. 테이핑부터 시작해서 뭐 모든 종이 재질 자체를. 근데 처음에 저희가 한 2주, 첫 주에 발송됐던 커피들에 있어서는 조금은 이제 왜냐면 그 일반 뽁뽁이라고 해야 되나 완충제들은 굉장히 커피를 잘 보완을 해주지만 일반 종이 완충제 같은 경우 그런 역할을 충분히 하지는 못하거든요. 그래서 아마 그때 첫 주에서는 굉장히 피드백이 막 반반이었던 것 같아요. 100% 좋았던 건 아니긴 한데 그래도 한 3주, 4주 좀 지속적으로 소비자들한테 소개를 하다 보니 그 다음 이제 매월 다른 커피들이 소개되는 커뮤니티인데 자연스럽게 이게 바뀌어가는 것 같아요. 그 다음 달에 소개했었던 기업에서도 모두가 친환경 소재로 바뀌게 됐고 그렇다 보니까 그걸 한번 경험해보신 분들 같은 경우에는 플라스틱이라든지 그리고 그 비닐 재질을 조금 부담스러워하는 경우가 있더라고요. 그래서 그런 것들을 소비하시는 분들이 조금 그런 것들을 접해보고 경험해보시는 분들이 조금씩 늘어나고 있고 그렇다 보니 경험해보신 분들에 한해서는 인식들이 많이 좀 변화하고 있다라는 생각이 들고 또 결국에는 한국도 결국 소비 패턴이 굉장히 많이 변했다라는 생각이 들거든요. 흔히 얘기하는 뭐 MZ세대에 대해서 얘기를 많이 하는데 한 브랜드에 대한 가치관과 이런 개념을 굉장히 중요하게 또 생각을 하는 친구들이 엄청 많더라고요. 내가 하나를 소비함에 있어서 이 브랜드가 어떠한 생각으로 이 옷을 만들었고 어떻게 왜 디자인을 이렇게 하게 되어졌고 이런 소비 문화가 좀 많이 형성되어지고 있고 그런 친구들 덕분에 굉장히 소비자들은 많이 변화했지만 한국의 로스터리로서는 우리가 조금 소비자들을 왜냐면 아까 얘기했던 스페셜티 커피 씬이 이제 시작이 되어 초기 단계라고 보고 이 초기 단계라고 한다면 당연히 새롭고 다양한 커피와 고품질의 커피 이런 것들을 먼저 우선시 되어질 수밖에 없는 것 같아요. 소비자들 입장 저희도 아직 새로운 씬이지만 소비자들은 더더욱 새롭게 느껴질 거란 말이죠. 그렇다 보면 다양성, 품질 이런 것들이 좀 포커스가 되어질 수밖에 없는데 이제 한국의 로스터리로서는 그런 소비자들을 조금 리드해줘야 되는 역할을 가지고 있다고는 생각을 해요. 근데 물론 대기업에서 움직여주면 굉장히 빠르게 변화를 할 수 있지만
프리츠가 생각하는 지속 가능.
내가 사랑하는 일을 계속해서 할 수 있는 시스템이 지속 가능성의 한 파트라고 생각하는 거죠. 프리츠는. 일하는 분들, 함께 하고 있는 프리츠 커피에서 함께 하고 있는 분들은 가능한 한 오랫동안 우리하고 같이 할 수 있게끔 가능한 한 할 수 있는 노력은 다 하고 있다고 생각해요. 그러니까 얼마나 더 많은 급여를 주냐 이런 얘기도 있겠지만 동시에 이 사람들이 말하는 것들, 이 사람들이 생각하는 것들이 얼마나 회사에 투영되느냐. 그래서 내가 생각을 좀 더 다르게 해보고 내가 무언가 행동을 더 하면은 이 회사에도 나도 영향을 미칠 수 있다. 어떤 형태로든. 내가 얼마나 여기서 일을 오래 했고 오래 하지 않았고와 상관없이. 이런 식으로 그러니까 실제로 생각을 하고 움직일 수 있게끔 계속해서 저는 서포트를 하는 역할이 가장 중요하지 않나 저한테는 이 정도 생각을 하고 있고 나중에 언제가 될지 모르겠어요. 이게 환경에 대한 문제도 언젠가는 우리가 얘기를 하겠죠. 그런데 그 얘기를 할 때 저는 이게 그 도덕적인 접근이 아니었으면 좋겠어요. 그 도덕적인 접근이 아니고 실제로 이게 더 경제적이고 더 좋은 거라는 메시지가 전달이 될 수 있는 형태였으면 좋겠어요. 우리가 아주 도덕적인 회사라고 말하기는 어렵거든요. 단점도 있는 거니까 회사는. 이거는 여러 얘기에 적용할 수도 있겠죠. 그러니까 프리츠가 이야기하는 게 공동체의 형태인 건데 그거는 단순히 회사 내에서만 이루어지는 것들이 아니라 우리의 커피를 사용하고 있는 다른 카페나 혹은 우리가 커피를 구매하고 있는 어떤 농장이나 이런 것들을 모두 포괄하는 의미이기도 하단 말이에요. 예를 들면 우리가 산지에 간다 그러면은 더 좋은 커피를 찾는다 이렇게 생각을 할 수도 있겠지만 다른 얘기로는 인사하러 간다 이렇게 볼 수도 있다는 얘기죠. 그러니까 지속 가능성이라는 거는 이 사람들이 계속해서 그렇게 계속 일을 하고 나이가 조금씩 들고 돈을 벌고 우리가 망하지 않고 계속해서 간다. 그리고 내가 바리스타 일을 계속하고 싶다면 계속할 수 있다. 로스팅을 계속하고 싶다면 그건 역시 할 수 있다. 이런 메시지이기도 한 거죠. 저는 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
그 펠트 입장에서 지속 가능성은 어떻게 내릴 수도 있으시고 어떤 성공 케이스 혹은 어떤 프로젝트를 계획하고 계신지 말씀해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
저희는 일단은 그 환경적인 것과 매장에서 하는 것들 얘기 드리면은 사실 거창한 건 아니고 사소한 것들인데 이게 예를 들면은 제가 항상 농담처럼 하는 말이 있는데 에코백 만들지 않는 게 에코라고. 그래서 불필요한 사실 생산을 좀 줄이는 편이 진짜 환경을 생각하는 것이 아닌가. 불필요하게 너무 많은 것을 생산하는 것도 사실은 이제 환경에 그렇게 좋지 않다는 안 좋은 영향을 주고 있고, 그리고 그래서 불필요한 포장이나 그런 불필요한 것들을 만드는 거를 생산하는 것들을 좀 줄이자. 그리고 두 번째로 간단하게 또 예를 들 수 있는 거는 대체 우유 같은 거를 사실 사용하는 것도 그것도 환경적인 의미에 사실 종이컵을 줄이는 것보다 더 많은 탄소 배출량을 줄일 수 있는 게 사실 오트밀크나 아니면 소이밀크를 먹는 거라고 하더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분도 있고 그런 사소한 것들을 조금씩 변화를 해가면은 나중에는 점점 더 다른 것들까지도 할 수 있지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다.
감사합니다. 마지막으로 주연님이 몽스의 입장에서 말씀을 해주시면 감사할 것 같아요.
저희가 생각하는 지속 가능성, 아까 이제 그나 챔프님한테 프리츠가 생각하는 지속 가능성에 대한 질문을 해서 저도 한번 좀 생각을 해봤는데 크게 다르진 않을 것 같아요. 근데 저희가 계속 얘기하는 부분은 결국에는 그냥 커피를 매개로 하고 있는 우리 모든 주체들이 저희는 동반 성장할 수 있는 거, 동반 성장할 수 있는 방법들을 조금 찾아가고 그것들을 좀 쫓는 형태가 지속 가능성이라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 뭐 산지와의 다이렉트 트레이드도 지속적인 관계를 가져가면서 동반 성장할 수 있어야 되고, 그리고 이 씬에 있는 로스터와 바리스타들도 우리 무언가로 인해서 동반 성장을 할 수 있어야 되고, 우리를 또 사랑해 주시고 이용해 주시는 분들도 이 산지와 우리의 역할로 같이 성장할 수 있는, 또 더 좋은 커피를 소비할 수 있는 형태가 만들어져야 되는 게 저희가 생각하는 지속 가능성이라고 생각을 하는데요. 저희도 굉장히 많이 노력을 하려고 하는 편인데, 사실 무언가를 생산한다는 것 자체가 사실 친환경적이다라고 볼 수 없는 부분임은 틀림없는 것 같기는 해요. 그래서 저희도 어쨌든 먹고 살기 위해 생산을 하고 있고, 뭐 일회용 컵, 뭐 스트로, 뭐 플라스틱류를 최대한 줄여 나가는 방법들을 좀 많이 생각을 하고 있고, 저는 그런 부분들이 있는 것 같아요. 우리 아까도 앞에서 잠깐 얘기를 했지만, 결국 우리가 하고 있는 이 업의 가치를 올려줘야지만이 우리가 지속 가능할 수 있고, 산지, 그리고 소비자까지 동반 성장할 수 있다라고 생각을 하거든요. 그렇다 보니까 저희가 지금 계속해서 하고 있는 게 커피가 아닌 다른 씬과의 협업 활동들 또한 우리가 할 수 있는 이 가치를 올릴 수 있는 좀 활동들이라는 생각을 해요. 그래서 이 스페셜티 커피라는 문화, 커피를 소비하는 문화 자체가 좀 더 가치 있을 수 있는 다른 씬과의 협업 활동들도 저희의 뭐 성공 사례라고 할 수는 없지만 저희가 하고 있는 활동 중에 하나이고, 실제로 저희 패키지에 들어가져 있는 아트웍이라든지 다양한 아티스트들과 함께 협업을 하면서 그것들을 소비자에게는 좀 더 가치 있는 물건으로 다가가지고 우리 또한 그런 걸로 인해서 성장할 수 있는 하나의 씬이지 않나라는 생각이 들고, 그로 인해서 다시 한번 더 우리의 근무 환경이 좋아진다거나 이런 것들이 좀 같이 이어지는 것 같아요. 완벽할 수는 없는 것 같고 최대한 가까울 수 있게 계속해서 저희는 방법을 찾아가고 그것들을 좀 적용해보는 게 필요하다라고 얘기를 드리면서 마무리를 해보겠습니다.
훌륭했다. 좋은 마무리야.
오늘 시간 내주시고 이야기 나눠주셔가지고 너무너무 감사드리고, 간단하게 요약은 아니지만 이제 저의 의견을 조금 덧붙이자면, 사실 한국 시장이 시작점에 있기 때문에 사실은 다양한 방식으로 실험도 하고 계시고 프로젝트도 하고 계신 거라고 생각하거든요. 그래서 나눠주셨던 얘기도 특히나 로스터기 때문에 고민하는 방향이라서 사실 더 소중한 의견이었던 것 같고요. 그러니까 뭐 근무자의 환경이라던가 뭐 로스터이기 때문에 할 수 있는 역할들 있잖아요. 산업을 사이즈를 더 키우기 위해서 하시고 계신 노력들, 그런 게 전부 다 정말 소중하고 가치 있는 일이라고 들기 때문에 특히나 이게 그런 일을 계속해서 고민해 주시고 해주고 계셔서 또 감사드린다는 말씀과 함께 그러면 이 대화를 이렇게 마무리 짓는 걸로 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, global coffee family. My name is Joshua Jagelman. Normally I would be greeting you from the border of China and Myanmar, but today I'm greeting you from the border of Thailand and Laos. I come from a German Australian family, but have spent most of my life in China. Lived all over the world, but the majority of that time has been spent in China. I work for a specialty coffee exporter in China called Yunnan Coffee Traders, where I am the managing director. But the titles that are most important to me in life are the titles of husband and father. I have 7 amazing kids who I have dragged all over the globe. They've turned out all right, most of them, and one amazing wife. Her name is Alexandra. As for my credentials, I have a formal background in education, linguistics, business management, and finance. I'm also a Q grader. Actually, I think I'm a lapsed Q grader now. Haven't checked for a while. So as we look at our journey today in China as an emerging origin for specialty coffee, I want to share some of the things that worked for us, probably some of the things that didn't as well. But the main thing I kind of want to message I want to communicate is that each of us live in really distinct contexts. You know, they have their own nuances, and I think the most important thing for each of us is just to understand the context that we work in, and adjust and align ourselves to those contexts so we can make a difference for good. Coffee in China, research began back in the 1950s, and commercial production started in the 80s. Partnership with the World Bank, UNDP, and the Chinese government, and Nestle was one of the early movers and shakers, and still are to this day. Most coffee in China is produced in Yunnan province and Hainan. Yunnan's Arabica, Hainan is mainly Robusta. But in terms of actual production, like I think 98% of coffee comes out of Yunnan, just a small percentage out of Hainan there. Yunnan average temperatures 20 to 27 degrees. The frost line there is about 1,700 meters or so. What else have I got here? Varieties. Most coffee, when I say most, like probably 99% of coffee in China is Catamore. There's a lot of SL28. But in the last few years, we've seen the emergence of a whole lot of new varieties: Pacamara, Bourbon, Typica, Geisha. Domestic production, it's been pretty flat for the last 5 years. A bit of a spike in 2018, 2019, but for the most part, it's sitting around about 2.2 million bags a year. Which domestic consumption, however, there's been quite a significant increase in domestic consumption at about, I think we're at about 3.3 million bags now. Of that consumption, the majority of it is still instant coffee. So export volumes, as China increases as a consuming nation as well, a lot of the domestic production is being sold domestically. Export for this year or last year, I think, was around about 1.2 million bags. Coffee scores, when we started back in 2012 or so, we were seeing a lot of really kind of like premium coffees, 79, 80, 81. And now I think a lot of those same coffees are cupping at 81, 82, a little bit higher. So there's been overall increase in just the staple washed coffees coming out. And then for the natural programs, we've seen a real increase there. I think they started at around 83, 84. And now we're consistently seeing natural programs delivering at about 85, 86, 87. And then in terms of kind of the coffee importers who started early here with China Specialty, Indochina out of the UK is probably the main importer of the specialty program here. They're in the UK primarily, in the Europe, and I think this year they're launching in the US as well. So those are some of the players, movers, shakers, and just some of the numbers from the domestic market. Now that we've looked at those quantitative numbers, I really look forward to diving into some of the less tangible things, like I mentioned before. The first one is I want to look at is just discuss our experience of coming into a commodity environment and what it was like to try to step into an environment where there's deeply held beliefs and entrenched values and just ways of doing things that weren't just different, but actually contrary to some of the ways that we wanted to do things with specialty coffee. So I think probably the most obvious value conflict there was what how money is made. So for harvesters of commodity coffee, it really is just volume. Like as much coffee as they can pick, that's they're going to make more money that way. Whereas in specialty coffee, it really is more about ripeness. I mean, if the quality is compromised there, it cannot be made up later down the line. The roaster can't roast quality back into the cup, and the brewer can't brew quality back into the cup. So in specialty coffee, it's really important that we're getting things right at the beginning. And so, this gap we found early on of people committing to doing things differently and actually seeing that change, that was really hard. The first, I guess, obvious thing that we tried was training. where we would gather the harvesters together and the wet mill managers and say, hey, you know, we used to do things like this, and now we'd like you to do things like that for these reasons. And it was really just a transfer of knowledge. And surprisingly, this didn't change behavior at all. It's knowledge plus attitudes that actually leads to a change in behavior. So it's not to say that training isn't important and we shouldn't do trainings, but in and of itself, it actually wasn't very effective. High-tech solutions, early on we tried, we installed laser color sorters at the wet mill, and this made an immediate impact on the quality of the coffee, especially the naturals program, which was great, but ironically, it actually further entrenched the problem of people picking unripe cherries, because they were like, well, you got this machine now, we just throw everything in and all the good stuff will come out. Who cares what we pick? Then we tried some low-tech stuff. I think it was Sustainable Harvest in some of the African producing nations they work in, had these little bracelets, these little color bracelets, and the color of the bracelet matched the color of the ripe cherry. And the idea being that the picker would wear the bracelet, they'd stick their hand into the coffee, match it, and put and harvest those, and take off those cherries. So they were novel. They were really effective for our volunteers. So, you know, volunteers would come and work on the farms, and they would wear those bracelets, and the coffees they picked were amazing. But they were volunteers, and they would pick maybe 20 or 30 kilos and then move on. So another, I think, kind of more obvious approach would be like the financial incentives, financially incentivizing people to pick better coffee. Sounds simple, but really, when you consider that coffee is you know, kind of market driven, when the market's really low and we say, hey, we're going to pay a premium for you to pick ripe coffee, it worked. And we got some pretty good results in the years when the market was really low. But when the market picked up, like a year like this year, it's just so high, the cherry price is so high. If we were to pay a premium on top of that cherry price, which is already so high, we would go out of business. So I think where we've had the most success is in what I would call felt needs, where we would actually get to know the harvesters just in their own personal context, in their villages and their families and their homes, and say, hey, what's important to you? What matters to you? And one of the things that came up was how fertilizer affected cash flow. I think traditionally some of the larger companies had used fertilizer as a way to control volume. So basically saying, hey, you don't have to buy the fertilizer, we'll give it to you. You don't have to spend cash on that. However, all your coffees must come to us at the market price. And it was a control mechanism, which I think makes sense, but ultimately it's still not what's best for the picker and the villagers. But they did say, hey, having that fertilizer is really helpful because number one, we don't have to use our own cash, and number two, you know, we sprinkle a bit on some of our own crops as well. So we started to do that. So yeah, just the idea of felt needs, finding out what actually matters to the people that we're trying to incentivize, and trying to create those, give them what they want. And then I think that the last one, which we've also had a lot of success with, is what I would just call a clean slate, where we've brought in harvesters who are out of the region and even out of the industry, so they didn't have any of this kind of background knowledge or tradition that was keeping them doing things a certain way. They were like, okay, here I am, I'm here to work, what do you want me to do? We would say, well, we want you to pick cherries that are this color. If you do, we'll pay you X amount for them. If you come back with other cherries, we pay a different price for those. And so they were like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, we'll do that. And they did. The problem there is that when you bring in outside labor, you're taking away jobs from locals, which again, we just don't, that's not something that we wanted to do long term. I think the overwhelming kind of message here is that there isn't just one approach. Multiple approaches are needed. Sometimes the approaches need to change over time. We can do something one season, not the next, and then bring it back for the next season. And just really, like I think I mentioned before, it's so much of this, getting this right, is about understanding our context, understanding the needs of the people that we work with, and being willing to adjust, being willing to change, being willing to listen. That's where it's at. So have we solved the problem of picking ripe cherries? No, we have not. Has it improved? Absolutely, but we've still got a ways to go. The final thing I wanted to add on this point was, after a few years of trying to source good coffees and work with the people producing the coffees to change some of the practices for the specialty programs, we we got to the place where we realized maybe we just need to demonstrate this. Maybe we just need to do it ourselves. And so that's actually when we started to acquire our own farms. And the idea was that we wanted to shift the conversation from us saying, let me tell you what to do, to our neighbors and farmers, local farmers coming to us and saying, hey, would you show me how to do this? And so we're just changing the locus of initiative. Rather than the initiative coming from us, it began to come from the farmers themselves. So on our own farms, we did exactly what we were wanting them to do. And we tried to really enforce the idea that quality, quality starts with the cherry. And if we get that wrong, it's really hard to get, that can't be made up. And then also quality is something that is not just a cup score. Quality is about something that can be done consistently. So the protocols are important. Quality is about something that can be done at scale. So understanding the factors that lead to that quality are important because they need to be adjusted as we begin to go to scale. So we worked really hard to shift the idea of value from weight to the idea of value being quality, and quality was defined as cup score, repeatability, and scalability on our own farms. And we did really well with that. And then of course, because we were getting these really great contracts and attracting a lot of global interest because of that, then it did go that way. Farmers began to come to us and say, "Hey, could we come and process with you this year?" The next thing I wanted to touch on was these ideas of fear and hope. Coming into a nascent industry, there's lots to be excited about. There's also lots to be afraid of, lots to be concerned about. And we just saw a moment ago just how stepping into a commercial. Historically historically production environment meant there was this attitude of, well, this is just how it's done. This is how we do things. And it didn't matter what we said, that those behaviors weren't really going to change. But then, wanting to inspire people to say, actually take a risk, not just the obstacle of tradition, but the obstacle of fear as well. And then how hope or inspiration played out in that environment. I guess some of the very reasonable questions that the farmers would ask when we spoke to them was, well, what if this fails? What will happen to the coffee then? Or what if nobody likes my coffee? Or what if I make all this investment and people like the coffee, but I just can't make the money back? These are really fair questions for producers to ask. So a couple of things that we did early on to try to engage these concerns, these fears, was we introduced, one of the earliest contracts we introduced was an underwritten contract. So it was actually a roaster, Pablo and Rusty's in Australia, agreed that they would underwrite 20 tons of specialty coffee. I think it was the first full container of specialty coffee to be exported out of China way back in 2013 maybe. There had been specialty programs before that, but everything at a kind of lower scale. And so farmer came with their concerns, but what if? And then the roaster was able to say, as long as these particular protocols are followed, I will promise to buy the coffee. And they did do that. So from the farmer's side, a lot of that risk was taken out. They were going to get paid for that coffee, even if it didn't work out. However, they did need to follow protocols to really... and then the other thing we did to try to combat fear was to say, well, what's the opposite of fear? The opposite of fear is courage, or what helps people overcome their fears. It's a dream, or it's a vision, or it's inspiration. What? It's a risk, but it's worth taking the risk for these reasons. And so there were two things that I think we leaned upon to try to inspire local people to take a risk or to take a chance with specialty. The idea of made in China, it was not, that was an insult, back in the day. The German manufactured stuff, das ist gut. It was great, but if it was made in China, it was not so great. And so we wanted to explore this idea of coffee made in China. It could be a badge of honor. When people say, "Where's that coffee from?" Oh, it's made in China. That would be a badge of honor. That could be that the Chinese coffee industry could own. And then from a purely company level, we really rallied around the idea of the Catamore being able to produce great coffee. Traditionally the Catamore has just been seen as a commercial variety, good volumes, good resistance to bugs, and disease, and just a, not a lot of quality, but a good solid performer, and to say, well, wait a minute, what if we started to treat the catamount with some respect? What if we started to process it differently and just give it the same treatment that we would give any kind of specialty varietal? What would happen? And lo and behold, when we started to treat the catamount with a specialty mindset, lo and behold, we started to get specialty results. And so, yeah, just tried to help them to rally around the idea that catamount can produce great coffee, and rally around the idea that made in China can be a badge of honor for the coffee industry. Third thing I want to look at is the empowering producers as decision makers. And it sounds pretty good, pretty easy to say. What does that, what does that look like, and what does that mean in practice? Look, before we talked about, in order to change behavior, you really have to tackle things at a value level, at a core beliefs level. I remember as a kid, smoking was cool. We all smoked because it was cool. And then the government came along and did these advertising campaigns that showed these horrific images of people with lung cancer and throat cancer and mouth cancer. And you'd think that would be a deterrent, but it really wasn't. We kept smoking because the value of looking cool was more important than the value of being healthy back then. And so, that's just been a good lesson for me across my career and in any situation really, that if we want to see change in our own lives, or want to see change in a community, or even in an industry, values have to change, people's beliefs have to change, and working together on our core beliefs and our values, that's pretty tough. That's a tough conversation, especially when there's a lot of hatred and a lot of meanness in the world. But we knew that's, so for us in China, we knew we had to really tap these core values if we were going to see change, and if we weren't just going to try to enforce our values on top of what was already there, but actually have the local producers say, yeah, we get this, we believe in this, we want to do this, to get real ownership and real agency for them at that level. That was important. The agency just means that you have the power to make a decision and affect your own destiny. So just trying to work with farmers in a way that they felt like, hey, I'm not just taking on your decision, but I'm going to make some decisions, and I'll be able to affect my own farm, my own production, my own destiny. And agency brings with it a real. It's kind of subtle, but it's there. Where you have agency, where you find agency, you'll find dignity and you'll find hope. And it's a little bit cheesy to say this, but I really believe it. And that is, where there is dignity and hope, anything's possible. And so, on the one hand, it kind of looked impossible that we could ever really get a great specialty program happening, in the context of this commodity environment. But actually, as farmers began to feel they were being treated with dignity, and as we began to see kind of hope around, hey, what if we did something really great with catamount? Hey, what if Made in China became this badge of honor? Anything was possible, and we started to see some really great coffees being produced and some really great partnerships being formed. So as we finish off this pre-recorded part of the time today, I want to finish with this idea of embracing humility and embracing courage when we're introducing new ideas and re-examining values. When you think about going into a new place that is a historically commodity-driven, commodity values, commodity tradition, and saying, hey, let's produce specialty coffee consistently at scale. On the one hand, that was just completely overwhelming. And so in order to face that, we needed courage, new language, new culture, new biases, new taboos, new financing challenges. Like, there was all these obstacles where it's like, well, we need courage. So I think courage is kind of an obvious thing that comes up when you think about going into a new environment or a challenging environment. But something that's maybe not so obvious is humility. And just not just going in with an attitude to conquer, but actually going in with an attitude to learn, to listen, to observe, to own our mistakes, to be slow. Those things I don't think come that naturally to go-getters or certain kinds of entrepreneurs. And so, that was just something that we had to take a step back and say, yes, we need courage. Yes, we need to go hard after this. Yes, we need to fight for this. But on the other hand, to say we need humility. We need to listen. We need to We need to be willing to go about things in a way that maybe doesn't come naturally to us. We need to be willing to change our mindset. We need to be willing to respect the local culture in a way that maybe doesn't feel comfortable all the time. That was really important. And so, as I started the session today by saying, today wasn't about telling you guys what you should or shouldn't do. What we did was really specific to our context. Really what I was hoping to do is inspire each of us to re-examine our own context and find what's going to work best for us where we are. But I do think some of those kind of universal principles that help us to do well wherever we are in our own context is having courage to challenge the obstacles, but also having humility to be able to work well with people, to work well with ourselves, to work well with the industry. Both of those things are really, really important. So thanks so much for listening, for dialing in today. I look forward to meeting you guys on the panel in a few moments' time.
Hello everyone, my name is Komal Sable. I'm a coffee producer from India and I run South India Coffee Company, a direct trade house of Indian specialty coffee. Our family has been producing coffee for the past 5 generations. And in these last 4 years, me and my husband have been taking care of the plantation. These last 4 years, we have seen change in weather patterns which has made us adapt to different ways of post-harvest processing and drying. As a coffee producer, we face several challenges like labor shortage, pests and diseases, fluctuating coffee prices, and uncertain weather conditions. Today, I will be talking about how we adapted to challenging weather conditions during post-harvest processing. Typically in India, we process washed coffees, although here at SICC, we produce mainly naturals and honey sun-dried coffees. As a producer, we rely on a dry harvest season, something that most countries would take for granted. But this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. In the last few years, sudden heavy rainfall during harvest season seems to be a common occurrence in India. Our region in Coorg, Karnataka usually records around 55 to 65 inches of rain, although this year our estate recorded 100 inches of rain. So as I mentioned, in these challenging weather conditions, we have to think of innovative solutions to process and dry our coffees. Conventionally, there are two types of drying techniques used for coffee processing. One is sun drying and the second is mechanical drying. We have explored alternative low-cost sun drying solutions that not only make coping with the weather conditions easier, but ultimately lead to a better cup. We have iteratively improved on our drying process. So let me tell you what we did over the last 4 years. The first year, being at the farm, we used our existing drying method, which was mats on the patios. The issue with the mats was that they were not breathable, and the high temperature and sudden rainfall caused condensation, which led to fungal formation on the coffees, especially the naturals. So the next year, we got quick draining mats, which were breathable, but they still couldn't help keep the coffees dry during the torrential rains that we had, so they didn't work either. The third year, we explored the use of raised beds. We made a number of prototypes, and eventually we settled on recycled wood and steel as framework. We made the base with tea withering nets, and to support we used plastic pipes. This solved our breathability issue and overall increased our cup quality. But there was still some damage to the coffees with sudden heavy rain, especially the honeys. Some days we had to run and cover the drying yard with unexpected rainfall. So for this year, we decided we wanted to cover the entire drying yard. This seemed like a daunting task at first. So in June, we started experimenting with polytunnels. Although there were pre-built solutions, they worked out to be very expensive. So we decided to in-house the construction as we wanted to build something cheap, quick, but still completely functional. Almost a minimum viable product, if you will. During the time, we were constructing a new warehouse and quarters for the workforce. And we saw the construction workers use these 12 mm TMT steel iron bars to support the concrete, which would easily bend. So we thought to ourselves, why not use these to achieve the parabolic curvature we needed for the polyhouses? And that is how we started to build our covered drying yards. We kept iterating on the design, and eventually it worked out at around $400 for a 750 square foot of each polytunnel. Here's the material cost and design of the polytunnel we built. You can also find these details on our social media channels. The idea to open source the design and cost is to help as many farmers as possible during these difficult times. Now, this was a quick and functional solution for us. Unluckily for us, up until November, we've had rains. So our earlier harvest, which was in September and October, took much longer to dry. However, there was barely any damage to the coffees. So we had solved the breathability issue with the raised beds. And now, with the covered drying, we were protecting our coffees from unpredicted weather. While we were ideating these polytunnels, we spoke to several people, and many of them told us that it wouldn't work because we may have condensation and we would end up baking the coffees. Yes, we did have condensation, some condensation in the polytunnels, but it wasn't as bad as expected. And of course, we didn't end up baking the coffees. In fact, we've had good results with this setup. We've seen consistent drying times. When we've had sunshine, we've seen consistent drying times. Our honeys are taking anywhere between 8 to 10 days to dry, and our naturals are taking anywhere between 12 to 14 days to dry. We've never seen such consistent drying ever before. Even when we had the raised beds in direct sunlight, there were some lots that took 12 to 25 days to dry. There was a lot that took 25 days because we had cloud coverage throughout the entire week. So essentially, we are not completely reliant on the direct sunlight. This has also helped us improve our coffees considerably. This year, our coffees are cupping much higher than they have ever before. We're now working with small farms to help process their coffees and market them. I believe that even though with the challenging weather conditions, we can find quick, cheap, and functional solutions to produce good quality coffee. Our mission here at SICC is to create a sustainable and transparent supply chain for Indian coffee by setting up economically viable coffee processing centers for small growers and give them consistent prices year on year, irrespective of the commodity market, so we can ensure them a sustainable livelihood. Second, we want to create knowledge sharing hubs for viable modern processing techniques and farming techniques. And third, we want to create appreciation and awareness for high quality Indian coffee. We are very excited for this new harvest with all the amazing partners we are working with, both roasters and farmers. We're currently selling our coffees in the UK, Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, and we are always looking for new partners to work with. Do let me know if you have any questions, and I'm happy to take them now. Follow us on Instagram. Our handle is South India Coffee Co, and I look forward to connecting with all of you here. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Kar-Yee Cheung and I'm one of the co-founders of Cast Organics, a green bean supplier working directly with the coffee farmers in the remote mountainous region of Letifoho in Timor-Leste. For those of you that might not know, Timor-Leste or East Timor is the world's second youngest country and is situated in Southeast Asia, about 1 hour north of Darwin, Australia. In 2017, whilst my partner and fellow co-founder Stuart was working in a previous role there, a friend of ours invited us to go and visit some of the remote farming communities in Letifoho. Having visited there, we quickly fell in love with the incredible scenery, the beautiful people, and the delicious coffee. Having met with some of the farmers and listened to what they had to say about their coffee, we decided to send some samples to the UK roasters for some feedback. Generally, the feedback was positive, however, some did make some suggestions on how to make some improvements to maximise the potential and to increase the coffee's appeal within the speciality sector. After this, Cast Organics was born with the intention of working closely together with our partner farmers to elevate the quality of their coffee through establishing better processing facilities and methods. In doing so, it was and continues to be our intention to maximise the farmers' earning potential through our commitment to pay a higher price reflective of their speciality coffee. So, going back to 2018, the question we now had to ask ourselves was how were we going to elevate coffee quality? We carried out some research and spoke with some other coffee companies, and it was evident that the most immediate and effective way of doing this would be through the construction of a community wet mill where everything would be centralized and allow for easier monitoring and greater consistency throughout all stages of the process. We sat down with our lead farmer, Francisco de Deus of the Rotutu Cooperative, to discuss what needed to be done. As fully washed coffee is the most commonly used processing method in Timor-Leste, we needed to ensure that there was a consistent supply of clean water to the processing facility. Once a final decision had been made on the location of the site, we laid 900 meters of piping from the water source to the site and constructed a large water tank. A storage warehouse was also built so that the parchment could be stored and rested in a cool environment prior to being taken to the city where it would be dry hulled. By making this warehouse available to all the farmers, this would enable us to ensure that the parchment is stored under the right conditions and allowed for regular QC checks to be carried out more easily. Then lastly, we began to construct the processing facility itself. Our commitment is to always offer employment where possible, and so again we recruited experienced members from the local community to design and build the wet mill. From start to finish, this process took 2 months and was fully operational in time for the start of the harvest. Of course, there were challenges along the way. In particular, Timor-Leste's severely damaged roads, which lead into the remote areas such as Letifoho, were sometimes hazardous, and so meant that the transportation of the materials which needed to be sourced from the city was sometimes a slow and complicated process. We were, however, delighted with the end results. We would now like to show you a short video of our processing facility in action. So, the big question, did it work? Were we able to elevate the quality of the coffee? In short, yes. Through the establishment of centralized processing, we were able to elevate the quality of the coffee from the Rotutu group to around 85 points. Not bad considering that back in 2017 when we first sent samples, we were getting cupping scores of around 82. It is our hope that as Cast Organics grows, that we are able to replicate this model with the other groups that we work with in Leti-Foho. However, until we're able to make this happen, we wanted the processing facility to be a place where other farmers can come and learn about specialty coffee processing in order to elevate the quality of their own coffee. So, for the past 2 years, we have run workshops with the other farmers at the processing facility where we have encouraged and promoted community sharing and learning. For example, during last year's harvest, we ran training sessions on the fermentation process and how pH meters are a useful tool to accompany traditional methods of knowing when the coffee is ready to be washed. Whilst more often than not, pH meters only support what the farmers already know, these are valuable opportunities where the farmers can come together and get a deeper understanding of the process. One of the most useful workshops that we ran focused on the importance of raised bed drying and the impact this has on the overall quality of the coffee itself. Through the use of locally sourced materials such as bamboo, building raised beds was a simple, effective and low-cost way of instantly elevating quality. We have found that cupping workshops are incredibly motivational, as prior to this, our farmers have never had the opportunity to see their coffee packaged as a final product, nor have they ever had the opportunity to taste their coffee which has been roasted for the specialty market. This has given our farmers a greater understanding of the coffee supply chain and their place within it, which has created a sense of pride and inclusivity, which can also serve as a means in which to ensure that the high standards being met will continue to be a common goal. So, from our experience, we have seen that a wet mill can not only elevate the quality of coffee through centralized processing, but can also be used as a community learning hub whereupon individual smallholder farmers can come together to develop their own ideas about how to elevate the quality of their own coffee. This is something we have seen from the groups whom we purchase parchment, as they have also increased their cupping scores to between 84 and 85 points. As well as it being a privilege to share our partner farmers' high quality specialty coffee in the UK and European markets, there is another very important benefit to elevating coffee quality in the context of Timor-Leste. We would like to introduce you to Manuel, a coffee farmer in Leti-Foho and a member of the Cast Organics team. Iha opportunidade to fan iminia cafe by company seloka. Vele fan cafe mian ka cafe kulit mutin, sin? Sin, and tan fallen different, sin? And tan fallen hira. Cafe kulit mian fallen hira ka.
Kulit mian ni ba 30 4 sen. Karena kami halal kulit mutin $1.50 sen. La qualidade.
Sì. Hanesan tinan ga.
Hanesan tinan na patin. La troca.
La aumenta. It's important to remember that for coffee farmers in Timor-Leste, nearly 100% of their annual income comes from the coffee harvest, which lasts between 10 to 12 weeks from June to August. For this reason, by elevating their coffee quality into the specialty category, it allows them to maximize their earning potential. As we heard from Manuel, a kilo of cherry would ordinarily earn 34 cents when sold to commercial companies, whereas in 2021, Manuel was able to sell his sorted ripe cherry to us for 46 cents, which is a 35% increase in earning potential. And for the groups whom we purchased parchment, we purchased for $2.90 per kilo as opposed to the $1.50 per kilo price offered from some commercial buyers. Whilst we know that the highest price doesn't always guarantee the best quality, in the context of Timor-Leste, a combination of engagement in education and training and a deserving price act as a motivational tool in which to elevate the coffee quality this exciting origin has to offer. We would like to thank our partner farmers for working so hard throughout the harvest, our partner roasters and fellow coffee lovers for the support over the past 3 years, and to those of you that have made it to the end, thank you so much for listening. We hope there's been something of interest for you. Thank you. Bye.
The biggest challenge is to recreate that silky smooth microfoam that these commercial machines can easily produce.
Hi everyone, welcome to this presentation. My name is Abhinav Khanal. I'm one of the co-founders and the executive director at Bean Voyage. Today I'm going to talk to you about why the coffee community should care about food sovereignty. And my presentation will dive a bit deeper into a project that Bean Voyage has been leading over the last couple of years, kind of at this height of COVID, and talk to you a little bit more about some of our learnings from this process so far. To get us started, I want to give you a quick introduction to what Bean Voyage is. Our mission is to ensure thriving income for smallholder women coffee farmers. And our big idea, the one that kind of really drives our model, is basically a bundle of services that we call Care Trade. And the Care Trade model consists of training, financing, market access, and mentorship for smallholder women farmers, primarily working with coffee farmers in Costa Rica and recently launched a new project in Mexico. The major outcome that we're working towards in all of our projects across different communities is looking at improved livelihood for smallholder women farmers and their families. And that can kind of mean income growth, which obviously is a key metric for us, but we're also looking at other metrics such as agency and ability to build their own businesses. The final piece that I want to talk about introducing Bean Voyage is our partners. And so we basically partner with smallholder women coffee farmers in Latin America. And throughout the year, we recruit them. On average, farmers that are part of Bean Voyage's program own less than 5 hectares of coffee farm, are usually considered a small-sized coffee farmer. Now, going into this context of why I'm talking to you about food sovereignty today, I want to take you all back to March 2020, where for smallholder coffee farmers and mostly for the women that we worked with, a regular year, even if it is a good year, there have been different kinds of disruptions, whether it's because of pricing, whether it's because of production as a result of climate change. But the disruption that this pandemic has brought to them created a real threat on their livelihood. One of our partner farmers that we worked with for many years talked about how they were losing up to 70% of their regular contracts as a result of COVID-19. In kind of the March 2020, April 2020 time, where a lot of coffee shops were closing and a lot of buyers were afraid of purchasing more coffee. And losing 70% of their contracts had a direct impact on their livelihood and obviously on their ability to support their families. A lot of the times the producers we work with are the sole breadwinners of their family, are the people that are really able to pay the bills and feed the family. And so this was quite an urgent situation that we faced in March 2020. Now, when we got this data in April, just a few weeks later, we surveyed a larger group of families. We worked with about 67 families, and we asked a series of questions. And one of the kind of biggest response, which was a big learning for us, was that almost 40%, so 39% of the families that had been part of our program, at this point, they had just joined the program, were facing food insecurity. And having heard from the communities that food baskets, consisting of various materials, rice, beans, a few other elements, would be a temporary kind of measure, a temporary relief for them, we launched a very simple platform on our website, which allowed for farmers, not just part of Bean Voyage, but across the sector, across the country, to apply for food baskets. Initially, we ran this for about 5 months, ran it through a crowdfunding campaign, which helped us sustain this program. Now, this is what the food basket consists of. And so we started by providing some basic food materials. So there's things that you would consider soup and pasta and beans, rice, canned tuna, chicken stock. But then we also provided a few other materials such as toilet paper, pads, soap, hygienic materials that would also be very important, and in terms of the timeliness of these products, also very important to provide, especially during a pandemic where people might be requiring more soap, for example, but as a result of limited income are not able to directly invest in that. So that was our kind of initial, might I say, urgent response to the pandemic. However, fast forward a year later, and then we did the 5-month program. Fast forward a year later, in April 2021, we started having conversations with some of the same farmers while talking to some of the new farmers that had joined our program. At this point, we were working with a bit over 500 farmers across Costa Rica. So we're getting quite a lot of data on the state of food security and seasonal hunger. And then we started to understand that the problem of food insecurity among coffee growing families is not simply a one-off cause, that was created just by the pandemic. In many cases, it's something that has actually existed for a longer period. It's a chronic problem, and its root can be in a variety of issues, but it relates to climate change, it relates to the fluctuating food prices, it relates to monocropping, and of course, with natural disasters that happen often in many communities. So as we were collecting some of this data, we started realizing that the question that we usually ask at Bean Voyage, which is, what keeps our farmers awake at night? That's the question we tend to ask to drive our programmatic decision and issue areas. All of a sudden had this one more topic that we needed to look at. And so till this point, Bean Voyage has done a ton of work around climate change adaptation. We've done a ton of work around market readiness for farmers to be able to sell their coffee. And we've done a little bit of work around kind of economic empowerment and focused on kind of finance and business growth. But we hadn't done much work on food security. And so this gave us the concrete data to be able to look at incorporating food insecurity as one of the key agenda items on our work. And so it invested a couple of months to further research and further design, think with our farmer partners, a program that would not only provide an instant relief, which the food basket did, but actually long-term relief and actually a sustainable solution. And so that's what led us to the Food Security Initiative, which we launched in August of 2021 in collaboration with the Coffee Institute of Costa Rica, the ICAFE, and with the Starbucks Foundation. The Food Security Initiative basically takes the program that we did in 2020 a step further and perhaps at a more sustainable, towards a more sustainable direction. It provides food baskets for a set period of time, providing that kind of temporary relief for families that might be facing food insecurity at the moment. And so that we are providing that immediate relief. However, we're adding on two different elements that become a crucial component for this program sustainability. Number one, we're providing training. And so through a series of training programs that we're offering for the same farmers, and we're doing this program for 100 families right now, by offering training on diversification techniques, we're basically providing resources and workshops for farmers that might be thinking about coffee as one of the crops that they have, and perhaps introducing other products that they can introduce to be able to diversify their income. So that's number one. We've also been providing business skills training, soft and hard skills, so that they can actually write formulate their own business plan so that they can apply for additional funding from the government or through other entities. So that's the first piece. The second piece is our finance. And so through a partnership with the Starbucks Foundation, we're able to provide micro grants, an average of about $150 per farmer, that they are then able to invest in a concrete project at a farm level. And so this could be setting up a beekeeping system at their farm level so they can generate revenue through that. It could be hen keeping, home gardening, a variety of ideas that producers come up from this program itself and are able to get the capital to actually invest in it. In many cases, this is not only creating an opportunity for them to start a diversified business, but in many cases, we're also looking at this as an opportunity for them to perhaps grow some of the nutrition that they are otherwise unable to purchase because it's simply too expensive or unavailable where they are. So that's the new program that we have initiated. And just to kind of give you a quick sense of where we have worked, here are some of the areas of Costa Rica that we've been working in. Kind of going into further details, a majority of our farmers in Costa Rica come from the Brunca region, further south in the country. And then the second large majority comes from the Tarasu region of Los Santos. We've also been working with some families in the Central Valley around San Jose, some families in the West Valley, some families in Tres Rios, Orosi, and of course also Turi Alba. So these are the main regions where we've been focusing and providing our support with a vision to further grow this program over the next couple of years, so that it can be a sustainable source of not only the food baskets which can be provided at times where seasonal hunger is being faced by farmers, but also receiving additional training and kind of capacity to be able to build diversified businesses as well. A couple of kind of quick key impact metrics that I want to share here. Till date, we've provided a little bit over 2,400 kilograms of food baskets to families, a little bit over 600 liters of milk, and more than 500 kilograms of hygiene products. We've been really lucky to support over 100 families and roughly over 480 individuals who are receiving direct support through this program. As part of the training, and that was something that we were slightly worried about because of COVID, we haven't been able to do trainings in person. And so we've been offering trainings virtually using WhatsApp and Zoom to provide some of our materials. And we were definitely worried about the retention and attendance rate. So far, 75% is an average of participants that are attending all of the training sessions. And we have all of the producers have attended most of the training sessions, either kind of live on the Zoom or through our platform that we've created for them to be able to continue learning, even if they weren't able to attend the live sessions. Finally, we're in the process of awarding $15,000 in micro grants to the group of farmers. So 100 households will be applying for this $15,000 in these micro grants to be able to invest in a specific project at a farm level. A couple of key data points that came up during this process, during this work process that I want to share here. Two things that I want to talk about. The first one is the impact of COVID-19 on the income of our farmers. And so there's kind of two data points that are interesting in this graph here. The first one, as you can see on your bottom right side, you can see that for about 40%, so 37.3% of our farmers have seen a decrease of their income by more than 50%. And that's a significant cut from your income, especially in a time like COVID when expenses are actually going up and we're seeing inflation all around the world. Now there's another group, which is about 45%, have seen it decrease by less than 50%. And so they have seen a major decrease in income, but not as much as the other group. And then we have a smaller percentage, a little bit over, a little bit less than 20%, that have seen that their income have stayed the same, which has been really lucky and wonderful to hear as well. So this is one data point that we wanted to share to really talk about the impact of a pandemic like COVID in exacerbating some of these challenges that farmers have been facing for a while in the future. Now, the second data, which I think is perhaps a more interesting data and part of this conversation that I wanted to have with this presentation, is expenditure on food since COVID-19. And so about 25% of the farmers are saying that their expenditure in food has remained the same. About 46.5% of the farmers are saying that they're spending less than half of pre-COVID food expenditure. So their spending on food has significantly dropped. And then there's about 25.4% that are actually spending more than half of pre-COVID food expenditure, but less than the full amount. And so there's a kind of a middle ground. And so you're seeing this 46.5% figure, which tells you almost half of the farmers that are part of our program that are currently part of this program have seen such significant fall in their ability to actually purchase food, whereas their household participants have stayed the same, if not increased over the last few years. And so you're seeing a situation where farmers are put in a place where seasonal hunger, which would happen maybe for a couple of months, during the seasons where the income generation is lower, now all of a sudden the same people are having to face hunger pretty much throughout the year. And that, I think, is one of the most stark data points that has caused for us at Bean Voyage to think a bit more about what it means to provide a sustainable program and a sustainable supply chain for smallholder coffee farmers, especially for smallholder women coffee farmers that we work with. And we hope to, over the next few years, dive deeper into this and create programs that really look at it from different angles, from a supply chain angle, from a market perspective, from a gender perspective, and many more. A couple of topics that we've really been covering, and this was interesting for us because it was quite informed by the data that we received. We did extensive baseline surveys with our farmers to really understand what were some of these gaps, right? So there's that big figure of the fact that almost half of our farmers are buying less than half of what they were buying pre-COVID. That's the really big data. But we've also collected other data on topics that they would like to learn a bit more about, or businesses that they would have wanted to start, but perhaps didn't have the right capacity or the resources to do so. And so a few topics that came up, which we divided into hard skills and soft skill workshops. Basically, in hard skills, there were topics such as beekeeping, hen keeping, home gardening, and bio input in coffee farms. Whereas in soft skills, producers were interested in learning more about empowerment and personal branding, personal finance, how to start a project, financing a project, innovation, and network management. So all of these topics were within the kind of scope of materials that Bean Voyage was able to provide in collaboration with a variety of trainers that kind of granted their time and talent to basically make this a very successful training program. These are just some photos from some of the workshops. We've organized very few in-person sessions as a result of COVID-19. And so a lot of the sessions, as you can see, have been hosted online. And despite the fact that they've been online, we've been very lucky to see really, really amazing participation rate from our farmers and our partners in the program so far. In terms of the financing, basically at the end of this program, farmers are submitting, and they've already submitted the grants. They submitted short, very simple grants. We did not make this a very complicated process. One of the things we've realized is in times of crisis, the reduction of red tape is absolutely crucial to make this a smooth process for our farmers. And so we basically created a simple canvas, which is really kind of inspired by the lean canvas that many of you are probably familiar with. And so we created a simple canvas where our farmers were able to write in very short answers to questions around what their project is, what the design of the project is, how much the budget costs, so that it gives a review committee that is formed with a few members of the team from Bean Voyage, from eCafe and the Starbucks Foundation. And together they've reviewed the proposals to basically grant, on average, about $150 for each farmer to implement their own project. Over the next few months, our team will be monitoring the projects and will be providing follow-on support to the farmers to be able to see a successful implementation in the coming year. With that, I would like to kind of share a couple of pictures that our team has taken, and would like to generously or thank our generous sponsors, the Starbucks Foundation, the eCafe team, and the entire community of eCafe that has continued to support us with knowledge materials, the Western Union team, which has been supporting us with the training materials on some of the soft skills as well. In addition, we would like to thank some of these following organizations, including the Pollen Keepers, Huerta Donde Sea, Ecogranjas San Lucas, Professor Oscar Chavaria, who's an entrepreneurship specialist, and Johnny Castro Perez, who's a bio inputs specialist, all of whom have put forward a huge amount of support and provided a great deal of support for this program to be successful. With that, I would like to wrap up this presentation, and thank you very much for being part of this, and look forward to answering some of your questions in the live conversation. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Hi there, I am Dr. Fabiana Carvalho, a neuroscientist here in Brazil. And today we'll be talking about multisensory flavor perception. And as the title of this short talk, I chose, is it the coffee or is it the cup? Since our coffee drinking experience goes beyond the product itself, it goes beyond the coffee, right? Okay, so when we think about flavor is actually a construct. So our brains integrate the information coming from our external senses. So the information coming from vision, audition, the tactile information, gustatory information, and also olfaction. All this information is actually integrated by our brains. And then we have the experience of flavor. Okay, so we can divide, so to speak, the senses in two groups. We can call the primary flavor senses consumatory senses. So those senses are stimulated once the food or the drink is already in the mouth. So the act of actual consumption, okay? And then we have gustation. We have what we call somatosensory, oral somatosensory information. That's the oral tactile information responsible for mouthfeel. And we have retronasal olfaction. And we have the auditory consumption sounds as well. So those are the consumatory senses. On the other hand, we have what we call anticipatory senses. The anticipatory senses are stimulated before the food or drink is placed in the mouth. So they help building up our expectations to what is about to come, right? And then we have the senses of vision. We have the orthonasal olfaction, informing the brain about aromas. We have audition, so audition that's not really related to the food itself, during consumption, I mean. And we also have the haptic cues. The haptic information is actually any tactile information felt by the hands. Okay, so we can divide the flavor senses into consumatory senses and anticipatory senses. When these senses, when the information from these senses is integrated by our brains, the brain will follow a rule, so to speak, that's called cross-modal correspondences. So cross-modality is a phenomenon, okay, in which an attribute from one sensory modality, let's say color, can influence the perception of an attribute from a unrelated, maybe, attribute from another sensory modality, let's say taste. So we can have a color affecting the processing or the perception of an attribute that is in another sense, so taste. So a certain color changing how we perceive a certain taste, okay? And regarding cross-modality, so we can say that we have this cross-modal bias. We get biased, so a attribute from one sense can bias the way we perceive an attribute from another sense. And actually we can have this happening in two ways, okay? What we call sub-additive and what we call super-additive. The sub-additive type is when those two attributes actually, they do not match. So something is presented to us, like the example I give here in the slide. So we have a pink, kind of a milk drink, and it's actually bitter. So when we drink that, it's bitter. So what happens there? There is a break of expectation due to this mismatch of these two attributes, color and taste, okay? When we see something light pink, we do not expect that to be bitter, right? So in this case, the product promised something and delivered something else. So there is this mismatch and there is this break of expectation. Usually consumers do not like when there is no fluency, when our expectations are actually broken by this I promised something and I delivered something else. On the other hand, we have this super additive mode of cross-modal correspondences, and it happens when there is an expectation and the perception actually matches the expectation that was triggered by an attribute, in this case color. So we have this pinkish, light pinkish drink, and it's actually sweet. So our expectations are fulfilled. And when it happens, the whole consumption experience is more pleasant. So consumers like experiences that are super additive, that are fluent for them, okay? And regarding this matching, one attribute matching an attribute from another sense, we can divide them into intrinsic and extrinsic product cues, okay? So when we talk about intrinsic product cues, we are talking about sources of information that physically belong to the product itself. So in this case, you're talking about a color of a product, just like the previous example. So it's the color of the beverage itself, okay? So it's light pink. In this case, I just swapped the color of a banana and a lime. So it will be, so the red belonging to the product itself and the purple belonging to the product itself. On the other hand, we have what we call product extrinsic sources of information. They are somehow associated to the product, but it's not part of what's going to be consumed. Okay, so here we are talking about servingware, we are talking about packaging, we are talking about any environmental sources of information. So where the product happens to be purchased or consumed. Okay, so they are all external sources of information, but they are somehow associated to the product itself. And what are the main cross-modal correspondences when we talk about sensory perception of food? Okay, so I'm going to talk about the sensory cross-modal correspondences because we have other types. We have semantic cross-modal correspondence, for instance, but today I'm going to talk about the sensory ones. Okay, so let's start with colors. So there are colors that are associated or matched to certain basic tastes. Okay, there are several studies showing that, and I'm going to present a review article that summarized several results from studies that have been conducted since the 80s. And we can see that they report that the colors red, orange, and pink are associated to the sweet taste. And we can see yellow and green, more on a light green shade, associated to sour. Then we have blue and white associated to salty. And then we have black, brown, and green, more of a dark shade, associated to bitter. Okay, and in addition to color, we also have the association between shape and taste. And it's interesting to mention that actually the first cross-modal effect ever described was the association between geometrical shapes and sounds. So this German psychologist presented two geometrical shapes to the participants in this test and asked them to name these two shapes. Okay, so if you were to call these shapes a name, which one would be bulba and which one would be kiki? And more than 95% of the participants called the spiky or more angular geometrical shape kiki, and they called the more round geometrical shape bulba. And they say that the kiki is a sharp sound, so it should be matched to a sharp shape. And on the other hand, bulba sounds round, so it should be matched to a round shape. Yeah, so this is an example of a cross-modal effect between vision and audition, so shape and sound. Okay, but it's called bulba-kiki effect. And this bulba-kiki effect, today we know that we can extend it. Okay, it goes beyond this shape and sound cross-modal correspondence. So these two shapes, kiki and bulba, they have been associated to basic taste too. Okay, so kiki has been associated to bitterness and sourness. Okay, whereas bulba has been associated to sweet, to the taste sweet. And I give examples of some experiments. The first one is the beetroot one. So the researchers, they chopped the beetroot in two ways, more angular shapes and rounder shapes. And the participants perceived the rounder beetroot as being sweeter, okay, when compared to the sharp-shaped one. And there are studies with chocolate showing that the more angular shape can trigger the expectation of bitterness, whereas the round shape can trigger the expectation of a sweet taste, okay? And there is this study with latte art. They drew on top of a cappuccino a kiki shaped latte art or a booba shaped latte art. And they reported that the participants perceived the kiki shape on top of the latte art as being more bitter. So the cappuccino with that type of latte art on top was perceived as being more bitter than the cappuccino with the rounder latte art on top. So what it has to do with specialty coffee or the cup in which we serve the specialty coffee? Well, these cross-modal correspondences or cross-modal associations, they have been reported to impact the expectation and also the actual flavor perception of several foods and several drinks, including specialty coffee. So I'm going to tell you the results of a few experiments we have done here in Brazil, testing the effect of the coffee cup on the expectation and perception of flavor, so several flavor attributes of specialty coffees. Okay, so let's get started with the color of the cup. So in this experiment we used 4 colors, okay, so 4 cup colors. The white one, that was my control cup. We also used a yellow cup, a green cup, and a pink cup, okay? With the yellow and the green, we were expecting to trigger the expectation of sourness in the coffee. So we hypothesized that we were going to see an increase of expectation of sourness. And the coffee that actually had this very vibrant sour note, acidic note, would be preferred, would be liked more when paired with these 2 cups. And we hypothesized that the light pink cup would trigger the expectation of sweetness. So the specialty coffee that have a very, very obvious sweet note, and it was like caramel, toffee kind of note, so dense and sweet. So this coffee would be preferred, would be liked more when paired to the pink cup, right? So this is it. We served 2 types, 2 coffee profiles in these 4 cups. So one coffee was a Kenyan one, so very vibrant acidic fruity notes. And the other coffee was a Brazilian coffee with very obvious, the acidity was very low and very, very obvious notes going to these sweet notes. So brown sugar, caramel, butter toffee, and all those dense and sweet notes. So what did we see? We saw that actually when the coffee was presented to the specialty coffee consumer during the experiment, and we are presenting the coffee using the light pink cup, we saw that the expectation of sweetness were higher. And we also saw that when we were presenting the coffee in the green cup, the expectations of sourness or acidity were higher, okay? Here in Brazil, actually the yellow cup worked for both, okay? So the yellow cup enhanced the expectations of both sweetness and acidity towards that coffee. Okay, here in Brazil we have several yellow sweet fruits, so it was nice to see that the results actually also depend of the culture. Okay, so we have a cultural effect as well on how people match colors and basic tastes. Okay, and this yellow here was an example. And regarding their perception, so after they actually drank the coffee served to them, they reported that they liked more the Brazilian coffee when served when tasted from the pink cup, and also when tasted from the yellow cup. So the two colors that actually triggered the expectation of sweetness. And they liked more the Kenyan coffee when the Kenyan coffee was served from the green and the yellow cup. So these two colors also enhanced their expectations towards acidity, and actually the coffee delivered that acidity, and the coffee was liked more in these two conditions. So moving on from the effect of cup shape on the coffee drinking experience, in this study here we tested the three shapes developed by Tim Wendable from Oslo. So the three shapes were the tulip shape, the open shape, and the split shape. And in this study here, we tested amateur consumers, but also professionals. And what we observed was that for both groups, the tulip shape enhanced the perception of aroma of the coffee. The split shape enhanced the perception of both sweetness and acidity in this coffee. Okay? But when we have a look at the liking results, we can see that despite the split cup had enhanced the perception of these two pleasant attributes of the coffee, sweetness and acidity, it was liked less, the coffee was liked less when tasted from the split cup. And when we had a look at the effect of expertise, so when we divided these two groups of participants, so the amateur consumers and the professionals, we saw that these low liking ratings come from the amateur consumers and not from the experts. And this is curious to think about. This study was conducted here in Brazil, and to be honest, this split cup is very modern. We can say like that, we can define like that. This split cup is very modern. It has a very modern design for Brazilian consumers maybe, because I could hear that. I could hear people saying, oh, but she is serving coffee on a plant vase. So it was like a flower pot. So people thought I was serving coffee in a flower pot. So what I did here, without having the intention to do so, was to add a sub-additive element, you know, because flower pots are for flowers. They are not the perfect or the suitable vessel for me to serve coffee. So there was a mismatch. So the perception was not fluent here, okay? So this might have affected the liking ratings. And the third study I would like to share with you was the study about the cup texture, okay? So for this study, we used two coffee cups. One was the tulip cup from Tim Wendable, and we have a smooth surface in the outside and also the inside. And the other cup we served using a Loveramics cup, and this cup is rough on the inside wall and also the outside wall. In this study here, we wanted to test the effect of a smooth surface versus a rough surface on the coffee flavor perception, okay? In this study, we also tested professionals and amateur consumers, okay? And these were the attributes we measured, okay? So we asked them to tell us or to rate the aroma intensity, how sweet the coffee were to them, how acidic this coffee were to them. And we also asked them to rate the quality of the body using a scale going from smooth to dry, rough, and the quality of the aftertaste or the afterfeel. Okay, so the mouthfeel that stays in our mouth after swallowing the coffee or spitting it out. And again, the scale goes from smooth to dry, rough. And we can see the results here, okay? Regarding the professionals, we can see that the rough cup enhanced a little bit the perception of acidity. And for the amateur consumers, the smooth cup enhanced a little bit the perception of sweetness. But if we look at the aftertaste results, we can see that for both groups, the professionals and the amateur consumers, the rough cup enhanced a lot the perception of roughness, of dryness in the aftertaste or afterfeel. So the aftertaste of the coffee actually was impaired by this roughness of the outer surface of the coffee cup. And what we see here is what we call sensation transfer, okay? When we hold something with our hands, that we call haptic sensation, okay? So we have the tactile sensation felt by the hands. That can be weight, that can be texture, in this case texture. So this rough haptic information triggers the expectation of that of something rough on my tongue, okay? And in this case of the rough surface of the cup, so we have the tactile sensation that's rough, and when we put the cup on the lips, we have the confirmation of the roughness on the lip. So what we do here is kind of putting a magnifying glass on the roughness that is in the coffee. Every coffee is a little bit dry, okay? We have sensory components in the coffee that makes it a little bit rough, a little bit dry, okay? But it can be masked. This can be easily masked by several other attributes that are also in the coffee cup. But when we put a magnifying glass on the roughness, we are going to perceive it, okay? So what is happening here, we are enhancing the perception of an attribute that is present in the coffee cup already, okay? But otherwise, it's not going really to be perceived as something really conspicuous in there. And it's very nice when we think about that applied, okay, to the coffee service. And I have the huge pleasure to work with two baristas competing in the baristas championships in their countries. The first one was Matt Winton back in 2018, when Matt created a multisensory routine, and I was very happy to contribute to the creation of this multisensory routine. So Matt thought about colors, textures and sounds to match the courses of service, and he won the Swedish Barista Championship in that year. And the other barista I was very happy to contribute was Daniele Ricci from Italy in 2020. So Daniele also developed a multisensory routine. So he paired sounds, texture and colors with his courses, and he won the championship as well. And it was a huge pleasure to contribute to both of them and really see how this cross-modal affects, how this multisensory aspect can actually affect how we perceive the flavor in coffee. So this is it, and I would like to finish by saying that adding value to a product includes creating an experience of consumption. Okay, it's not only about the intrinsic quality of the product itself, so the intrinsic quality of that coffee, but adding value, it's also about creating an experience of consumption. Okay, so we really have to think about that. As for wine, the specialty coffee industry should nurture from the academic research to really optimize and deliver a really engaging coffee drinking experience to the consumer. And that's it. Thank you.
I have to talk to how to communicate specialty coffee in the best way for Identity 2022. I have to start speaking English because my horrible English and okay. Hi guys and welcome to Identity 2022. I'm Valentina Palange. I came from Italy, the co-founder of Specialty Pal. Yes, what is Specialty Pal? It's a communication project and we talk about specialty coffee and lifestyle. We are in two. You see me and there is another person, the name is Luca Rinaldi, he's a photographer, he stays always behind the camera. I want to thank the Barista League for inviting me. I'm here to give you suggestions and tips about how to communicate specialty coffee in the best way. I hope to help you because you know it's like coffee, the social media world industry. There are many opinions, so this is my opinion. Let's start with the first tips and suggestion. Never take anything for granted. Never, because many kind of topic can be obvious for you, but it doesn't mean that can be obvious for other people. So when you start your business on social media, always ask to yourself which kind of audience is the best for me, which kind of topic I would like to talk about. The marketing positioning, it's very, very, very important to understand the way you have to take to get the best from social media. In my case, I start from the beginning. Coffee is the seed of a cherry because many people don't know anything about it. And the second tips that I want to give to you is to be always yourself and follow the trends, because now on Instagram, like TikTok, trends are very, very, very important. What I mean as trends, for example, a specific music on TikTok, the songs are super important and they are becoming important also on Instagram. Especially for 2022, there will be very important reels, videos, so use this kind of format and use like songs that get virals, or for example also voiceover, and but remember, always be yourself, because you have to put your personality. I think that personal branding in this time can be the key of your success. Always remember to be yourself, to be creative and play with your creativity. Don't be shy. For example, I create this character of grandma because, you know, in Italy there is a strong tradition about coffee and grandma is the one that that teach how to make coffee to the people, to the sons, to the daughters, to the nephews. And I start with the mocha pots. Grandma and tradition for me are, come si dice, mezzi. So I take something of the tradition, but I tell the innovation. The third tips that I give to you is to look outside your niche, okay? Look outside. Look at what for example, cosmetic industry are doing on social media. Or get inspired from other worlds, okay? Because you can bring what you learn into the coffee industry and make the difference. And remember, be always kind with your community, because community is the most important thing on social media. Without community, we are nothing, because if we speak, if we talk, if we get viral, if people following us, is because they love us and they trust in us, and they are the engine of our communication. So community is very important. Take care of it and be always kind, and always kind. Okay, sorry for my English, and I hope that this suggestion can be useful for you. If you have some question, you can ask to me. You can write me through DM on Specialty Pal on Instagram. It will be a pleasure to answer you. So have a nice day, and bye.
Churn it up, introduce some air, and you're going to be able to pour Rosetta, a Swan, a Tulip. Really, the sky is the limit.
Hi everyone, I'm Casey from Girls Who Grind Coffee. Thank you so much for having me today. It's such an honor to talk to you. So I love the idea of Beyond the Bag, because at Girls Who Grind Coffee, that's what we're all about. So I get asked a lot about how we find the producers that we work with and how we decide to buy certain coffees. So I thought I would take this opportunity to talk a little bit about that. So the coffee that I've chosen for you today is called Las Guerreras, which means warrior. It's produced by 3 women who live in Guerrero, which is a state in Mexico. So firstly, I met Ensembles. They are the organization who we have bought the coffee through. I attended a virtual origin trip of theirs that they did a little while back, and I was just immediately drawn to their ethics and their holistic approach to coffee. Laura from Ensembles, who I believe is speaking at the event today, hopefully you can check her out, she asked if we would be interested in buying this coffee produced by these 3 women, and obviously we were. So when I'm looking at buying a coffee, we have certain criteria. We don't just buy coffee based on cup profile alone. We aren't looking to just fill a menu in our offering. We want to actively support organizations, projects, and individuals who are actively working to break down barriers for women, and most importantly, provide them with the access to tools and education that they need to be able to empower themselves. So this coffee does just that. The 3 producers live in an area where the odds are against them. Crime is high, human trafficking is a sad reality, and in some of the villages, a high proportion of the male population leave to find work in the north. So this leaves women vulnerable and without many opportunities to make a living. So nearly 100% of the coffee produced in this area is bought by one single company at very low prices, as you can imagine. And because of the violence and crime in the area, not many businesses are willing to invest there. Ensemble wanted to change this, so they started a coffee project, and they're providing education and training to women in the area so they can produce quality coffee. They're actively breaking down barriers and trying to fix a very broken system that hasn't been working for a long time. We've recently received quite an emotional video from Rebecca, who is the daughter of Bernardina, one of the producers of this coffee. She wanted to tell us how proud she is of her mom, how this project has given her a bit of peace in her life, and now that she can see who is buying her coffee and how much we're enjoying it, she feels valued. And I think that's very important. So this coffee for me highlights the positive change that we need to see happen in our industry. It's organizations like Ensembles that we need to support because they're bringing value to people's lives. And I think it's so important to ask questions about where your coffee comes from because the value system does not work for so many people. So it's so important that we make informed decisions when we're buying our coffees. So I hope you enjoy this coffee as much as we do, and I hope you've learned a little bit. Thanks so much for watching. Bye.
Hi, I'm Emma and I'm an STA, AST and coffee consultant. I work with clients to support the start and the growth of their businesses.
And I'm Brook, a qualified interior designer. I support our clients by bringing their cafe visions to life. We work for Cafina Consulting, a seed to cup coffee training and consultancy company based in the UK.
And today we would like to show you some of the design and planning stages we go through for our cafe clients. Very often we will be approached by someone who has a vision or an idea, but they are not sure where to begin. Our job starts by helping them ensure that they have considered all aspects. Sometimes this means they change their mind about their idea once they realise how involved the project needs to be, or they shelve it whilst they go back and source additional funding. Or they may even go back to the drawing board about something like their location. For those that want to proceed, we start by helping them extract their concept. We work through their initial thoughts, which includes thinking about their location, their brand, their format, and their style.
And from a design perspective, I always start by asking for inspirational images, maybe some on-site photos or some images of branding that they've collected along the way. Thinking about what kind of style do they like? Have they already thought about their brand? If they aren't sure, I strip it back even further and start to identify what they really don't like, because then we can work out what to avoid. I often find it easier for people to tell me what they don't like rather than what they do. Another great place for people to start is Pinterest, because of them they can collect their different ideas and images, and this is also a platform I can help collaborate on. I also start to pull images from their Pinterest boards to bring together more cohesive design and branding style.
So whilst Brooke and the client are thinking about the initial design ideas, I get to work trying to understand what the function of the cafe will be. I'll ask questions such as whether or not they have thought about their coffee supplier already, or what kind of menu they want, etc. From that, I can start to understand what type of vibe they're going for. Is it a specialty cafe with a focus on the coffee menu? Or maybe it's a lunch destination with a full kitchen and chef? Or perhaps it's a grab and go concept, or something that needs to transition from day to night seamlessly. Once we start to understand all of this, Brooke then creates a mood board to present to the client, which we'd like to start by showing you.
So we're going to go through a few different mood boards that we've done for previous clients. So this first one was a former industrial warehouse in Belfast, which is really a nice project to work on. It had really high ceilings to make a dramatic statement, and the client wanted to maintain the heritage while warming up the large space with colour and texture. So you can see we've kept the textures quite basic in a way, almost sort of stripping it back, but then adding, you know, the leathers, the velvets, and then just those little design details. So they wanted to keep the exposed brick and maybe quite a raw finish on the bar. And then we also like to think about how maybe the menu could look and little touches like that. That's just all in the sort of initial stages. This is a project that is due to open any day now. So the client come to us with very strong ideas about what they wanted, which was amazing. They had an excellent eye for detail, which allowed me to create some really nice touches within the full design. We needed to contrast the Berlin-inspired industrial feel with luxurious fabrics, dark warm woods, to create a moody atmosphere, day or night. It was a 2-story multi-purpose space with different styles in the different areas, so the whole site needed to flow.
Okay, so after the mood board is agreed in principle, now bear in mind it is flexible at this stage and open to updates as the project develops, we start to look at spatial planning. If the client has already found the space, we can begin immediately. If they haven't, we often help them look at layouts before they commit to the lease or sale of a property. Some clients will come to us just for this part and not for the whole project. We try to be flexible and allow as many standalone services as we can, as not everyone needs help along the whole journey.
Spatial planning for me is a crucial part of the design process. To enable us to get the best use of space, I use a program called AutoCAD to work up a few different variations of layouts. We work to scale, which also helps because the client can usually see how many covers they're going to get in and if that fits with their business plan. And this I would usually do in conjunction with Emma so that we know that the flow of workspace actually works within the bar or, you know, kitchen area.
So here you can see we have 2 examples of layouts for a multi-use space. We created these for a client from the original plans they got from the landlord. We gave them several different proposals which they considered before they even signed the tenancy. This is a really great way to see potential and to work out the number of covers before you commit, like Brooke mentioned. It also allows us to really give them an understanding about just how much space you need in places like, behind the bar or in order for customers to be seated, because I think sometimes people don't understand just how much space they actually need to allow.
So this is an example of a lighting design we've done previously for a bar. It definitely has a lot going on and a lot of detail in it. So I colour coded the drawings and highlighted it to make it easier for the electrician on site. So these, just to give you a bit of an example, because you can't see it too much here, but they all have different numbers and letters on them, and that will be corresponding to a sheet that actually gives out as a part of the final design pack. So then if you drop down into the color coding, this then specifies what switches are going on. So to make sure that the electrician is wiring them correctly, and so that the client has the flexibility to zone different areas and to, you know, use dimmers to turn wall lights down, but the pendant lights up, for instance. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility, and you know exactly what you're getting. There's no sort of surprises. So I find it always helps to provide these highly detailed plans so the contractors are on site and they're happy ultimately.
Now, it's really essential to have these plans in place because they can be the difference between a client signing for a space or not. Also, a drawing pack will be needed for planning applications and for the contractor to cost and build from. So once the initial layouts are agreed, Brook will get to work with the mechanical and electrical drawings and things like the lighting plans, as you've just seen, as well as everything else that's needed for the local planners.
So as well as all the layout and M&E drawings, I also have to create lighting specification, tile plans and flooring options. I also design any purpose-built furniture and the coffee bar itself. If we are working with a kitchen contractor or a joiner, I usually assist them too. So this is just another example of an elevation of how the conduit and the wall lights were planned within the space. So these were bare walls, which is where you can see all the sort of industrial conduit details.
So once we move on to looking at the bar layout, we really need to have a good idea about the menu. Dependent on available space, so for example, do they have a separate kitchen or not, the bar can look and feel very different. At this point, we must ensure that we think about function as well as beauty. How can we create a great workflow that is ergonomic and comfortable for staff, as well as something that has maximum wow factor for customers? The specification of coffee equipment can really help here. Can we consider an espresso machine and grinder that works as a centerpiece? Perhaps we could have a bespoke color or bespoke panel on the equipment to help it really fit the brand identity. We also really need to incorporate the customer experience. We have to think, do we want bar service or table service? Will we have a large morning rush from commuters? Do we have any potential for any bottlenecks? Can we accommodate additional queuing space if we were to face further COVID restrictions? So here you can see in this plan, this shows the type of detail we go into when laying out the bar. Usually this is also sense checked by another of our colleagues, Chris, who has experience at management level within the industry. Between us, we make sure we consider the customer and the staff, and we try our best to cover every eventuality. So at this point, we're really making sure that the beauty and the function really match. How can we maintain the design? How can we ensure that everything looks just so and provides the best customer experience whilst being really functional for staff to use?
This bit usually excites the whole team. It's how we can really start to visualize the way the space will look and work. Clients can finally see how their ideas are looking, and it has also proven useful for those with investors as it feels a bit more tangible. Don't be frightened to make your equipment part of the design. Without your coffee machine, you cannot function as a cafe. So don't hide it away. Choose something that first and foremost does the job, but experiment with the design a bit. Most modern espresso machines look great, and putting a contemporary statement on the bar really does excite customers.
The other thing to note here is that storage is also always a big issue. Design it in from the ground up if you can. A clever use of space is to incorporate hidden cupboards within clear sight. Class E space comes at a cost premium, especially in city centres, so double up and utilise every area you can. Using retail display areas with concealed storage behind, as you can see in this image here with the treat pour self section. It can be topped up after the store closes and can help lessen the load in your dry goods areas behind the bar.
So as you can imagine, getting the design signed off by the client is just the beginning. We try to work with an experienced contractor where possible, but whoever is in charge of the site work needs to fully comprehend the scope of works. Regular site meetings are essential, making sure that the initial design is stuck to, or by making any alterations if needed.
It's not unusual for issues to crop up once works start on site. The key to handling this is to making sure communication is great between the whole team. By the time ground is broken on site, the Caffeina team have usually started work in the background on building the brand, creating policies and procedures, thinking about food safety and recruitment. Alongside this, we are usually building out a training package, working on food and beverage supplies and sourcing equipment. If there is a delay on site, then we must communicate that to everybody within the team, because otherwise we could end up inadvertently causing extra problems.
Sometimes we like to bring in specialists to work on a project, so we must keep them up to date with any changes on site. This could include timings and sizes, for example. Bringing in a specialist can really create something special, but just make sure that whatever they propose is functional within the design. This will mean running it past Emma and the team to make sure we don't cause any issues from an operational perspective. Here are a few of the examples of what we've worked with in the past. So this was a beautiful mural, sort of taking you down the stairs to a members only area. In the next slide, we have again another mural, a little bit softer and sort of wrapping around the whole room. And to the right, you can see these are actually hand painted decors on the window, which reflected back to the branding. And then this is an example. So this is the visual that we previously showed you. This is Romeo and Juliet's, and we got the machine and grinder sprayed off-site, of course, with a specialist in the pink and gold branding detail colours. So it becomes a sort of a real wow factor in the space, and the customers love it, and it's almost come a part of their brand identity as a whole, actually.
Yeah, it feels like this one has become the world's most Instagrammed coffee machine, because everybody that walks in the site immediately takes a photograph of it. So it's really has got that wow factor.
This was also one of my absolute favourites. So this is a stained glass window that we commissioned. The middle section is David Bowie, for those of you that haven't picked that up, with angels sort of rubbing around him. So this is in a recording studio, the basement of a project that's soon to be released. So very exciting.
So before we finish up on site, obviously we need to really think about the opening. So it can feel like the beginning of something huge for the client, but for us it's as we are starting to kind of finish up. As we creep towards the final stages of the project, it's really vital that we keep our eye on everything. Just going back to one of the things that Brook was mentioning about specialist contractors, you need to be really careful that anything extra that you've had in that is perhaps outside of your remit or outside of your control, you really give consideration to, because some materials are not suitable for use in certain areas. So you could go to get final sign-off from somebody like building control, or have a visit from an environmental health officer and find out that actually some of the materials used by these specialist contractors weren't actually suitable. You also have to really think about things like food safety and cleaning, and constantly assessing how you're going to minimize risk to any staff or customers. If you've designed a kitchen space at home, it's really different cooking an evening meal to designing something that's perhaps going to have 6 or 8 or 10 staff members in one area. So we really have to think about that. So some of the things that we would recommend is, as you are thinking about opening, stress test everything. If you think your electrician has signed everything off, go round to test it all again anyway. Make sure that you're checking things like drainage before your contractors leave site. We highly recommend having a soft opening with family and friends, because that allows staff to test the flow of the space, and it gives you time to make any last minute adjustments before you open for good.
And it's also nice to allow a bit of flexibility with regards to furniture, plant placement and styling as a whole. It really adds to your brand and gives you that feel as soon as you walk into the space. So it can't be left to last minute, but equally it's nice to consider it once everything's in and you can see it all.
This is often the bit where Brook and I will go around and have a final adjustments when we have seen how people have operated in the space and the way that people are actually enjoying the space and the way that staff are using it. And then we are able to go back and kind of assess and think, okay, before we've done, how can we improve this space? What can we move around? How can we adjust it slightly? Now, we'd love to continue talking about this for hours on end, but sadly, our time is almost up. So I would like to say a big thank you for tuning in and invite you to reach out if you have any questions. If it's coffee related, I'm here to answer them. If it's design related, Brook certainly will.
And speak to you all soon.
Alright guys, thank you for tuning in. This is Barista League High Density 2022. Woo! For those of you who don't know me, my name is Piyapat, aka DQ Fluky Fluke. Today I'm gonna show you guys how to choose the milk jug. But before we get started, huge shout out to our sponsor, Chobani Non-Dairy Oat Milk. Huge shout out to our sponsor, Chobani Non-Dairy Oat Milk. Speaking about milk jug, there are so many milk jugs right now on the internet. So today, I'm going to show you guys how to pick the best one for you. But before we get started, let's talk about what is different between each other milk jug, right? Number one, the most important part before you're getting a milk pitcher is you need the one that you feel really comfortable using it. Not the most expensive one, not the coolest one, or not the sharpest one that you can buy, but you need the one that you feel really comfortable using it. But honestly, this is pretty hard. How are you gonna know before you're buying it or getting it, right? So let's skip this part. Number two, the size. There are so many different size of pitcher on the internet, and also different person have a different size of the hand. For example, I have a pretty big hand. I can't use really small pitcher, but some people use it really well. So I personally prefer the big pitcher. Even though I pour in a small cup, the big pitcher is better for my hand, and I feel really comfortable using it. That's why the size is also pretty important. And also, the size of the drink determines the size of your milk jug as well. For example, if you want to make a latte, right? Let's go with 16-ounce latte or 12-ounce latte. You cannot steam the milk in here because you won't have enough milk for your drink. So the size of your drink also related to the size of your jug. It's a good one. Number three, handle. So different pitcher also have a different type of handle. So this one, you can actually see it, take a look closely. They are like a pretty nice triangle shape. And also this one, if you compare side by side, you see this one is just a little longer than this one. So different handle also change different way of handling. So the most important question is, how you handle the picture. Number 4, and this is going to be the last thing that I'm going to talk about today, is the shape of the sprout. So different picture also have a different shape on the market right now. You can actually see some of them look like a V like this. So this one look actually a little sharper, right? And I also have this one that actually look like a round sprout. So all these specific sprout will provide you a different type of flow. It will be thicker fold, thinner fold, really sharp, light, carry. So it depends on you, what type of fold that you feel really comfortable using it, and what do you want the result is come out. Alright, let's move on to the pouring. But before we start pouring, I want to eliminate the error that could happen in my pour. So today, I'm gonna cut down some factors that can actually affect my pour. First of all, the cup. So today, I use 7-ounce Qatar cup. Second one, milk. Of course, what do you expect? Chobani, non-dairy, or milk. Number 3, espresso. So today, I'm gonna use seasonal power espresso from Coffee Project New York, crowd pleaser. Woo! And number 4, the milk foam. So today, I'm gonna use the technique milk transferring by steaming only in one jug, and then I'm gonna pour to this 2 milk pitcher. So by using this technique, it's allow me to get the same amount of foam and exact amount of liquid in 2 pitcher. Alright guys, let's get started. You guys can come over here and take a look at my latte. Alright guys, so the first round, I'm gonna use these 2 pitchers, which is pretty much the same size, but different spout. Alright, one of them is my personal pitcher, Nasty Jug, and another one is brand Revolution from our sponsor, Chobani. Alright, let's go. The result. Amazing. Alright guys, let's move on to the second round. So this round, I'm gonna review the jug size a little bit. So I got these two jugs from the same brand, the BUPM, but they are completely different shape of the jug. If you take a look closely. Alright, now you got it. Alright, let's get started. Alright, let's start with this one. that's all for today. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you Marissa Lee for having me. Thank you Academy at Coffee Project for letting us use this nice and beautiful space to filming this video. And I hope you guys like it and enjoy. See you next time.
My name is Tony Gitonga from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm super excited to be with you today. So I also hope that your A is off to a great start and that you're taking all the precautions that we're being advised to. So today I'm going to talk about how roasting affects a brew, and I'll also share a few documents attached to this video so that you can always refer to them whenever you want to get a deeper understanding. Now, to start off, I'll talk a bit about the solubility in coffee, which is basically the speed at which water is able to dissolve coffee compounds. Light roasts are less soluble, unlike dark roasts, which tend to be more soluble. This is because during the roasting process, there's an expansion in volume that takes place in the bean, meaning that the expansion in dark roasts has really developed and complete, thus there is insolubility. So as you can see from my display over here, we started off with the same weights from the green all the way to the longest profile, where you see that the volume in the longest profile is much more compared to the green one. So this really explains how the expansion in volume of the bean during the roasting process works. Now, we move forward to the grind size. Light roasts are much more suitable to be brewed using a finer grind compared to a dark roast, which will work best with a coarse grind. This is because dark roasts are more, sometimes tend to be bitter, and what you're trying to do is reduce the contact time between the water and the coffee to reduce the bitterness. Now, we move forward to the water temperature. Dark roasts will best brew on lower temperatures, and which automatically tells that light roasts will best brew with hot water, which recommended temperature is around 90 to 96 degrees Celsius. And actually, this is why cold brew have no bitterness, but are super sweet and have a really balanced acidity. Organic acids are more pronounced in light roasts and could bring about the taste like that of unripe fruits when it's too light. These organic acids are transformed to non-organic acids like formic, acetic, and quinic in darker roasts, and this is due to the Maillard reaction during the roasting process. So as you can see from that discussion, your choice of roast parameters could really affect how you brew your coffee and of course the taste in the cup. Now, we tried to push this conversation further, my friends and I, and decided to get into this little experiment where we took coffee from Burundi, same farm, different processes. So I have a natural on my right and washed on my left. We subjected this coffee to different roast parameters. First crack, 1 minute development, and of course second crack, which could be a representation of a dark roast. For all these coffees, we started off with 60 grams weight because we did the roasting on Anikawa. Later on, exported this information to Cropster just to get a more fulfilling document which was shareable now with you today. So starting off with a natural first crack, as I mentioned, we started off with 60 grams and had 53.1 grams at the end of the roast, which was 11.5% weight loss. Actron, as you can see, it's really light in the cup, was 95. And for the taste notes, we had citrus fruit, like a really raw lemon. It was juicy, funny enough, but it was also very dry with some tannins. Now, moving forward, trying to compare that with the washed, we started off with 60 grams, as I mentioned, and had 54.2 grams at the end, which was 9.67% weight loss. Actron as a natural was 95, which is really light, as you can see. I'm pretty sure you can see that. And for the taste notes, similar as this, we had dry, tannin, really, acidic and high acidity. And then we move forward to the 1 minute development, which could be a representation of a medium roast for us today. And here we had, for the natural we had 13.17% weight loss, which was 52.1 grams at the end of the roast. For the Actron, we had 75. As you can see, it's much more, it has more color than the light roasts. And then we did, for the taste notes, we had some really nice black tea, citrus notes like those of sweet orange. We also got an amazing mouthfeel, medium acidity, so it was really pleasant and fulfilling. And that's for the natural. We actually had pineapple in that as well. I almost forgot that. And then we did Burundi washed for the 1 minute development. We had 52.7 grams at the end, which was 12.17 weight loss. And then we had color change at 26 seconds, 75 Actron, similar to the natural. And for the flavors, we had citrus fruits, fresh, really juicy, tropical fruits like those of pineapples, similar to the natural. I think it's because of the farm. So moving forward to the dark roast, as always, we started with 60 grams and had 50.4 grams at the end of the roast, which was 16% weight loss. For the Actron, we had 65, and as you can see, it's really, really dark compared to the first two. So for flavor, it had quite lots of bitterness. It had a black tea kind of a taste, and a bit, you could really get some overtones of smokiness, or small notes of smokiness, so at the end of it, because it's not really, really dark, super dark. And so that's for the natural. So we moved to the washed. We had 52 grams at the end of the roast, which was 13.3% weight loss. 65 Actron compared to the natural is quite similar. Was really smoky. We also had a dry and bitter taste towards the end, and that really explains a lot on how different roast parameters bring out different aspects in the coffee. And this was an experiment that we tasked ourselves to do. We'd have chosen to just talk about it and explain and everything, but I figured, my friends and I, that sharing more details and actually doing the experiment would also help us understand more the points that we were talking about previously. So that's it for today. And to get this information, as I mentioned earlier, we have these documents shared on the video just on Instagram. And you can also find me on Instagram at @IamTony. Where else can you find me? Yeah, Instagram can do. And really hope to see you soon. Thank you so much, and ciao ciao.
Thank you to Barista League and High Density for inviting me to talk at this conference. My name is Camilla Morgan and I'm Sales Manager for Victoria Arduino in the UK. I'm also SEA Community Coordinator and outgoing Chairperson for the Core Directive. And it's my experience with the Core that I want to share with you today. Hopefully there's tips in there for your own project or organisation you might find useful as I share a journey with you. We have achieved so much in the last few years, building up our community by connecting with people working in our industry. It's not been easy. However, good work rarely is. The Core Directive is a women-led initiative founded in 2018, seeking inclusivity, equity and empowerment for women working in the coffee industry. We also include marginalised individuals seeking a supportive voice and a safe space. When Sarah Yale founded the Core, she had identified a gap and sought to fill it. If you want to start a movement of your own, this is a good place to start. Find your audience by identifying either a gap or what good you can achieve and your purpose. Our purpose was to create a place where we can all be heard, grow and network safely without prejudice. When the Core Directive started out, it hosted sold-out events like the Zero Waste Latte Art Evening, which I would like to add the Core created, and it has since taken off as a global format. It hosted mental health panel talk, which I attended as a guest, and it was a moving evening and packed to the rafters. There was cupping evening at Assembly Coffee Roasters and learning opportunities like technical machine knowledge sessions. I hosted one of those sessions at Victoria Arduino showroom, giving a Mythos 1 grinder maintenance training for core women in October 2019. It's after this event that I got more involved. The Core was going to be disbanded early 2020, but then something happened that made us want to connect with each other again. COVID-19 lockdown. Hospitality went into a free fall, so we had to get involved and help our community stay sane. So what did we do? We formed a committee by the help of our community, held elections, and then we got to work. We had already built up a strong presence on Instagram, and it was through this network we promoted our weekly Zoom chats and invited coffee professionals from anywhere in the world to connect with us. We became a social support group to each other during these dark months. It was a lifeline. We then started to theme our talks by changing the conversation topic. We posted each week to let everyone know what the next topic would be. We covered everything, all sorts, so mental health, imposter syndrome, being green in coffee, gender equity at work, cancel culture. List is long. You can go to our Instagram and see all the topics for yourself. We also invited people to communicate with us on WhatsApp, which was an easy way to connect with each other during the week. But when you have over 100 active members and several different topics of conversations all running at once, it became so hard to follow. Also, if you've been away from your phone for more than, let's say, a day, expected to be many messages missed and too many to catch up on at times. So we knew that this wasn't an effective way to communicate with each other. We knew that we had to move our talks to a different platform. So we searched and considered plenty of different options. However, they were more business-led rather than community-led. So we eventually found this group chatting app called Discord, which I can recommend. There you can have several different topics and conversations running on different channels. And then you can direct message too. Having an effective communication hub is essential. Make sure you find what's right for your group. Things evolve and change, and it's important that you change with it. As an organisation, we haven't shied away from the difficult topics surrounding racism and sexism either. It's important you use your voice when you have it. In summer 2020, we coordinated an Instagram campaign focused on accountability and anti-racism, embodied by the hashtag Coffee Can't Be Colorblind. On Course Instagram, we published redacted testimonies and had several conversations about discrimination in the workplace. Many of them were conducted offline for privacy, but most of all for support. And in the wake of Sarah Everard's murder, we had lengthy and deep discussions with our community about sexism, misogyny, and how men can help women and minorities feel safe. Difficult but important conversations for change. We hosted another successful Zoom talk on this very topic. This is ongoing work, which is necessary even beyond the coffee industry, so keeping people engaged with these conversations will always be relevant. At Coffee Culture, which is a coffee trade show in London, we got the amazing opportunity to host a full day of talks at the People in Culture stage. It was an incredible opportunity to get our voices heard and raise issues and topics not normally covered at these type of events. We had a brilliant turnout and we were supported by some incredible panelists. We were keen to offer a platform to people who may have never had the opportunity to speak on a talk stage before. It was a challenging event to be involved in, as we did run it on a shoestring. But if you believe in your cause, find new platforms to share your message. Asking people in charge of these events for inclusion might be of added value to not only to you, but also for them. For them, you can get something, both of you can get something out of it. But most of all, ask. It might be scary, but stay focused on your goal. Aim high and beyond. That's where our next journey takes us. At the beginning of the pandemic, I got the call from Emma Haines at Cafina Consulting, telling me about a coffee association by Afro-Colombian women from war-torn North Cauca in Colombia, called ASOM. Her friend Catalina Guterres from Cata Exports had found this brilliant coffee grown by one of these women, Luz Deifa Carvalho. This coffee had never been sold outside of Colombia before. Usually it was sold to the Colombian Coffee Federation for a much lower price than what it deserved. The coffee was good, and we managed to get hold of 3 sacks of coffee parchments. A positive initiative was just what was needed to bring people together. What I can say is during these very dark times, and in turn help make a difference for these marginalized Colombian women. Several roasters got involved and supported the project with their time, effort and packaging. Profits got reinvested into these women's coffee farms with the aim to grow better coffee year on year. Thanks to everyone who bought Luz coffee. You can make a positive impact even beyond your shores. You can also collaborate with other like-minded organisations. At Manchester Coffee Festival, we collaborated on a series of events with Bean Voyage, who are a feminist non-profit social enterprise in Costa Rica, on a mission to eradicate the gender gap in farming communities. We hosted a Pura Vida party. So Pura Vida is a Costa Rican expression referring to way of life. We hosted talks and an online Zoom cupping event with producer women in Costa Rica. They spoke so candidly about their challenges and experience with such care and passion. I was moved to tears. I found the call so touching and inspiring. I've decided to personally work and support Bean Voyage and their producer women from here in the UK. I'm also half Costa Rican on my mother's side, so there is a deeper connection there. Building a community isn't easy. When you find a common passion and working towards a goal with inspiring people willing to invest their time for the greater good, it's worth the sweat and the tears. Our aim is to be world focused, and you can find the Core Directive on Instagram, where you can DM us to ask for a Discord invite. Our website is thecoredirective.co.uk. Engage with your community, and you can achieve great things.
Hi, I'm James Harper, and I create a podcast that I think you might like called Filter Stories. It's in that kind of BBC documentary NPR style show where I travel the world to explore the stories around coffee that no one wants to talk about too much. You can find Filter Stories wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening.
How to start and build a personal brand that feels authentic to you and your followers. For those of you who are wondering who I am, I run a website and blog about coffee, lifestyle and travel called The Girl in the Cafe. I'm also an actress, model, produce films, create content, consult cafes and brands on strategies. I test a lot of coffee equipment as well. And I also have my own brand of The Girl in the Cafe coffee beans, which I collaborate with the Ground Coffee Society here in London, supplying cafes, homes, production companies and offices. I originally came to London from New Zealand via Melbourne, Australia, where I have been in the specialty coffee industry for over 15 years as a barista in some of the world's top artisan cafes. So I've learned and experienced a lot in my coffee journey. I have since developed a business that I'm still exploring that encompasses everything that I love, which is film, media, people, and of course, coffee. I originally got my moniker from working at one of the first artisan Antipodean London cafes called Flat White here in London, Soho, where I kept bumping into people who would only recognize me as the girl in the cafe, the girl who basically made their coffee. They didn't know my name, so that's why it became my moniker. And one of the things I unintentionally and eventually intentionally created was a personal brand. When I started posting on Instagram my journey of a project that I was embarking on, I wanted to create an audience for my web series. It was relatively organic, but there are definitely some things that I wish that I had thought through more specifically and consciously when and before I started, which I want to share with you today. To be honest, it goes through phases which reflect my life and the phases that I'm going through, I guess, which is one of the difficulties and the beauties of building a personal brand on your own. But that's what it's all about. And it's also about enjoying the process. So let's define what is a personal brand? A personal brand tells others what kind of person, product, or company you are and represents your values and what you believe in. A successful brand communicates this through a mix of perception and reality. I believe one without the other will make the brand fall flat. So why do you want to have a personal brand? This is something that everybody should think about. These are some of the other strategic reasons why you might be wanting to establish a personal brand or a brand identity. Showcase your barista skills. You want it to help you get a better job, to help others know about a product or a service you are offering, to create more opportunities, differentiate yourself, or tell or share a story or a journey. Enhance your expertise, make a change, build a community. People who relate to what you communicate will want to be a part of it, and that's where your following and your audience will grow. I would suggest that you think about this and that you choose maybe 2 or 3 points of what I just shared to focus on, at least in the beginning. Whatever the reason, if you create a personal brand with intention and purpose, it will broaden your learning and experiences, you'll meet interesting people, and you can create a lot more opportunities for yourself. So let's get into it. How to start a personal brand. Establish a name for yourself, usually in an area of expertise or interest like coffee or some aspect of it. I'm assuming that most of you are in the coffee industry. Maybe you're really good at something, or you enjoy latte art, for example, or you might not even be that good at something. So just choose something that you're interested in exploring, even if you're not good at it yet. Journey. This will inform your brand story and support credibility. What are you passionate about? Who or what do you support? What are your beliefs? What has your journey been? Or what is your current journey? What is your bio? What are the things that you have actually done and achieved? What problem do you solve or do you want to solve? These are all really important questions to ask yourself. The next one is skills. What are your skills? Are they strong? Do you have qualifications? Are they credible? Do you have credible testimonials? What's your personality? What are your passions and your interests? And what makes you uniquely you? Image and reputation. Your content needs to show an appearance of this in everything you communicate, but it's also got to be based on authenticity. One of the things I would really recommend is choosing 3 pillars. This was really a game changer for me when I started to really look at my personal brand intentionally rather than just kind of doing it willy-nilly. I chose 3 pillars, and these were to inspire, educate, or entertain. So any picture that I posted or any kind of content that I posted had to fit into one of those 3 categories. So if it was a picture of my cat, I would have to ask myself, does it fit into the category of does it inspire, does it educate, does it entertain? If it didn't fall into either of these categories, then I wouldn't include it because that wouldn't have been part of the Girl in the Cafe personal brand. With my coffee stuff, if I was maybe writing a tip about grinding coffee or how to extract coffee or a fact about coffee, that would fit into my educate pillar. And so that was really easy for me to identify that that would be a good post for the Girl in the Cafe brand to post on social media. But you can choose your own pillars that mean something to you. It will make the practicality of posting social content so much easier. Okay, let's get into goals. And you can refer to the why segment as well. What are these goals? Is it to have fun, make money, be popular? Who is your target audience? What do you already specialize in or want to specialize in? Do you want to make a living from your personal brand? And I've left the most important till last. These are values. Have a really good think about it. What are your values? What inspires you? Try to look inwards to yourself or what the brand is going to be built on. Not only know your value, but also create value for your audience and followers. This is really, really important. Whether it's a personal brand or another brand. I know of quite a few brands, like specifically one I'm thinking of is a clothing brand. It's an indie brand. It is selling, a few units already online. It's relatively new, but the problem was the founder and the director of the brand kept asking me, you know, who is my audience? Like, why are people not, like, why is it not going off, like flying off the shelves? So I told him who I thought his audience was and who his buyers were. And for him, I think it was really difficult because he had a different idea of who his buyers were. It was who he wanted them to be, not who they actually were. So you need to, when you're thinking about your audience, you need to think about who your audience is. And it's usually you when you started your business, or it's usually you when you start to create your personal brand. So, you know, because you're talking to people like yourself, basically, and you're answering questions or exploring things that people who are similar to you are actually exploring or want to explore too. You're the one that has the courage to actually talk about it and go there. So that's one of the things that I would also suggest that you look at when you're thinking about who your audience is. But, you know, in terms of values, one of the things that this particular example that I'm thinking of, the reason why he was having such a sort of struggle trying to create his messaging for his brand was because I don't actually think he knew really who he was or what he was trying to do, other than really like make money and do something cool or have something that sort of looks good and is sort of following trends in a way or following sort of messages. Isn't really that authentic if it doesn't really come through from you. Hopefully, if he can figure out who he is, what the values of either him or the brand, and I think that they're kind of really interconnected. Like, you can't really have someone that thinks one thing or values one thing and then, you know, tries to sell a brand on or an item or a product with a different message. It's going to be really difficult. So you want whether it's a brand or a product or a service or whatever it is, I think the values need to be in line because they are really interconnected. So really, that's why I'm going through all of this stuff, because I think it is part of the process of making the overall process and the long life of your personal brand much, much easier, because you can always come back to these sort of foundations. And so it seems like a lot at the moment that I'm going through, but you know, it's quite confronting. So it will take a bit of courage and a bit of vulnerability. So just trust me on this. It'll be, regardless of whether you start a personal brand or not, it's going to be beneficial for you anyway. So things that help, it's being relatable, real and authentic are really, really important. It's going to require you to be vulnerable, like I said before, and it should translate through into your website, your logo, your social media, from photos to captions that reflect an authentic you. I actually had an experience recently where I was pitching something and it went really, really well, and they said, oh yeah, just send over you know, a couple of pages to, you know, explain what we've just talked about. And I said, yeah, that's fine. I had a Word document basically, and I just sort of added a few things and put a couple of pictures in, and I sent it actually to my a very good friend who happens to be a film director, and he does pictures and things that they call treatments for like commercials and stuff. And he emailed me back and he said, so the words reflect, you know, who you are and like what the project is about, but he said, but the whole document does not reflect who you are, what you do, or your brand at all. And I was just, you know, and when I looked at it, it was terrible. It was a Word document. The photos weren't even in the right place, and it was all a little bit rough. Well, it was a lot. It was really bad, actually. And I was really grateful to him to sort of say this to me. And he was like, you know, because your website is so good, you've done so many great things, you've worked with amazing people, you work with amazing brands, you've done all this stuff, yet when I look at these 2 pages, it looks very amateur and really sort of didn't reflect who I was, basically. And that was a huge lesson for me, and consequently I was able to get someone to actually help me design the document, and yeah, we hit it out of the park. It was amazing. It's, yeah, really excited. But it was a very good example of, you know, your brand, your look, your everything that you value. And I value things to be done properly. I value authenticity. I value professionalism. I value doing a good job. And the original document that I'd created did not show any of that. So, you know, that's just an example that I recently experienced, which relates to my values, basically, and my personal brand. So to sum up, you need to be authentically you. Find clear ways to communicate through photos, pictures, and captions, which will also inform a certain look and aesthetic. It doesn't need to be perfectly curated, and you don't need to be in all of the photos. However, people do like to see who is behind the messaging, which is how you create this personal part of the brand, because people can see an actual person. There are many people who are incredibly successful online who take the worst photos. I purposely don't have all professional photos on my feed because I don't consider myself a good photographer, but I will put effort into my writing, and when I get a great photo from someone, I love posting it up. If you don't know how to start your personal brand, find the thing that you enjoy the most. It could be coffee, flowers, interior, or whatever you do, and focus on that to begin with, and be specific with your thinking. If there were some key points, I would say that you should think about having some self-awareness, know your own unique story, using your own voice, and create value in some way, whether that be through your journey or your story or something that you want to teach. Personal branding helps connect people at all levels and can open up many opportunities. Creating a successful personal brand is important because it tells a story about you and your business. It's something that I find really challenging, but I also really enjoy it. And it gets easier the clearer you are about what it is that you want to achieve or the message that you want to communicate. I would suggest not looking at coffee industry profiles. I can provide a few profiles in the notes for you to look at that I think are good examples. It's just because you'll end up comparing or copying, and you really want to be authentic and have your own style. Lastly, I see social media as something to connect us. Everyone has a unique story. No matter how much you and I are similar, there is always going to be something about us that makes us different from one another because we have unique experiences and perceptions. So there's never any real competition. And I think that's pretty awesome. Part of your story will be your experience and journey, whatever that may be. And when we tell it in a truthful and authentic way, it resonates with people and you're going to be able to connect. So don't be afraid to tell your story. Thanks so much for your time. I hope this helps you on your way to creating an amazing, authentic, personal brand that you feel proud of and that other people feel proud of too, and really want to go with you on whatever you're doing. If you want to connect with me, I'm at The Girl in the Cafe, all underscores on Instagram, or you can find everything at my website on thegirlinthecafe.co.uk. Thanks so much to High Density and the Barista League for giving me this opportunity to share some of my experience with you about creating a personal brand. And I'd love to know how you guys go, what you thought of this, and yeah, and if there's anything that you could add to this as well through your experience, or anything that I've left out so that I can add it in next time. Yeah, hope you're having a great year so far.
O projeto Fazedores de Café me ajudou a ir melhor em vários outros aspectos da minha vida. Eu passei a parar de me incomodar com o que me prejudicava e passei a olhar para as coisas que eram positivas para mim.
Eu vim do Grajaú, né? Na favela, você tá acostumado com outra realidade, certo? E a gente lá tá tipo esquecido.
Esse curso mudou a vida. Eu poderia estar preso, poderia estar morto. Mudou minha história. Eu desenvolvi muito minha cabeça e o café me deu um rumo de vida. O Fazedores começou a libertar um pouco desse olhar para a vida.
Mas a ideia é isso, é que a gente dê uma formação tão boa e tão competente que eles sejam disputados pelo mercado de trabalho. E a gente tenha a certeza de que eles consigam todo o conteúdo que eles precisam para ser um grande barista. Quando eu montei o café, passei a ser dono, é o meu negócio, a gente ficou focado, tem que fazer o negócio girar. Mas depois de uns anos, que a gente já tinha um nível de maturidade, começou a me dar uma inquietação muito grande, de que faltava alguma coisa. E como que eu vou fazer algo social em São Paulo? Como que eu trago isso para o cenário de cafeterias que está, de repente, numa grande metrópole como São Paulo? A minha lógica vai ser, eu vou formar um jovem carente, comecei a programar uma grade de aulas que daria uma base de formação para que eles tivessem um conteúdo incrível e eles conseguissem chance de ser contratados ao término dessa formação. Quando a gente criou essa linha de aulas, o conteúdo técnico que eles precisariam ter, a gente chegou em 3 meses de aula diárias. E aí eu fui calcular isso, né? Quanto que isso ia custar. E aí eu vi que seria inviável para mim. E aí eu quase desisti. Eu sei que a gente tem uma cadeia de muitas pessoas que trabalham com café, a fim de ajudar, e ninguém nunca parou para pensar nisso. E quando a gente consegue parceiro, a gente não perde dinheiro, a gente perde know-how, a gente perde tempo, a gente perde dedicação. E isso viabilizou o projeto.
Eles chegam perdidos e com medo. É como se fosse uma pessoa abandonada mesmo, porque até então, antes dele chegar a mim, ele levou bordoadas por todos os lados, né?
É uma realidade dura. Muitos deles vêm cumprindo medida socioeducativa.
Quando você chegar nesse menino e falar, olha, eu tenho um curso pra você, que é super legal, é de graça, você vai ter alimentação e transporte, ele não aceita.
Foi uma surpresa pra todo mundo, né? Que, tipo, do nada, um projeto, tentando ajudar um pessoal assim. O pessoal da comunidade meio que estranha essas coisas, né?
Tipo, ele nunca teve isso. Por que que você vai dar isso pra ele? Legal, de graça? Ah, isso é impossível, né?
Tem um viés altruísta, mas ele tem um viés muito mais forte comercial, em que eu ajudo pessoas que precisavam de uma formação técnica, que precisavam desse primeiro pontapé para ter uma vida profissional, e eu ao mesmo tempo fomento uma rede de profissionais que é muito deficitária hoje em dia.
Eu não tive simplesmente um professor de café, eu tive um amigo, um colega que esteve ali o tempo todo para me ajudar, não só no curso do café, quem me indicou a chegar lá, quem me ajudou tudo nesse caminho foi o Tom.
O que eles precisam, na verdade, é de alguém que acredite, que dê carinho. Uma vez que você entregou isso pra eles, esse cara tá pronto pra brilhar, pra ser incrível. Eu também venho da periferia, não é fácil. Eles eram só mais um, sem perspectiva de vida.
O que a gente percebeu é que tem potencial em qualquer comunidade. No Grajaú, por exemplo, a gente descobriu talentos que estavam lá, que só não sabiam que eles iam se descobrir no mundo do café.
Quando você começa a levar eles nos lugares, e ele vê que ele é tratado igual a todos, e que ele realmente pode pertencer aonde ele quiser, é incrível, assim. Porque é um pássaro, né? É como se fosse um pássaro preso na gaiola. E que você solta e ele tá perdido. Mas quando ele encontra, ele pega no voo, tipo, ninguém segura, né?
A gente tem depoimento deles, fiz a laje do meu quarto, eu reformei a sala de casa que tava caindo, o telhado. Então, é uma realidade dura e é esse jovem que a gente quer atingir. A gente trabalha com o topo da cadeia do café. Tem uma nomenclatura de café especial e é sempre muito artesanal. Desde o produtor, o cuidado lá na terra já é diferente. Para ele ter um café que tenha 80 pontos ou mais. Quando chega no Sofá Café, aí entra na parte que a gente toma conta, que é torra, seleção dos cafés, prova desses cafés. Cada café que vem, dependendo da variedade do café, de que época que é a safra, de quanto tempo ela já está armazenada, tudo isso a gente vai traçar um perfil de torra para a gente ter os melhores atributos, ou os que a gente mais quer na bebida. E o último trabalho, que é o de extração, que daí tá na mão dos baristas. E aí a galerinha que tá aqui no dia a dia mesmo, que tá tirando café, tem tudo em proporção certa, tem uma ficha técnica para tudo, para que a gente consiga ter um padrão de serviço e aí chegar nessa excelência que começou lá na ponta com o produtor e foi até o final, que é pro cliente na mesa.
O que eu mais gosto no café é apreciar ele, porque é incrível você beber um café e você sentir uma nota de uma coisa que você já provou na sua vida. Você fazer uma viagem introdutiva no mundo do café à base de uma xícara, uma experiência única.
Porque a Regina, assim, pra mim, foi uma mãe, assim, sabe? A Regina e o Diego foram o pai e a mãe.
Uma conversa com ela, assim, pra quem não tem contato com café especial, você sentar um minutinho ali com ela, você já vê que é um mundo totalmente diferente, você já quer aprender mais, você já quer ouvir mais dela. Ela é uma pessoa que eu vou levar pro resto da minha vida.
Não é simplesmente fazer café, né? Você também vai lidar com gente.
Eu tinha muita vergonha de atender um cliente, assim, sabe? Do primeiro dia eu lembro até hoje, eu congelei, assim. Então, no dia a dia, eu fui aprendendo isso com o pessoal que tava à minha volta.
Então foi onde eu comecei a desenvolver a parte de café de estudo, a parte de atendimento, a parte de business, a parte de higiene, porque você trabalha com alimento.
Na hora que a Regina fez o convite pra gente dar aula, não existe nem a menor possibilidade de a gente falar que não. Porque a gente é convocados a esse movimento interno também de abraçar algo que diz respeito a todos nós.
Na prática, eu ajudei meio que conversando um pouco sobre essas experiências, né? Você tem uma oportunidade que não dá pra bobear. Mas é difícil, é uma transição, é uma idade muito complicada, na verdade, né? A gente trabalha muito com o corpo, a gente estuda muito isso. Então a gente entende como o corpo interfere em você. Como será que a gente consegue acelerar esse processo de quebrar essa barreira um pouco social, talvez, né?
Eles não podem se instalar na postura de ser menos porque eles vêm de outro lugar.
A ideia dos fazedores é proporcionar esse primeiro passo na vida dele. Tem gente que a gente sabe que vai ficar para sempre na cadeia de café. Tem gente que vai ficar 1, 2 anos, vai entrar ali, vai usar isso como uma porta de entrada para um outro ambiente que ele queria trabalhar ou que ele se descobriu.
Eu não sabia que existia esse mundo de café especial, né? Pra mim foi uma surpresa. Eu acho que café pra mim era café, né? Com pretinho básico. Mas não, é um mundo totalmente grandão, assim. Então, me apaixonei.
Mudou meu gosto, porque antes do curso era raro eu tomar café, eu não tomava tanto, e quando eu tomava era um café tradicional, que muda totalmente a qualidade, né? O gosto, o sabor, a intensidade.
A Ari, ela foi um destaque, né? Uma menina assim que ela pega, ela faz. Eu só tive elogios dela no estágio. Por quê? Porque conforme o pessoal estava fazendo e ensinando, ela estava muito atenta, né? Enquanto estava falando, ela estava atenta. E quando eles estavam fazendo, porque era para liberar um pedido, ela estava ali do lado olhando, ao ponto que quando entrou o próximo pedido, posso fazer? Ela já... Então ela sempre foi muito proativa.
Então não tem uma regra para você preparar uma bebida. Você pode criar muitas coisas em cima da técnica. Você sempre vai aprender, porque alguém sempre tem um jeito novo de fazer uma bebida nova.
A Maria é incrível, mano. Não dá nem pra falar em palavras, assim. Ela é vergonhosa daquele jeito, mas ela é uma pessoa super carinhosa.
Eu acho que uma das grandes mudanças pra ela foi ver que aquilo também era um lugar potente. Ela coloca fotos no Instagram dela do latte art que ela faz. E como ela tem um talento pra desenhar, são super legais.
O Guilherme, ele foi um menino assim que ele se mostrou responsável ao longo de todo o projeto. Nas aulas, se desenvolveu bem, prova café bem.
Cara, a vida de barista é uma vida muito divertida, assim. É uma vida cheia de adrenalina, sabe?
E é um menino que pega rápido. Ele é muito inteligente.
Alguns amigos meus começaram a tomar café especial comigo, assim, sabe? Eu tô ensinando pra eles, e eles acharam incrível, assim. É bem legal você poder levar um pouquinho do que o pessoal daqui vive pra lá. É totalmente diferente.
Paulo, que é um aluno da primeira turma, hoje ele é professor. E ele já competiu em campeonato de barista, ficou em 6º lugar. Ele já torrou para 2 cafeterias diferentes. Para você chegar a ser mestre de torra, você tem que estudar muito, se dedicar muito. E ele é a prova viva de que dá certo.
Eu venho de medida socioeducativa, né? Eu saí do tráfico e aí eu vi que aquilo não era a única opção. De uma certa maneira, para quem está inserido nesse mundo, é uma ideia fixa. De que não, você não vai conseguir sair, aquilo é o certo, até porque você é prejudicado. E comecei a enxergar, a abrir os olhos, ter uma família legal, que gosta de mim, que me incentiva. Eu recebi tudo isso do projeto e o que eu quis naquele momento foi retribuir aos professores e todo mundo. Deu certo, que vocês me ensinaram a conseguir usar isso de uma maneira positiva.
Olha, para a mãe, sempre há uma esperança, mas antes desse projeto, é muito difícil, muito doído. Eu sentia que ele tinha amor por mim. Quando há amor, há uma saída.
E agora esse moleque quer trabalhar, sabe? Ele não quer mais voltar pra rua, ele não quer mais cumprir medida socioeducativa, quer dar orgulho, ele quer vencer. E a gente cutuca eles pra irem em frente.
Eu faço gastronomia, tô no 5º semestre, quase formando. A Maria, ela se formou em arquitetura, né? E nas turmas posteriores, a nossa, a galera pegou a gente como exemplo. Essa última turma, o discurso da galera era: eu quero terminar, quero continuar estudando. Então, para além de um trabalho, planta essa semente, essa vontade de se formar, de ter mais conhecimento.
Eu acho que é interessante também ensinar isso a eles, da onde vem, para onde vai, como vai e o que eu posso melhorar. E esses meninos começam a ter uma visão do todo da vida mesmo, né? Porque eu acho que não é só fazer café de qualidade, vender xícara de qualidade, mas dá para esses meninos uma visão de possibilidades.
É algo que realmente dá certo, que muda mesmo a vida de muitos jovens, que agrega para o nosso mercado. Também é uma mão de obra que a gente precisa, que a gente tem uma necessidade grande. Então, acho que um auxilia o outro.
É maravilhoso. Acho que a resposta está na emoção, porque é tudo muito forte, é tudo muito intenso.
Aí a gente brinca que eles viraram um monstrinho do café, assim, porque eles estão arrebentando, assim. E é muita dedicação, né? Eles veem também a oportunidade de mudar realmente de vida, né? Então eles vão se entregar no máximo.
Ir numa cafeteria, tomar um café e ser atendida por um menino que passou comigo é demais. É ouvir uma mãe agradecendo, falar que o filho tá bem, que o filho tá trabalhando, meu filho faz café da manhã pra mim, meu filho me leva pra passear. Acho que não tem valor que pague isso. É demais mesmo.
Hoje eu sou pai. Eu sou pai, estou formando uma família. Então é muito diferente daquele menino, né, de 15 anos que fazia besteira no bairro. Meio que acendeu uma lâmpada. E ele ouviu, não, cara, não é isso, né? Tem mais coisa aí pra frente. Tem pessoas boas que estão dispostas a ajudar e a gente precisa agarrar essas oportunidades, né?
Pra gente, pros colaboradores, todos os voluntários do projeto, quando a gente ouve isso faz a gente continuar. Se um valeu a pena, o projeto inteiro valeu a pena. O esforço de 40 pessoas envolvidas valeu a pena. Pessoalmente, o Fazedores, ele me realiza como empresário e como gente.
Hi, I'm Jules, also known as Lady Velo.
And I'm Scott, the founder of Caffeine Magazine.
And we present the Adventures in Coffee podcast.
And we take you around the world to hear surprising stories about what's in your daily cup.
We never get too nerdy and you're always guaranteed a laugh in every episode.
So join us on our Adventures in Coffee.
Search Adventures in Coffee wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Kat Melheim, your host for this panel on branding and brand identity. I'm joined by four brilliant people who have curated standout brands in the coffee space. Simon Soder and Eleanor Vestergaard, representing Morgon Coffee Roasters in Sweden, Todd Purse of Brandywine Coffee Roasters in the US, and Brad Morrison, owner of Dark Arts Coffee in the UK and Japan. Each of these companies is incredibly unique, yet they all have one thing in common. Their branding is on point. When you see their coffee bags or merch, you know exactly who it's from. So we're talking with the brains behind these notable brands today to get a better sense of what it takes to create a company that's recognized around the world. So let's dive in. First of all, let's do a round of introductions. Simon, let's start with you.
Yeah, my name is Simon. I'm an art director and designer working at an agency here in Malmö, Sweden. And I'm, together with Eleanor, created the Morgon Coffee Roasters brand.
Morgon is so great. You guys have done a great job. Quick question for you, Simon. How would you define brand identity to someone who doesn't know anything about it?
Brand identity, I think of it as the interface of the brand, or where you connect with your audience, or how you talk, or your tone of voice, and where sort of you fit into a cultural context. I would say, what position do you need to have, and I think brand identity is the way to get that position. And also, of course, my profession is working with visual style, and I think visuals are important for a brand to have, but it's not everything. I would more say talk of it like, you know, the whole package, how you talk, walk and talk, and how you fit into the world, sort of.
Yeah, kind of like personality of a brand.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. And then Eleanor, let's go to you. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Eleanor Vestergaard, and I work as a copywriter at BBDO Nordics, same as Simon, but here in Gothenburg. And as Simon mentioned, we're behind Morgon Coffee Roasters brand identity.
Very cool. And I have a quick question for you as well. So what is a trend in branding that you have seen all over lately? And what is one that you think should die already?
A trend that really makes me happy is kind of retro rebrands or brand identity that embraces the nostalgia of the 70s and the 80s, especially when it comes to like logotypes, but I think also when it comes to colors, fonts, and styling. I think Kodak and Burger King are two great examples of this, and where you can kind of bring older versions of your logotype back, but still add a little 21st century twist to them. So big fan of that. And a trend that should die already, maybe a bit harsh, but one that I would politely ask to step aside could be minimalism, and mainly because it's been 2 years of COVID. And I feel like we need some extravaganza right now. And also, let's challenge names in logotypes with only lowercase letters and in a sans serif font. Met her, good to know her. Let's do something else. Just putting it out there. Yeah.
Controversial opinion, but I love it. I love it. Todd, over to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Todd Purse. I work with Brandywine Coffee Roasters, running all of their creative projects and branding, and I'm real stoked to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And a quick question for you. When you're stuck or having trouble creating an idea, where do you go for inspiration?
It's a very hard question in a lot of ways, but easier these days. I have a 4-year-old son, and he's probably my biggest source of like clearing up that imagination block, just because they live in a world of just pure imagination at this point. Like just going in and hanging out with him and like stopping what I'm doing, just playing for 10 minutes or building Legos with him or something. And like it doesn't always make an immediate like breakthrough, but it starts the wheels turning and makes you feel like you're reconnecting with something you kind of lose along the way.
And finally, Brad, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Brad Morrison. I'm the co-founder of Dark Arts Coffee here in London. Going for about 7 years. We've got a site here in Hackney, East London, and also a place in Hayama, Japan.
Rad. And your first question, when was the last time you saw a branded product and thought, wow, they did a really great job, and why was it impressive to you?
Okay, so I'm going to pull a product which isn't, it's a sort of a grouping of products. It's a collaboration between Palace Skateboards and Stella Artois, the beer company. I'm really enjoying the sort of collaboration between brands right now that are completely opposite in the way they present themselves. This one, they produce a series of videos where they actually set up an old English style pub in the back of a skate shop that you got to through like a wall that was made of paper. It was done also in that sort of Stella Artois sort of video advertising style, which is all very there's a different language to it, but obviously then it was had all these skateboarders in it and things, and it was just something about it just really stood out. So yeah,
cool. Mashup between things that wouldn't necessarily coexist, but when they coexist, they create something entirely new.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Well, all right, let's get into the meat of this discussion. I'd like to start with you, Eleanor. As someone who has experience working with many brands, do you have a specific approach to creating a brand's identity from initial idea to the final result?
Well,
it's a big question.
Yeah, it's tricky, but for sure, I don't think no process is ever the same. And I don't feel like they should be, because I don't think streamlined creative processes are a good thing. But I'd say it varies a lot, depending on what kind of brand it is, what kind of product or service that they're providing. But I think for myself that a golden rule would be to, always try to stay close to the brand's DNA and perhaps pick a message or a feeling that you would like to convey, and kind of let that be a guiding star throughout the process. And I think like a great example of this is Klarna, a Swedish company that provide online financial services, such as direct payments online. And on paper, that is not sexy at all, but they chose to be smooth, and that is a thing that permeates everything in their brand identity, from tonality and color choices to graphics and communication. And today it's one of the most popular finance apps in Sweden. Because I think the thing is, people make snap decisions and emotional connections to a brand in a split second. And it's not always, very seldom, I think, based on logic. So I'd say choose your thing and then be that thing and go all the way.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. So kind of identify your core thing and then run with it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So Simon, as someone who works with Eleanor, and I'm sure you two play together with those ideas, and you have a degree in the arts and art direction. Everyone has emotions, but you have this other side of education and formal training in branding and marketing. Do you think that somebody needs that formal training in branding, design, etc., in order to create a cohesive brand?
I think to create a cohesive brand, you need a strong framework, and I think having a formal education, you learn how to set up this kind of framework. I mean, you could go by learning it by yourself also, but I think having a formal education helps you set up all those. Somebody has tried and failed before you, and that's if it's done good, you learn from other people's mistakes. But of course, you can go ahead and make those mistakes by yourself. I think you need to find your own path, if it is through an institution or through your own discoveries. I think the most important thing is to find your own voice in all of this. When you're studying, everybody's gonna have an opinion on your stuff, and that's pretty good. Because you learn from it. You learn to work with your gut feeling when you fail, and I think creating a strong brand builds upon this. Have a strong gut feeling and make decisions.
Yeah, and I can imagine that having that education can help, especially if you're trying to coordinate across many brands, so that you have that framework that you can plug different brands into. Rather than, so for Todd, you're in charge of curating brand identity for one company, which is Brandywine Coffee Roasters. How do you ensure that everything you put out is in line with that one brand's identity?
Well, yeah, it's a much different situation, I guess, but really, I try to put not too much thought into it. As little, I think I grew up in a weird time where like even the word branding and like consistency and stuff just doesn't really mesh well with me. And again, it might be something that like I'm just not good at, so I lean towards the other way. But I kind of rely on the fact that Brandywine's releases are coming from the same artistic spot. So, 99% of the bags are all hand drawn by me, and then hand screen printed by our one screen printer, or well, two now, but our one main screen printer, Spencer. So I really feel like just keeping those consistent artistic voices is what gives us that consistent brand. And we are starting to branch out and hire some other artists in a artist series that we've been doing just to get some pretty much as an excuse for me to talk to some of my favorite artists and pay them to do a cool job and like, make some connections that way, but also just to kind of expand the visual look. But yeah, it's something that I try not to put too much thought into after our initial, like, we knew we were going to do the block bottom bags with a wax seal and screen printed, and that was kind of the consistency. So as long as it falls in that, then I feel like I can kind of go wherever I want with images and illustrations, and kind of because part of what I think is special about what we get to do at Brandywine is each piece of art is kind of as unique as the coffee that's going in the bag. So we can really, even if the art's not necessarily meant to represent what the coffee tastes like or anything like that, but it's just meant to enhance and make the whole experience a little bit more whimsical and a little bit more fun, and kind of lean into the creative side of coffee.
Yeah, and that's the strength behind you, one person, being in charge of the brand identity of one company. You can kind of, if it comes from you, it is part of the brand identity because you have created that so much. For you, Brad, you have a company in 2 distinct regions of the world, the UK and Japan. How do you maintain a cohesive voice for dark arts across continents, or do you tweak your messaging for the different markets and customer bases?
Well, this is something that's actually it's changing as we go along. There's very obviously there's language barriers, and one of the things that we have that we hold quite strongly in the way that we present ourselves is in our tone of voice and our humor, which is something which with language barriers it becomes a whole different thing. So that's something which has been a work in progress as we try to re-establish our sort of like vocal voice within that place, but visually we try to keep things the same way. We set up our brand with sort of a bunch of cornerstones that are things that I really enjoy myself, and so do other sort of long-standing members of the team. And we kind of developed, I guess, an imagery and a certain style that it seems to work very well out there. So we've held pretty strongly on our visual sense. So yeah, I'd say like we're open to sort of adjusting for the local market. But you know, visually we try to keep things as sort of the same across the 2 places. We're quite lucky in the fact that Japanese people they love authenticity. They love things that come from outside of their country. So when we keep things, you know, very much cohesive, it's like this we are this sort of English British sort of coffee company, but that's there. They love that. It's like we take, for instance, like our packaging. When we were first setting things up, I was trying to figure out whether we should, you know, basically put everything into Japanese, and that was immediately taken off the table by our partners out there that the Japanese people wouldn't want that. They wanted it all in English. So yeah, it's been interesting. It's been interesting. Yeah.
So keeping to the core, but then tweaking a little bit here and there also sounds a bit like a trial and error, making sure that you're sticking to your center, figuring out what.
Unfortunately, I'm not like Simon, so I didn't have any formal training. It probably would have made things a lot easier, because even as Simon was saying about having that framework, that kind of thing, I think if I'd had earlier on, it would have maybe I wouldn't have gone the long way around. But yeah, you sort of work your way through it.
Yeah. Well, it sounds challenging, but it also sounds like it's fun, because otherwise, hopefully, y'all wouldn't do something that was no fun. So Todd, what's the most fun thing about creating your brand's identity?
I think that I just get to kind of let my imagination roam and kind of lean into whatever I'm really into at the time. I think my favorite part of what we get to do are like the clubs and the bundles. We do some coffee clubs now where we'll do it for Halloween, where they'll all have a consistent theme. Where this year was a study in varietals, so each shipment was a different varietal with a different Halloween themed artwork. And those are my favorite, just because I like working in like building little universes that people get to live in. And then we do things like we add extras like sweatpants and scarves and like random objects that I really like designing products, so that's really fun for me too. But in general, I mean, I just love sitting I work from about 3:30 till 7 in the morning is my like creative time before the family gets up. So just that time of sitting there and drawing at the table is probably like the most fun thing that I do in any of it.
Back to you, Brad. We've kind of touched on it a little bit, I think, in your last question, but what's the most challenging part of working in branding?
For me, it's keeping energy levels high. I find that This is me talking from my perspective, because we are still a small company, so I do the copy, I do a lot of the design work, I do social media and formulating sort of marketing ideas. So keeping energy levels to sort of keep on top of making sure that we're always doing something. I think that would be the hardest thing, because the way I view brand identity is it is the personification of a company, which is it's, if you're not speaking, if you're not doing something, you kind of cease to exist, I guess, in the minds of your customer base. So you have to be constantly putting out stuff, doing things, producing a tone of voice. So yeah, the most challenging thing, would be definitely keeping energy levels high and making sure that I'm always trying to do something interesting and enjoyable that my customers would like.
Yeah. Eleanor and Simon, do you feel that as well? The need to keep energy up, to keep moving forward?
Yeah, sure. You always have to sort of listen into the world around you and to sort of respond to it in a way. I think for a brand, it's important to always have your eyes and ears open. And I think that's part of keeping the energy up in the brand.
Yeah. Do you feel like things have changed or shifted since COVID? I'm kind of going off script here, but do you feel like things have changed and shifted since COVID started? I know, Eleanor, you mentioned like we've been in COVID, so nix the minimalism. How about in terms of energy? Like what do you see as the biggest shifts?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, just kind of like the isolation really affects your work, I'd say, because you draw inspiration from people, because that's the thing behind a brand, and that's the thing that keeps a brand, kind of alive, people responding to it and whatnot. But it also kind of makes you want to do more and see how people react to that, because a lot of people don't have anything else to do, at least during lockdown. So it was a great kind of pressure cooker at a time to just, throw things out there and see how people interact with it, because people have interacted more with it than before. But yeah, it's tricky to maintain kind of like a momentum and the energy all the way, I'd say.
Yeah. And I suppose people have been interacting with brands in different ways as well. So instead of seeing things out in the world, they're seeing things on their screens a lot more. So the visuals, Simon, as you mentioned, are probably a lot more important these days.
Yeah, I think that's good. And also the workflow for me and Eleanor right now. I just moved to Malmö during the pandemic, so we're gonna have to work to figure out a way to work with each other, over the screen, and to make these photos and being part of this process that is taking place in the roastery. I mean, this sort of scenario is happening all over the world right now. That people can't meet in the same extent as before. It's a bit trickier to have these face-to-face interactions.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, an important part to mention, that there's the outward-facing brand identity for customers to see, but then there's also the internal workings of how do you create that, and that's a whole nother topic for a panel discussion. So yeah, well, Eleanor, let's ask you then, what do you wish you knew when you started with doing branding and brand identity?
I think perhaps that people like to be surprised, and that you should always try to challenge, the status quo of what exists in the given category that you're doing. And I think also don't be too literal, sorry. Because a lot of brands and companies are unaware of what their unique selling point is. And they often get stuck in their product and the hard facts and numbers. So I think always try to search outside of that and rather find and focus on the effect, perhaps, of the product or service. because I feel like that's really where people really start to relate to your brand. And I think that's key.
Yeah. Brad, I kind of want to ask you the same question, since you didn't come from formal training. What do you wish you knew before you started the branding?
Oh, I don't know, actually, to be honest. That kind of stumps me a little bit. I mean, I thoroughly enjoy this side of the business. I wish that this is all I did. I wish I didn't have phone calls about vacuum cleaners. That didn't work. And all I would do is doing this. But in regards to what I know now, I think it would just be to have a little bit more confidence. I've definitely got a lot more now in the way that I approach our branding and our brand identity. But if I'd known that right at the start, I played things very safe at the start. The idea being that the mysterious nature of our brand would be enough to sort of like perpetuate, to sort of move us along. But I probably could have come right out the gate being quite loud and obnoxious and trying to shake things up. I wish I'd known that, because it's much more fun being that way. But yeah, that would probably be about it.
Cool. And I feel like that kind of goes along with what Eleanor said, focusing on the effect that you have. If you're kind of tiptoeing into your brand identity, you can't see the full effect. But if you're hitting it right off the bat, then you get instant feedback a little bit more.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. And then it becomes a give and take, and then you actually start having like proper dialogue with your customer base. It's that interaction, I think, between you and your customers through social media, through your email marketing, or through other avenues, whether it's events or whatever. The way that you it kind of comes and goes, that sort of back and forth, it can be a really enjoyable and very sort of fulfilling part of your job, and will then fuel the next thing you do and fuel the next thing and give you more ideas. And I think if you play it safe and you do tiptoe at the start, you might not get that that sort of intensity of response from your customers.
Cool. All right, last question. Simon, back to you. Is there anything worth mentioning that we haven't yet touched on?
Well, I thought about this question because we got these questions beforehand, and what I want to give you, somebody who's going to start a brand, it takes time for a brand to find its place into the world. And so my tip for anybody who's going to create a brand is to be patient and just go with your vision, stay with your vision, and have faith in it, and work with it, and eventually it's gonna sort of build itself over time. So I think being patient is a good thing in creating a brand.
I think that's a great insight. And thank you all for your insights about creating brands and making brand identity cohesive. I'd love to hear from each of you, just like as a last little thing, whether it's something you brought to the conversation or something you heard somebody else on this panel say. What is one takeaway that our viewers should leave this panel with? Brad, let's start with you.
Give me a second. A takeaway from what was being said. Well, I guess a little bit about what Simon just said in regards to being patient. I think if obviously things won't. This kind of goes with every part of business, I guess, is that if you kind of stick to the plan, trust what you're trying to do. Not everything will work, but if you're honest yourself, you're authentic in the way that you're presenting yourself. I think that's like one of the key aspects of brand identity is authenticity. I know it's one of those like buzzwords, but it's I think it's because of how much we are bombarded with advertising these days, that the way in which people can see straight through brands right to their, they can just see through the marketing. But yeah, sorry, I'm kind of trailing off. But Simon, what he kind of said in regards to just being patient and sort of sitting with what you're doing and just, being methodical, keep going, keep moving forward, and being patient.
Cool. How about you, Eleanor?
I totally agree with both Brad and Simon here. And I would say, make sure to implement strategies to establish your brand identity over time and be cohesive, because just like you said, if you want to grow brand awareness, you have to remember that brand identity is something that is built over time. And I feel like there's actually a negative trend right now with brands all the time changing their appearances, for instance, constantly, just to try to kind of stay relevant. And I think you need to find other ways to do that, kind of tap into the conversations that are happening instead of changing appearances, because otherwise you will lose your voice and you will lose recognition along the way. So like you guys said, kind of stay confident and believe in what you're doing and dare to stand still with that and let it marinate for a while, because it will take time, but that's in the end, that's how you get recognition and build something that's true.
Yeah. Simon, any last one takeaway?
Yeah. Well, I think you can work with whatever you got. That's something we learned today. I came in strong with saying that it's a real good thing to have a formal education, but I think working with whatever skill set you have, you can create a really strong brand from, just stay with your brand and build it from yourself into the world. So that's something I'm leaving this conversation with. Yeah.
Very cool. And Todd?
I'd say just do what you really love, because if you try to imitate other things, it just can come across insincere, and what you love might not click right away or might not be a hit right away, but it's the long game and it's not something that you need immediate success with. And like I said, I did a lot of projects before Brand New Wine that never went anywhere, and like I got very lucky to hit when it hit in the community. But like, just do what resonates with you, and don't try to don't force yourself to be like other people and do other things.
That's so perfect. And finally, where can people find your work, Eleanor?
I don't keep a portfolio because I'm a messy person, but you can, I guess, find me on Instagram, where I think out loud and create weird content from time to time. And my username would be Stroking Kittens. It's an old name, but I've kept it for a long time. It's
because it's a brand. Your brand, yeah.
It is my brand, yeah.
Simon?
You can find me on Instagram. That's where I'm having my sort of playground portfolio kind of thing. And that's Simon Soder at,
Great.
Check me out, guys.
Yeah. And Todd?
Yeah, mainly Instagram is probably the best thing. It's Todd DE85, or Brand New Wine Coffee Roasters is the company, and then brandnewwinecoffeeroasters.com is the website. And if for like personal artwork, I have createmagicstudios.com, and that's pretty much everything.
Wonderful. And Brad?
You can find us at Dark Arts Coffee. On Instagram. I believe it's the same on Twitter and TikTok as well. And if you want to see photos of me, my daughter, and my Harley, that's FTW Coffee on Instagram.
Awesome. Well, thank you all panelists for being here and for sharing your experience and expertise. And thank you, viewers, for tuning in. I hope you learned something that empowers you to create your own brand's identity in a way that aligns with your visions. I know I did. All right. Cheers, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Sebastián Villamizar. I'm the co-founder of Equation Coffee and brand ambassador for La Palma del Tucán, Del Agua Coffee Paradise, and Creativa Coffee District in Panama. I've been working on the industry for almost 8 years now, and I've been involved with our projects since the beginning, with the development of the brands, with building different sales strategies for the companies, going out there and visiting clients, trade shows, understanding about our industry, learning from our industry, copying coffees, brewing coffee in different competitions. And today I want to share with you some of my experience. I want to thank the Barista League for the invitation and High Density for allowing me to be a part of this amazing video. Today I want to talk about how to create brands with passion. During this talk, I want to share with you 3 tips that have helped me a lot when we initially started to build these brands. And I think they are simple steps that can maybe allow you to give much more focus to your company and hopefully create the most amount of value for your customers and also for your team. Okay, so let's start with the first tip. My first tip, which I think is gonna be the most important one before starting your brand or before even thinking about stuff like the look and feel of your brand or your clients or your product, is something that, in my opinion, defines the whole vision of your company. And this is something that I learned from a great speaker called Simon Sinek. Basically, he explains how you have to find your why. It helps you a lot because your why is gonna be your highest purpose as an entrepreneur. And I think that this is something that many people skip when they start building new brands, especially in coffee. You see that they're trying to sell coffees, but maybe there's not a higher purpose rather than the transactional part of the business. And this is something that will help you a lot because it will guide you, in my opinion, through any decision that you wanna make as a company. Basically what he is and what I've learned from that experience is that you have to sit down as an entrepreneur and think about your passions. You know, for example, in our case, it was after many exercises where we discussed, brainstormed with our different partners and team, we came to the conclusion that we wanted to be in business to help the world. We wanted to be in business to slow down climate change, to try to help farms migrate from monocultives to polycultives, to invest in regenerative agriculture. And this is what we determined as our why. Our why determines why we are in business. And it is something that is critical, in my opinion, in the first step when you're starting to build a brand, because it will help you keep focus aligned with the strategy of your company. Also, it is very important because eventually it is what will connect with your customers that maybe share that same value or that same dream. And it will help you build those relationships in the long term. So that's why my first advice or my first tip is start with why. You know, understand or think about which is your purpose. Why are you starting this company? What drives you? Even if it doesn't have to do with your product, you know, what drives you first, and then we will determine those other things. Okay, so moving on to our second tip. Once you know why are you doing this business and what you want to do as an entrepreneur, the second step will be identifying your who. And this has 2 main components. The demographic component, which basically is a list of different characteristics of your client or your customer or your target. And my tip here would be sit down and try to describe as much as you can from that customer that you want to relate to. For example, in our case, we know that we want to work with roasters that represent what we call as that 3rd wave or 4th wave that are driven towards sustainability, traceability, transparency, and many of those descriptors come from the values that we also love and share. So we've done this exercise a couple of times where we try to describe them in the best way possible. How much coffee are they roasting in average? What type of coffees are they buying? If they're interested in origin trips, if they like to travel, what's that age range in which they are located? Where are those places where they are located? What type of cities? So determining that who, I think it should start with the demographic, things that you can describe and that will help you identify those clients to make a much more clear strategy on how to find them, so that you maybe don't lose unnecessary time talking with people that are not going to be aligned with whom you want to work. The second important thing that you must consider in your who is the psychographic characteristics. So in the psychographic characteristics, we're gonna write down all of those behaviors. Yes, so it's not about the age or how much coffee are they roasting, but it has to do with a list of behaviors that those companies have. Things that they like to do. For example, if they like to travel, if they're adventurous, if they wanna save the world, if they care about buying products with certain characteristics. It has to do with all the behaviors that your potential clients have. And in that way, with this combination, you're gonna be much more accurate when you go out there looking for clients in trade shows or in different magazines or coffee portals. It will help you be very aligned and help your sales team be focused and maybe don't go after clients that won't have these characteristics. So my last tip, my third tip, it's gonna be your what. So at this point, we know why we're doing business, we know what we're passionate about, we know what we want to change in the world, or we know what is driving us to create this business or to start this company. We know who we want to target or who we want to build relationships with more than target. We've tried to put together a list of their characteristics, and now we need to start focusing on our product. So in our what I would try to invite you is to try to describe your product in the best possible way. In our case, the coffee industry is extremely robust. There are many different qualities of coffees, there are many different characteristics of coffees, and what we try to do in our productive projects was trying to develop or write down certain characteristics that our products had to meet in order to be able to match with those potential customers that we had identified. And there were many characteristics related to quality. So for instance, in coffees from projects like La Palma del Tucán or Del Agua Coffee Paradise or Creativa in Panama, we are focused on producing coffees that have higher scores than 86 points, that have different complex fermentations. So we knew we had to build a portfolio that had different fermentations with different profiles that would allow us to offer those characteristics to our clients so they could have much more flavors in their coffee program. So we decided that was gonna be the product that we wanted to develop with the project. And it has given us so far a lot of focus, because in that way we don't lose time maybe investing or buying products that don't meet those quality standards. Another thing that I believe is very helpful when you determine which is gonna be your product is that you don't grab maybe businesses that eventually are not gonna be good for you. For example, with products that have other characteristics. In my experience, there's always gonna be opportunities that come along that have to do with coffees that are different from what you usually offer or produce or sell. And that's why writing down or describing those products that you want to sell or create or build or produce, of course, I believe it will help you stay focused when those opportunities come. Also, maybe an additional advantage of writing down your product is that you will be able to coordinate all the different efforts from the rest of the team. If you have, for example, a wet mill and you know what you're gonna produce, then you're gonna be making all the necessary activities to produce that specific profile, you know, innovating in fermentations that can allow you to do that. Or if you want to hit certain quality, you know that you have to be more rigorous, for example, when picking your coffee in the proper ripen levels. So I think this is something that is critical to make sure that all the team is aligned and that you are first, as he said, selling something with your personality, with the characteristics of what you wanna pursue as entrepreneur. Second, so that you're targeting your right customers or offering your coffees to people who match your values and that you want to pursue. And third, making sure that those products that you are designing match what those customers need. I think those are three important tips that have helped me in the past. And maybe one last that I would recommend, which has also helped me a lot, is writing all of this down. In my experience, it has helped me a lot to sit down and write these ideas and share them with other people from the coffee industry, close friends that have a good experience. And I think these have been critical or very important tips that have helped us positioning our brands that reflect the passion that we have as coffee producers and exporters. Well, thank you very much for watching me. I hope these are tips that are very useful for you if you're in the green coffee business, if you're a coffee producer or an exporter. If you want to follow more of what we do, you can find us in different Instagrams for our companies. In Equation Coffee or La Palma El Tucán, we usually share a lot of our ideas and everyday lessons from the coffee industry. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you, High Density, for the invitation, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Hi everyone, my name is Luiza Pellicer and I'm the founder of Expressing Origin and Digital Coffee Future. It's a pleasure for me today to talk about digitalization of the coffee value chain. But what is digitalization in the first place when we talk about digitalizing coffee? Well, it's definitely a very broad concept. And for me, it is really anything, any digital tool, any digital platform that you might want to use in your business, whether you're a producer, a barista, a trader, to improve your operations, better monitor what you're doing, what is going well, what is going not that well and could be improved, and really kind of providing this extra support that technology nowadays can offer us. But before going into deep dive of what digitalization is and how it can be applied and seen in coffee, I want to understand a bit more with you how did it come from. So when we talk about digitalization, it definitely comes from this idea of wanting and learning more about the coffee that we're drinking and the information that go with it. A lot of that need for information came from consumers that decided that they wanted to know more and more and more about the coffee that they were drinking, making sure that those sustainability claims that were provided to them were actually true. And at the same time, the industry started to see into technology not only this idea of what it could offer in terms of guaranteeing that those sustainability claims and all claims were met, but kind of going beyond that and really seeing what technology could do to improve business overall. So this kind of gave us a bit of a push and pull perspective in which both consumers are driving the need for information, and at the same time industry is really trying to make its best to collect information and keep monitoring what the industry is doing. So technology nowadays is really used basically everywhere in the value chain, but how it's different and how it can be applied in producing countries through shipping, through roasting, and all the other different actors that we encounter throughout our journey. So let's start from a very normal basic value chain. It's true that when we talk about coffee, you all know that we can find many different scenarios according to where the coffee is coming from, and even not just based on a country by country perspective, but even within the different regions in the same country. So to provide a bit of information about digitalization, let's just imagine that we're talking about a very, very basic coffee value chain at the moment. So we'll start with individual producers, we'll go with cooperatives, and then we'll go ahead with exporters, importers, traders, and finally consumers. So a very straightforward value chain. So starting from individual producer, where is that we can find digitalization in there? Well, very likely, definitely, farm management systems are part of that plan. When it comes to individual producers, a lot of those dynamics are in connection with being able to better monitor weather forecast, monitor inputs, monitoring quality, and also post-harvest activities that happen right after harvest. At the same time, going up in the value chain, we see the use of digital tools from cooperatives. So in case of cooperatives, of course, they can go beyond using tools for farm management, and they can also embed different digital platforms in their internal and external operations. So one of the examples could be everything that has to do with inventory and logistics, the monitoring of how the coffee moves and the different lots that are involved and how basically this coffee is being sold and when. So everything can be actually connected digitally. At the same time, a lot of emphasis is given to traceability and basically the collection of information that are connected with the chain of custody. Digital platforms can also support with price information, with general monitoring on climate risk management as well. So now we go a step ahead and we look at exporters. So really the coffee is ready to get shipped, and what are those logistics there that can be digitalized? Well, definitely everything that has to do with actually shipment logistics are part of digital solutions as well. A lot comes also to traceability, but not only to traceability in terms of chain of custody, but also to transparency when it comes to kind of going deeper and deeper in understanding, what is this coffee and how it can be transparent throughout the coffee sector. I'm not just talking about price here, but it could be way more in terms of social, environmental responsibilities that we have as a sector. Also, what we can see a lot now in the last few days and years actually is being the use of online selling. And basically the online trading that happens is where you can use platforms that allow exporters or cooperatives with exporting rights to directly upload their offers online. And at the same time, buyers can go online and acquire those coffees. So this is also definitely a very big trend that is happening nowadays. So going a step ahead, we end up with importers. And again, in the category of traders, we see a lot of similarities. Definitely traceability is a part of that, inventory, logistics, everything that is kind of digitally tracing what's happening to the bags of the coffee is definitely part of the journey. And a lot of also the online selling is the online buying reflected at the importer level. A lot is also regarding the monitoring of the quality that is definitely very consistent throughout the whole value chain and being kind of guaranteed with very different platforms or platforms that are vertically integrated throughout. Then when we get to roasters, which is kind of almost the last step of our very basic value chain, we see a lot of different platforms that come in. Definitely quality is one of those that also allow to monitor in the roasting curve and everything that has to do with the role of the roaster, with kind of turning the green coffee to roasted coffee and then being ready for selling. Also, this is something that allows, in terms of monitoring quality, the roasters to buy maybe the same lot 1 year after the other and represent the same roasting profile. So this is definitely something that can be better monitored through digital systems. At the same time, of course, e-commerce come in, and being definitely a part of, you know, the selling and the marketing of roasted coffee that either goes through other platforms, other vendors, or directly to the final consumers. And then finally, of course, also the traceability goes all the way to the consumers, sometimes where consumers can basically scan a QR code on a bag and see where the coffee originated and who produced it. I mean, this is a bit of an overview of what happens in terms of digitalization and the extensiveness of digital tools that you can find throughout the value chain. But of course, not everything is so straightforward and not everything is so easy to be implemented. So at the end of the day, you might be asking yourself, like, why should we go through all this process? But well, of course, there are different solutions and different benefits that come from using technology. And many of them are connected definitely on the business point of view of being able to have a better understanding of what's going on within your business, whatever this business is. Really, anyone can use these tools to understand where the challenges are, where improvements can be done. And of course, everything is done through the collection and analysis and visualization of data throughout. But at the same time, it happens when you can have more direct connection with services, information, and market. So these three categories when it comes to information services in market is definitely something that has to do with every actor, but also especially can be used at origin to be able to connect even more directly to potential consumers and potential buyers of your coffee. And here it's a matter of understanding, you know, how you can access those information that are not often easily available, if not online. At the same time, for bigger businesses, everything that has to do with digitalization can be, of course, improved and monitored. We come from an era where a lot of the contracts were only done on a paper trail, and now we're moving towards, you know, the use of digital solutions, really to be able to better monitor and mitigate risk, especially nowadays when we know that everything that has to do with logistics and trading has been extremely complicated in the past few months. So all this is to kind of get to the final questions and the final part of what I wanted to share with you today during the event. Why and how could we start understanding whether we want to go through a digitalization process or not, and if digitalization or a specific digital platform can really respond to my needs. So this is a very big question, and what I tell anybody that comes to me and sometimes they ask me, well, what would you suggest would be the best traceability platform for my business? Well, first of all, for me, the answer is always, what is your goal? What is your end goal as a business, as a company, as an organization, behind using a traceability platform or any platform? Is this really what you're looking for right now? Can you tell me why you want to go in that direction? And when you fully understand your goals, you can also understand, what are those tools that can kind of guide you in that direction. So the first step is understand your goal. With any digital platform that you might want to understand, you might want to use. Then understand the priorities within those goals. Is your priority taking into account, for example, traceability, being able to communicate the chain of custody of that coffee to your final customer, if you're a roaster, for example? Or are you looking to guarantee that your sustainability claims are actually true? Are you instead interested in understanding, pricing among those value chain? So are we going beyond just understanding the chain of custody? Or do you want somehow a platform that not only gives you traceability solutions, but also is connected with your inventory, for example, and everything that has to do with logistics? So all those questions are those questions that you need to answer, and you need to be able to answer in understanding what are your priorities within your goals. Then once you've done with that, I would recommend going to understand, okay, to get there, what are the benefits that I can get and what are the challenges that I will encounter? Because at the end of the day, investing in a technology solution always has, the potential and the challenges, and you have to get ready to be able to solve them if any challenges arise, but at the same time to fully leverage the potential that the technology can offer you. And this is not something that you can do on your own. A lot of the connection that you have to do is kind of taking together with you your team to be able to make the right decisions for the whole company, and not just, you know, understanding what you think you might need as potentially a manager or, you know, somebody else in the company. So it's very important to kind of co-create this digitalization strategic process before going and choosing the solutions that makes, you know, makes the great fit for you. So once you go through that analysis of challenges and potential, you end up to kind of almost the last step, which is understanding, okay, you know your goals, you know your priorities, you know how this might work, but is your goal going to be the same goal? Is your company going to be the same kind of, you know, company in 3 years or 5 years from now? And this is a very big question, because at the end of the day, when it comes to understanding, you know, okay, well, I'm ready, I know what I'm looking for, but sometimes technologies are great today, but might not be the best for you tomorrow. So it's very important to understand what you need in terms of projecting that to the next phase. And then finally, but also very important, try to choose really the platform that meets all your criteria. Is very important. Work together with the tech provider, work together with a company that is offering you that specific digital platform, digital service, to really understand how this is making sure that it meets all your categories. Investing in technology solution takes a lot of time, energy, and also economic investment. So it's extremely important that you do that, creating this pre-assessment before going and choosing for one. Anyway, so this is a bit this journey that brings us to the end of the session today. If you have any further questions, you are more than welcome to connect with me and ask any questions you might have. Digitalization is something that is definitely going to stay with us. Digital transformation is happening at a very high speed in coffee and many other sectors. So I guess, you know, we have to stay with technology. Technology will stay with us. And the best we can do is using technology that allow us to create an inclusive and efficient and effective sector for all the actors involved in the years to come.
Hi, my name is Juliana Ganan. I own Tocaia, a roastery located in the Mantiqueira de Minas region in Minas Gerais, Brazil. You might have heard of Minas Gerais as being the largest coffee producing state in Brazil, but we're actually located in a very mountainous area with over 8,000 smallholder producers who harvest manually. The farmers we work with can produce as little as 560 kilo bags per year to over 1,060 kilo bags per year. We also source from other farmers within Minas Gerais and also from farmers from Espírito Santo, which is a state right next to us. So I'm here to share with you our perspective on being a roaster in a producing country. Right off the bat, I think the most interesting aspect is that we cannot import green coffee. So being a roaster in Brazil means we can only work with Brazilian coffees. That can be a bummer, of course, because I would love to work with some washed Ethiopia or Kenya, and I hope to do that someday. But it can also be really exciting and challenging. It made us from the beginning to embark on a quest to really find different coffee profiles within the regions in our country, and also made us better roasters, I think, because we had to really differentiate and find nuances between those coffees. Most people think that Brazilian coffees are all about caramel and chocolate and mild notes, but we can actually find really nice coffees with floral and high acidic notes. You just need to know where to look for them. What I like about being close to farmers in every sense is that we get to visit the farms not only during harvest season when the best pictures are taken, but also before and after that, when we get a real sense of what's going on with them. For example, in the crop season of 2018, many of the farmers in our region didn't get to export some of their coffees because of the screen size criteria. So we actually bought many of those coffees, and we never did that before. So we explained it to our customers that the coffee was drinking just fine. It was just the bean that was a little bit smaller, and the customers were really on board with it. And that was something that we're only able to do because we went to the farm and we had a talk with the producer and we understood what was going on at the time. So Brazil doesn't have a lot of washed coffees. We have a lot of naturals and pulped naturals, but not a lot of washed coffees. And since we cannot import green coffee, we had to come up with our own version of washed coffee. So in 2017, we worked together with this farmer from our region, Mantiqueira. We did this experiment with 60 kilos of coffee, and we did the fermentation in plastic drums. We did the drying part on raised beds, and the result was really nice. It was a really sweet and clean coffee, and the farmer felt comfortable enough to invest in real fermentation tanks for the next year in 2018. He got much larger lots of washed coffee then, and long story short, we've been getting his washed lots every year since then, and customers keep asking about them, and we have a name for them. We call them Lavado do Álvaro, which basically means Álvaro's washed coffee, and we're really happy with the results of our own version of washed coffee. So many times we come across really nice coffees, but the farmer has only 2 or 3 bags that are not even milled yet, and the milling plants and co-ops will only take larger lots. So we know that some farmers we work with, they have a smaller processing plant inside their farms. So what we do is we buy these smaller lots, and then we drive all the way up to the other farms. And with the help of these farmers, we're able to process and mill these smaller lots, and then we bring them back to the roastery and are able to offer them as a single origin, which is pretty cool. The last coffee that we were able to do that was actually my uncle's coffee. He's an organic farmer here at the Mantiqueira region. He always sold everything to a milling plant that exports to Japan. So for the first time, he got to taste his own coffee roasted in Brazil. We got 6 bags of his coffee, and then we brought it to a farmer/friend who helped us mill the coffee. And now it's available at Tokaia. Okay, I hope this was informative to you. It was a pleasure for me. If you want to chat more, you can talk to me on Instagram. And thanks so much for listening, and ciao.
Everything you see me do today is using the nanofoamer in order to froth.
Hello, High Density viewers. I'm Miguel Vicuña, and you might recognize the back of my head from the World Barista Championships. Outside of judging barista competitions, I also work for Sweet Plume Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. I'm our quality specialist, licensed Q grader, SCA AST, and a pretty phenomenal dancer. But enough about me. You're here for the coffee, which I have a really fantastic one to showcase for you today. It's a Gesha Margatura blend from Nariño, Colombia. Notes of lemongrass, white peach, and grape, and is produced by Pablo Guerrero. But today, let's go beyond the bag. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Pablo and El Obraje, the farm in which this coffee grows. Pablo started off as an architect. El Obraje started off as an apple orchard. But in the year 2000, Pablo introduced coffee to Tegua on El Obraje and started planting and growing really fantastic varieties of coffee. Gesha mainly, and a lot of different other varieties as well, as you can see by this blend. In 2009, he opened a processing facility in which he does a little experimentation with processing, wash, natural, fermentation times and things like that, which, you know, is really awesome to experiment, but where do those experiments lead? With Pablo, it went pretty high. In 2019, Pablo submitted coffee to the Cup of Excellence and placed 8th. And in 2020, placed 1st in the Cup of Excellence in Colombia, which is an amazing feat to do. And it really just showcases his pride and love for growing and processing and making fantastic coffees. This is the 5th year that we've gotten to buy coffee from Pablo Guerrero and El Obraje. And I really hope that we can continue buying more and more every year. It's just really fantastic to just showcase these kind of coffees to our guests, whether it's within our cafes or wholesale customers as well. And yeah, I really just love these coffees when they come to the cupping table. We've bought different types every year, natural geshas, wash geshas, purpucturas and margaturas, and the quality that he always produces is amazing, and with such variety. So it's really fantastic to kind of connect the quality of that to our guests here. I'm hoping to visit, and not only do we want to visit Pablo, but we also want to bring him to us in our Meet the Producer series. This is where we bring producers to Denver, Colorado to have them tell a story about their journey in coffee, helping showcase their farm, their skills, and why they love producing coffee, and connect with our guests here in Denver, really kind of solidifying that bloom to bloom of coffee to that final cup. And yeah, I hope you get a chance to try this coffee. I love it every year, no matter what it is. And yeah, I'm really excited to share this with you. And thank you so much, High Density, or I should say, thank you, Barista League, for always putting on these really awesome events with High Density and allowing me to go beyond the bag with this Pablo Guerrero coffee that I absolutely love.
Olá pessoal, eu sou o professor Lucas Lousada Pereira e eu atuo no Instituto Federal do Espírito Santo, aqui em Venda Nova do Imigrante, uma pequena cidade da região serrana do Espírito Santo. Gostaria de agradecê-los pelo convite para estar participando do evento, compartilhando um pouco do nosso conhecimento e discutindo um pouco a respeito da cafeicultura do estado do Espírito Santo, em especial a cafeicultura de café canéfora, que é uma cafeicultura que vem crescendo em quesito de qualidade, sustentabilidade, e a gente vai tentar mostrar um pouco do trabalho do Instituto na abordagem de produção de canéforas especiais. Então o título da nossa palestra de hoje é Processos Biotecnológicos na Produção de Canéforas Especiais. Bom, antes de falar do Espírito Santo, nós precisamos falar do Brasil, entender o Brasil e o contexto de produção de café canéfora no Brasil comparado ao Espírito Santo. Bom, o nosso país está situado aqui, este grande território, na América do Sul. O Espírito Santo é um pequeno estado da região sudeste do Brasil, entre Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro e Bahia. O Espírito Santo está aqui. E quando nós olhamos a produção de café canéfora no Brasil e a do Espírito Santo, lá atrás, até em 1975, era inexpressiva. A partir da década de 80, a produção de café canéfora cresce muito, e em especial a de Conilon no estado do Espírito Santo. Então, depois de 2010, o Espírito Santo chegou a produzir praticamente 10 milhões de sacas de café Conilon. Então, olhando para o Espírito Santo, que é um pequeno território produtor de café Conilon no Brasil, o café canéfora, o café Conilon, ele é plantado em toda a região territorial do estado do Espírito Santo. Então, cada pontinho desse representa uma área de produção de café Conilon no Espírito Santo. Porém, no Brasil, o café canéfora é conhecido como café robusta. São coisas diferentes, pessoal. O café canéfora é a base genética, a mãe, digamos assim. Nós temos as variedades, os clones, que são derivados das cultivares de café robusta e das cultivares de café Conilon. Nós vamos falar um pouco mais a respeito disso em alguns slides mais à frente. Então, o café Conilon ele foi introduzido aqui no Espírito Santo em 1912, na bacia do Rio Doce, nessa região do norte do Espírito Santo. E aos poucos ele foi se espalhando para o estado todo. Então, no Brasil, o Espírito Santo é o maior produtor de café Conilon e o terceiro maior produtor de arábica. Então, no ano passado, nós produzimos 9,95 milhões de sacas. E nós temos uma produtividade média de 35 sacas por hectare, que é uma média baixa, pode ser até triplicado esse valor médio quando a gente aplica processos tecnológicos. Então é muito comum ver uma lavoura de café Conilon produzindo 110, 120, 100 sacas por hectare. Alguns produtores não detêm tantas tecnologias e acabam não conseguindo performar tão bem. No caso de Rondônia, que é um estado do norte do Brasil, situado na região da Amazônia Legal, o estado produz até 2,4 milhões de sacas, com uma média de 37 sacas por hectare. Então aqui algumas curiosidades, né? Nós trago algumas imagens de lavouras de produção de café Conilon /robusta. Então note que diferente do café arábica, o café canéfora ele vai ser produzido mais na parte superior, em função do processo de poda, de manejo, em função das condições que são aplicadas à produção desse tipo de café. E é importante a gente explicar para vocês que cada linha dessa aqui que a gente vê não é uma mesma variedade, são clones diferentes. Então a lavoura de café canéfora ela é composta por diferentes clones, ou seja, dentro de um grupo de cultivar de café Conilon é comum nós termos 5, 6, 8, até 10 clones diferentes. Da mesma forma, os cafés robustas, diferente dos cafés arábicas. Nas lavouras de café arábica a gente tem uma mesma área, uma única cultivar, uma única variedade. No caso do café canéfora, são clones diferentes que compõem um conjunto de cultivares. Bom, então no Espírito Santo, para a gente entender como funciona a nossa cafeicultura, eu separei aqui alguns slides que falam a respeito da caracterização climática do estado do Espírito Santo. Então, na letra A, nós temos o mapa de temperatura média anual, né, para avaliar a disponibilidade de produção de café canéfora no estado do Espírito Santo. Na letra B, nós temos a deficiência hídrica anual, então note que no sul e na região serrana há pouca restrição hídrica, e o problema está no norte, noroeste, nordeste. E o C, a diversidade de solos do estado do Espírito Santo. Quando a gente combina esses fatores, a gente costuma definir a área de aptidão para a cultura do café conilon no estado do Espírito Santo. Então, notem que, considerando a temperatura média anual, a deficiência hídrica anual e os tipos de solo, praticamente nós podemos produzir café conilon em quase todo o estado do Espírito Santo, com exceção de uma região litorânea, onde a gente vai ter uma baixa aptidão em função do solo. O norte e o noroeste tem as restrições de deficiência hídrica, que pode ser corrigido com irrigação, e na região serrana do Espírito Santo e Caparaó do Espírito Santo, a deficiência vai ser de temperatura. Então é importante a gente entender isso, porque mesmo sendo um pequeno estado de produção de cafés no Brasil, o Espírito Santo pode produzir café canéfora praticamente em todas as suas regiões. Então, quando a gente pega a combinação desses fatores, a gente tem o zoneamento edafoclimático para o café no Espírito Santo. Então, na letra A, nós temos aqui a aptidão de produção de café conilon no estado do Espírito Santo, e na letra B, a aptidão de produção de café arábica no Espírito Santo. Notem que nós podemos produzir café canéfora ou robusta em praticamente todas as regiões do estado do Espírito Santo, com exceção da região mais elevada de montanha e em alguns extremos do litoral do Espírito Santo. No caso do café arábica, nós temos muitas restrições. Temos apenas a região do Caparaó e a região central serrana do Espírito Santo. Porém, nós precisamos enfatizar as mudanças climáticas. Nós estamos convivendo muito com as mudanças climáticas, temos observado um impacto muito significativo na mudança do clima em função da ação antrópica, em função da ação do homem. Então, a partir disso, nós traçamos um painel considerando a metodologia do IPCC. E se nós tivermos um aumento de 3,7 graus na temperatura média nos próximos 10, 15 anos, a cafeicultura de café canéfora praticamente some do Espírito Santo. Ela mudaria para a área de produção do café arábica. Notem que aqui a gente considerando a temperatura média anual, o cenário atual de 2020-21. Se nós considerarmos um aumento de 3,7 graus Celsius na temperatura, é isso que vai acontecer com a cafeicultura de café canéfora no Espírito Santo. Ela some por completo e muda para a região de produção de café arábica. Então esses fatos são muito preocupantes e nos levam a pensar em novas metodologias, e nós iremos falar um pouco dessas metodologias para vocês agora. Então, só para reforçar a questão da botânica do café, dentro da família Rubiácea, nós temos quase 500 gêneros e mais de 6 mil espécies. Então, o gênero Coffea é o membro mais importante em termos econômicos. E aí, quando a gente compara arábica e robusta, a gente tem algumas diferenças, tá, pessoal? Então, a gente tem, no caso, a família, o gênero, a espécie e as variedades. Neste caso, na família, nós estamos considerando a Rubiácea, o gênero Coffea, e vamos trabalhar hoje apenas com o café canéfora e com o robusta, na nossa explicação de hoje. Aqui a gente já pode ter uma imagem ampliada do fruto de café conilon. Ele é um pouco mais, ele pode ser mais redondinho ou mais chato. Por que tem essas diferenças? No próximo slide eu vou poder explicar isso para vocês. Basicamente, porque, como eu disse lá no início, uma lavoura de café canéfora é composta por diferentes clones. E cada clone tem um comportamento diferente, cada clone tem um aspecto fisiológico diferente, cada clone tem uma composição química e microbiana diferente. Isso confere essas diferenças de frutos. E aqui um fruto verde, ou seja, a opção entre colher um fruto maduro e um fruto verde fica a cargo do produtor. Quando a gente amplia a imagem aqui e consegue pegar da peneira 13 até a peneira 18, nós vamos ver que o café canéfora, o café conilon, as peneiras menores são mais chatas, mais redondas, e as peneiras maiores são mais oblongas, formando em formato de elipsoide. Então, pessoal, comparado ao Arábica, note que as peneiras menores do Arábica se assemelham às peneiras menores do café canéfora, e a partir da peneira 16 nós temos uma similaridade entre as peneiras maiores, só que os clones de produção de café Conilon normalmente produzem, em média, peneiras um pouco menor do que comparado às variedades do grupo de Arábica. E a coloração é diferente em termos de tecido, em termos de aspecto, em termos químicos são produtos completamente diferentes. Nós podemos em um outro momento estar explicando de forma mais clara a diferença química entre as duas espécies, mas hoje o nosso foco é sobre processos tecnológicos. Então, quando a gente fala em processos biotecnológicos, o primeiro passo que a gente vai trabalhar é a parte de diversidade microbiana do café. Então, nesse estudo, a gente apresenta, esse estudo foi publicado em 2020/2021, onde nós apresentamos o desenvolvimento e o comportamento da microbiota do café arábica no estado do Espírito Santo, considerando as diferentes altitudes. Ou seja, antes de testar qualquer fermentação, antes de testar qualquer método, qualquer processo, era necessário compreender como os micro-organismos atuavam ou atuam em função dos estratos de altitude, em função das diferenças climáticas que ocorrem em cada região. Então, nesse estudo, a gente conseguiu compreender uma interação complexa entre micro-organismos e como estes indivíduos atuam na qualidade do café. Então, de forma resumida, o material está disponível para leitura de todos, em inglês, então vocês podem ler os estudos. Em regiões mais elevadas, nós temos um índice maior de cooperação entre bactérias, leveduras, e nas regiões de baixa altitude nós temos um índice maior de co-exclusão entre leveduras e bactérias. Ou seja, de forma bem simples, é como se houvesse uma competição entre micro-organismos, e não adianta a gente tentar fazer algum processo de fermentação sem entender como esses micro-organismos se relacionam. E quando muda a altitude, quando muda o vigor vegetativo, quando muda a cobertura vegetal ao redor da planta de café, muda toda a infraestrutura do microbioma. Então é importante a gente entender que há uma interação muito grande entre solo, sistema radicular, micro-organismos, os frutos e os processos fermentativos. Nesse sentido, a gente precisa compreender o escopo da vida no solo, no sistema radicular, como está a qualidade nutricional da planta, quais são os tipos de manejos que estão sendo adotados, tentando reduzir o excesso de agroquímicos, de produtos químicos, tentando produzir o café de forma mais sustentável, de forma mais ecológica o possível, visando ganhos de qualidade em todos os aspectos. Então, quando a gente olha para uma lavoura de café, ela é uma combinação de muitos fatores que interagem a nível microbiano no sistema radicular, no solo, que interagem nos frutos com a composição de bactérias e leveduras, que vão produzir compostos secundários, compostos que serão metabolizados por esses micro-organismos, e tudo isso vai acabar refletindo na fermentação, com o acesso desses cafés na fase de processamento e depois no processo de torre e no processo de consumo. Ou seja, o resultado da qualidade que chega na xícara do produtor, seja na Europa, seja na América do Norte, seja na Ásia ou no Brasil, é decorrente de uma série de fatores que se relacionam entre a produção do café no campo, tá? A interação entre planta, micro-organismo, fruta, solo, e depois isso tudo na fase de processamento, e como isso vai ser refletido quando nós torramos e industrializamos os cafés. Então, passando a respeito do processamento, tipicamente nós podemos processar o café pelo método wash, que é conhecido como despolpado, o full wash, que é conhecido como desmucilado, o semi-dry, que é conhecido como descascado, e o natural, que é a nossa via seco. Porém, nos últimos anos nós temos aplicado uma série de estudos no desenvolvimento de novas metodologias para a produção de conilons e robustas especiais. Então nós podemos aplicar leveduras à fermentação, culturas de bactéria na fermentação, maceração carbônica, atmosfera modificada, lavagem com leveduras e a inoculação de leveduras no processo natural. Então a gente tem algumas imagens aqui. Eu não vou falar de todos os processos por conta do nosso tempo hoje, vou me ater em alguns processos menores e alguns processos mais inovadores, processos que têm trazido um ganho de qualidade excepcional na produção dos canéforas no Brasil. Então, antes de falar dos processos, é importante a gente refletir sobre a diversidade microbiana nos frutos. Essa é uma imagem que está ilustrada em forma de metáfora. Então, imagine que na polpa deste fruto de café existe toda essa diversidade de fungos. Isso aqui foi encontrado em um dos estudos que nós conduzimos, que é o estudo do metaboloma do café brasileiro, onde nós observamos que na polpa do café há uma diversidade absurda, imensa, de fungos, bactérias, leveduras que atuam no processo de fermentação. Então é importante a gente entender toda essa diversidade microbiana, porque existem micro-organismos que residem apenas na polpa, micro-organismos que residem dentro do tecido, que são os endofíticos, e micro-organismos que residem do lado de fora, na casca. Então há uma interação microbiana muito grande entre planta, fruto, processos, que pode ser determinante na produção de cafés especiais. Então, o primeiro método que eu apresento para vocês é com base na publicação do nosso estudo a respeito de como o perfil microbiano afeta o processo sensorial, a parte química e a parte microbiológica em função da aplicação de maceração carbônica. Então, a maceração carbônica é uma fermentação anaeróbica que foi datada primeiro em 1986. É uma técnica clássica de fermentação de vinhos e ela foi trazida para o ambiente do café há poucos anos. Então, os primeiros relatos são de Flanze e de Bernard, de 1987, e a primeira patente registrada foi solicitada em 1986. E esses processos, eles são importantes porque quando eu tenho um ambiente onde eu privo o oxigênio no sistema de fermentação e eu crio uma atmosfera enriquecida com dióxido de carbono, com CO2, eu vou criar uma condição para que o micro-organismo passe do metabolismo respiratório para o metabolismo fermentativo. É como se eu estivesse dizendo para os micro-organismos: nós precisamos fermentar o café, nós precisamos consumir os monossacarídeos e os polissacarídeos disponíveis na polpa. Então nós pegamos um tanque de aço inox, enriquecemos ele com dióxido de carbono e nós forçamos os micro-organismos naturais a trabalhar em função dos processos de fermentação. Então esse estudo foi publicado na Food Chemistry no ano passado e também ficará disponível para vocês realizarem a leitura dos materiais. Então, observando aqui, quando a gente enriquece esse ambiente com o CO2, nós vamos forçar esse ambiente anaeróbico fermentativo, forçando exatamente a condição de trabalho do micro-organismo. Então, notem que nós pegamos nesse estudo e submetemos os frutos de café em diferentes condições, a 18 graus, a 28 graus e a 38 graus. Observamos uma mudança significativa da comunidade microbiana a partir dos 38 graus, quando, com 5 dias de fermentação, houve uma predominância muito grande de bactérias produtoras de ácido lático dentro do sistema de fermentação, enquanto que nas temperaturas de 18 e 28 graus, há predominância de outros micro-organismos em função do binômio tempo-temperatura. Ou seja, antes de realizar qualquer aplicação de fermentação, nós precisamos entender a microbiologia, entender os aspectos técnicos, científicos e como cada micro-organismo trabalha. Por quê? Existem micro-organismos que trabalham em condições ótimas de temperatura mais baixa, outros em condições de temperatura média, outros em condições de temperatura mais elevada. Então, em função disso, nós temos que direcionar os processos para extrair o melhor de cada fermentação. Outro método também que nós temos utilizado muito é a fermentação com leveduras. Aqui nós temos algumas imagens dentro do sistema de fermentação. Essa é uma fase de expansão, de desenvolvimento, onde as leveduras estão se multiplicando. Aqui é o final do processo, onde a gente vê uma mudança de coloração, de despigmentação dos frutos em função do mosto. E aqui também uma outra fase de crescimento, de desenvolvimento das leveduras no processo de fermentação. Alguns estudos científicos que também estarão disponíveis para leitura de vocês. Esse estudo publicado em 2019, onde nós apresentamos as mudanças de perfis sensoriais em função dos tempos de fermentação. Aqui foram aplicados 4 métodos de fermentação em 3 tempos de fermentação distintos, 24, 48 e 72 horas. Notem que no começo as fermentações não ficavam agrupadas. A partir de 72 horas nós temos uma mudança significativa entre os processos. Esse número 2 e o número 4 são referentes às fermentações com leveduras, ou seja, com água ou sem água. Eles se agrupam após determinado tempo. E o perfil sensorial também muda. Então é importante a gente entender que, dado esse processo, ou dado os processos, nós teremos uma mudança significativa dos perfis sensoriais. Um outro estudo também, publicado em 2021, na Food Control, onde nós apresentamos diferentes painéis entre café arábica e café conilon fermentado com a mesma metodologia. Nós analisamos a nível sensorial e também analisamos por espectroscopia de infravermelho médio, para observar a mudança nas classes químicas entre os cafés e entre os processos que foram aplicados. Nas regiões, nós dividimos os espectros de infravermelho em algumas regiões. Dividimos em 6 regiões, em diferentes métodos: fermentação pelo método washed, fermentação com levedura, fermentação a seco e fermentação a seco aplicando levedura. Qual a importância desse resultado para nós? Em algumas regiões espectrais, nós conseguimos observar uma proximidade do perfil químico do café arábica ao café robusta quando inoculada levedura. Em outros processos, como o método washed, que usa uma fermentação espontânea, nós observamos uma grande diferença entre o perfil químico e sensorial do café arábica para o café robusto. Então é possível dizer que é possível mudar a composição química do café em função de uma fermentação induzida. E, quando a gente deixa a microbiota espontânea do fruto trabalhar, nós teremos condições únicas de cada terroir. Um outro estudo também que nós publicamos em 2020, onde nós observamos uma mudança de percepção sensorial e química na aplicação de processos de fermentação na via úmida para café robusta. Ou seja, com a fermentação de leveduras, em determinado período de tempo, foi possível aumentar a percepção de acidez no palato e também uma mudança de perfil químico dos cafés em função dos processos biotecnológicos que foram adotados. Ou seja, toda essa literatura está disponível para que vocês possam acessar, para que vocês possam refletir. Entretanto, nós precisamos enfatizar que processos de fermentação são processos que necessitam de um controle muito rígido, de uma compreensão muito clara de como esses fenômenos acontecem e, acima de tudo, a responsabilidade de produzir com segurança alimentar, porque nós estamos falando de alimentos. O café é um alimento que deve ser tratado de forma com muita higiene, com muito controle de qualidade, e a gente precisa usar a tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e manter a produção de cafés especiais nos terroirs tipicamente consolidados, onde às vezes nós nem necessitamos de tantas interferências tecnológicas. Bom, essa foi uma prévia do que a gente tem feito aqui no estado do Espírito Santo. Bom, então, com base no que a gente estava falando, né, foi uma prévia do que a gente faz aqui no estado do Espírito Santo. Essa é a imagem aqui do campus onde eu trabalho, do Instituto Federal do Espírito Santo. Eu agradeço o convite por estar participando do evento High Density. Espero vê-los em breve. Qualquer dúvida, qualquer pergunta, podem estar enviando as mensagens para o meu e-mail e nos vemos em breve. Até mais. Muito obrigado.
Hey guys, it's Oliver and Ludwig, roasters from Food and Coffee Roasters here in Oslo. We're going to talk a bit about the Food brand first.
Yeah, we started in Oslo in 1963, and since then we have opened a couple of shops in Tokyo plus a roastery, and now also the roastery in Oslo, roasting delicious coffee. So we were asked about having some fun facts about this coffee, and we don't really have that. So here are some facts.
Fun fact number one.
Yeah.
This coffee is Hadabagona from Ethiopia.
So, fact number two. Two, right? Two. Yeah, two. So the coffee is bought from Helena that runs Mokako Trading, and she buys sources, coffee from smallholder farmers around Ethiopia. Fact number three.
Helena hand sorts all the coffee with a team of workers before final approval.
So, let's taste the coffee. It's good though, isn't it?
It's good.
Yeah. Subtle hints.
Some subtleties.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting flavours of black tea, some nice florals.
Yeah. Some honeycomb.
Sweet honeycomb.
Yeah. Almost like a red apple thing in that. Mm-hmm. I think the coffee is good.
Me too.
Mm.
Cheers, guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna and I'm the project manager for High Density and all the Barista League competitions Euro-based events. Mainly, the Barista League is a party disguised as a coffee competition for baristas by baristas. This year we are doing 10 events in different cities all over the world. If you never heard about the Barista League competition before, here are some things we think are really special. 1. Is 100% free to compete. 2. We provide everything competitors need, including coffee and equipment. 3. There is no long rulebook and no script to memorize. 4. No previous training or experience level is necessary. All are welcome. 5. I'm not gonna spoil it, but we have a big surprise for all the winners of this year's competition. We are super excited for 2022 and I hope to see you at some of our events there. Thank you so much for watching High Density. I hope you are enjoying it. Bye bye.
Hi, I'm Chad Trevick, part of the team working at Emory University on a couple of interesting projects related to the coffee industry, the Specialty Coffee Transaction Guide, and a series of workshops called Grounds for Empowerment. We're hoping to work toward cultivating a progressive market for specialty coffee producers. The fundamental problem is that while the specialty coffee market has expanded globally for 30, 40, even 50 years, and now accounts for, by many estimates, 40% or more of all coffee consumed, coffee prices in the specialty market are still overly linked to global coffee commodity prices, or the C price. This is allowing specialty buyers to purchase at near commodity prices, but then selling them as differentiated and high-value products. This is leaving producers out of the opportunity to take an equitable share of this high-value market. The graphic on the right represents the volatility of the commodity market, with the blue line representing daily trades and levels, and the red line, the average for each of the years captured in the Specialty Coffee Transaction Guide. The solution, we believe, is this guide, the Specialty Coffee Transaction Guide, providing new pricing benchmarks. The guide anchors a market-driven social movement, which is going to allow producers to sell their coffees under a logic that is already evident in retail markets, where we can see generally higher qualities are getting higher prices. This logic can then reward investments in quality and sustainable agricultural practices, and it releases the market from its dependence on commodity price references. Investments in relevant price references, research reports, updating market conversations, and improving business and entrepreneurial capacity produce relevant and consistent valuations, a progressive exchange in relationships and development of networks, balanced price negotiations. All of this leads to, we hope, appropriate green coffee pricing for specialty and differentiated coffees, reliable incomes for producers, and super importantly, funds to invest in farms and the communities that depend on coffee production. The Specialty Coffee Transaction Guide provides these relevant price references, a collection of data from 80 to now almost 100 coffee roasters, importers, exporters, and cooperatives describe distributions of recent green coffee specialty prices. The guide summarizes more than 50,000 contracts and covers more than 1 billion pounds of coffee valued at more than $2 billion. The charts, one of them you can see on the right, describes prices paid in coffee producing countries, which then provide a relevant price reference for negotiations for producers to consider as they go to sell their coffees. The simple transition to using Specialty Coffee Transaction Guide prices as opposed to commodity prices would generate tens of millions of dollars each year for farmers and farm workers. If just half of the specialty coffee grown in 6 Mesoamerican countries had earned the median price for specialty coffee in the 2019-20 crop year, producers would have earned an additional $76 million. We know in order for information to be put to use, it has to be explained and trained. So the Grounds for Empowerment workshops convert this information into action. Grounds for Empowerment is a program to train smallholder farmers to use Transaction Guide to negotiate prices consistent with the quality and the quantity of the coffee they have to sell. Producers who are empowered with information to recognize the value of their coffees then can make plans to secure prices consistent with these valuations. The business tools workshops engage small groups of women producers to produce relevant business knowledge and networking opportunities. Participants leave workshops with a stronger vision for the future of their farms and their futures, with plans and connections to achieve a more prosperous and sustainable farm business. Grounds for Empowerment business tools workshops work with around 20 women producers at a time. We focus on storytelling, financial tracking, quality assessment, and importantly, again, using the information in the transaction guide in order to support planning for the future. Workshops are supported by trained university students and experienced industry mentors. Super important to expand networks. Producers also receive seed grants, which allow them to make small investments in things that will help them to achieve some of their quality and production goals. The stories we cultivate together are posted on a dedicated Grounds for Empowerment workshop, where anybody can go and read and find and be connected to these stories. We have successfully piloted this workshop in El Salvador a couple times, Guatemala a couple times, and even once in Nicaragua, and with plans to do so in the coming months in Honduras. I hope that introducing these two programs inspires a little curiosity in your minds about the different tools and increasing information available to producers so that they too can participate in the prosperous specialty coffee market. It is only through expanding and increasing the information available to producers themselves that they are going to have an equitable share of the market that we all work in together. Thanks for your time today.
Hi everyone, my name is Callum Emanuel and I'm the Chief Impact Officer at Sustainable Harvest Coffee Importers. Before I jump in, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Barista League team. Thank you for the incredible opportunity to be here. It's a real honor to have been invited. I'd also, in advance, like to extend my appreciation to the audience for your patience with me as I work to focus on this isn't a video, it's a new way of having a conversation, and conversations are what I love best. So what I hope to share with you over the next few minutes is a recipe of sorts. What I've learned based on my experience working with teams here at Sustainable Harvest, and also in my previous role working in service to the global network of the International Women's Coffee Alliance. In both roles, I have had wonderful opportunities to be parts of teams that have focused on really accelerating women's empowerment in the coffee industry. And before I get too much further, I want to take a minute and level set on what I mean by empowerment. And the definition of empowerment that we've used is really to focus on amplifying what's within. It's the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially when we're talking about the feeling of controlling one's own life, the feeling of self-sufficiency. And in some cases, the focus may be economic empowerment or social empowerment, or even political or psychological. But whatever the case, I think a key point to keep in mind in the experiences that I've had, that it's been less of, say, pouring water onto a plant empowerment, and rather more of pulling the extra dirt away so that the strength that's within can find the resources it needs to continue to grow stronger. And with this in mind, what are the three ingredients in this recipe to accelerate empowerment? The three ingredients are listen, leverage, and launch. Within listen, what we've found is that it's very important to find the right people. Find the ambassadors, find those who are interested, ready and open to learn, and who are really positioned to own it. Now, it may not be at the beginning of your project or your engagement or your process that the people that are part of the team have been able to fully embrace what you'll focus on, whether it's coffee quality or whether it's forming a new organization. But what you want to look for are whether or not you've got the right people at the table who are really ready to take on whatever it is you're about to embark on. And when you identify who the right people are, we found that it's important to co-create, co-build the program so that those who are involved in the program feel that they feel and do have a voice in its creation and evolution. Not only will this ensure long-term buy-in, but it'll also help you to navigate and avoid any unexpected that comes along because you're working with people who have all had a sense of buy-in from the beginning. Another aspect of listening is to really lean in and identify the strengths of the people at the table, the strengths that are created by the group working together, and the strengths of the shared goal that you have together. Now, whether that goal is to improve coffee quality or reduce defects, or that goal is to amplify voice and visibility, it can be very easy to identify what's missing. What are the barriers? What are the obstacles standing in our way? But it's also important to identify what are the strengths? What do we have going for us? Even if it's to begin and start small and identify that what we have going for us is that we're here, we're on day one. But identifying those strengths provides a common basis to begin to grow and move forward and take on each new challenge that is before you. So when we focus on listening, what do we mean? Just to recap, we mean finding the right people who are really engaged and ready to learn and positioned to be ambassadors as the project continues to take shape or even wraps up. Listening also means co-creation, having everyone involved, various roles, but involved nonetheless in creating what will unfold. And the third element of listening is to not only be clear on the challenges that you seek to overcome, but start from a place of identifying strengths. What do you have going for you by working together? What's at the table that you can continue to build on and fortify and amplify? So that's listening. Next step is leverage. And with leverage, it means similar to identifying strengths, but it's one step further. It's looking to identify the partners in the area, other agencies, other organizations who have a demonstrated track record for what it is you seek to accomplish. And perhaps that accomplishment that you're striving towards is entrepreneurship, right? Building that next generation of farmers who see who see farms as businesses. A key opportunity with leverage is to not look to recreate the wheel or do it all yourself, but identify those who have a track record for doing the topic that you need, the focus that you need, because oftentimes not only have they developed the materials that are important to break through, but they've also developed and honed in on how to train and bring others along. So really leverage what's around you to build efficiencies, but also grow the process and the program. The next element of leverage is to really identify tangible opportunities that help fuel success and build that sense of ownership, that growing confidence that yes, we can take it to that next level. Whether the next level is becoming a Q certified expert or the next level is simply learning how to properly use drying tables. But focusing on those tangible results can begin to build that track record that accelerates the growth, that accelerates that feeling from within of empowerment moving forward. And the third and final phase, launch. Launch into that next level of empowerment. But what does launch mean? Well, it's really up to the individual participants in the program. Of course, launch means successfully achieving the ends you sought out to achieve, an increase in coffee quality, track record for successful production, or hey, winning a world barista competition. Sure, there are many definitions of launch, but it's important that you recognize that the definitions that matter are the definitions of launch for those who are participating. So it may be, yes, coffee quality improvements, but it may also be maintaining your own online bank account or successfully navigating social media. So the third and final element of the recipe is recognizing that listening and leveraging leads to the opportunity to be an agent in the launching of that next level of empowerment for the people who are part of the program. So as I wrap up, I hope that the recipe I've shared not only helps shed some insight into work related to women's empowerment in the coffee industry, but also is something that anyone can adapt in their own work to overcome barriers. Whether you're a home enthusiast trying to figure out the best way to communicate with your neighbors about why coffee is so exciting, whether you're a development professional really trying to break through and engage with new communities, or even if you're a coffee roaster looking to engage your audience to reach more with your coffee drinking, reach more with your customers and have an even greater impact. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me, Kellum@sustainableharvest.com, if you have questions or even insights to share. Thanks so much for your time. Bye.
Hi, I'm James Harper, creator of the Filter Stories podcast.
And I'm Professor Jonathan Morris, author of Coffee, A Global History.
And we made a podcast that we think you're really going to like.
It's called A History of Coffee.
We take you from the cloud forests of Ethiopia to the slave plantations in the Caribbean,
the environmental destruction that accompanied plantations in Brazil, through to the sustainability crisis that faces coffee today.
You can listen to A History of Coffee on Spotify, Google, Apple, wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Thank you for subscribing and enjoy your coffee.
Hey, my name is Sarah Huggins and I am a co-founder of Daughter New York, a community-centric cafe in Brooklyn, Crown Heights. This year, High Density is really focusing on what community looks like in the cafe, and I specifically will be talking about how we as owners can shift our focus to prioritizing people over profits. For a little background on myself, Daughter opened this past April with myself and Brian Studhoff and Adam Keto, my co-owners, at the helm. The three of us all met working in cafes in Brooklyn years ago and united with a shared passion for community and a shared desire to create a space that was different from anything we'd ever seen for both sides of the counter. So the first thing we did was we set up shop in a little cart outside of our space 4 months before opening and used that time to serve coffee, sometimes for free, sometimes for a little bit of startup capital, but all with the purpose of fostering conversations with anybody who would talk to us who walked by. Those conversations all centered around one thing, that being what our neighbors wanted to see occupy this space. We really wanted to do that so that we could kind of transfer some of the power back into the hands of the neighbors as to how the real estate in their community is used. And what happened in April when we opened doors was a direct result of those conversations. From the menu that our head baker Tyler designed, to the floor plan that our architect Chris designed, to the events that we've been so lucky to host. All of those things were a result of what the community asked for. When talking about putting people over profits in the cafe, there is really no one-size-fits-all solution. We at Daughter know that because we are constantly evolving our practices to be better. But today I wanted to share some of the strategies we've had from the start that have really worked for us. Basically, when opening a cafe, we sat down together and identified things that we had seen in other cafes, patterns that we had seen that we didn't want to carry into our own cafe. Things that hindered organic relationships with the community. The first of those things being a lack of transparency of finances. Now, this is an issue that permeates both sides of the counter. On the customer side of the counter, it becomes an issue and it hinders true community because what they're watching is you sweep in profits, mostly from their own pockets, with no real commitment to reimburse with them, or at least if your books are closed, no like accountability to invest back in them. And it's necessary to invest back in your neighbors to be a part of good community. Good community builds each other up. And so when you open your books, you can show that level of accountability, that you're setting your prices intentionally, that you are paying your employees intentionally, that you are paying yourselves intentionally, and that you are reinvesting and putting your money where your mouth is. Now, on the flip side of the counter, it becomes a little more obvious. We have all worked at cafes where we have watched ourselves be the sole creator of any profit behind the counter, all for minimum wage, while watching our owners live in seeming luxury. And, you know, we as a cafe can't set out to solve all the problems of capitalism, but what we can do is work to kind of close that gap and lessen the level of estrangement that our workforce feels from the capital that they create. So we opened our books. And by opening our books, we were able to show the community that we pay our staff $20 an hour and we pay ourselves as owners $20 an hour. By becoming hourly employees, we were able to ensure that we weren't making exponentially more than our employees, that we were making incrementally more than our employees just based off of the extra requirements of what it takes to be an owner. Because to truly foster community, to truly be with the people, you have to put yourself among the people in any way possible. And that brings me to my next point. The second thing that we identified as an issue in truly being among the people is presence. Being physically present is crucial, and it's pretty much impossible to accomplish by weekly drop-ins. Being physically present is another issue that affects both sides of the counter. With your employees, I think I can speak for us all when I say that we've experienced that moment as baristas on the floor, if we can take ourselves back to that moment, of you have a coworker, they're on the floor with you, they're your comrade, they're your confidant, they understand your struggle, and then the fated promotion happens. And then within days of being taken off the floor, all of a sudden they can't even recall what it was like to be a barista. They can't even resonate with your complaints. And you know, the same is pretty much automatically present in ownership in most places. Because owners haven't been on the floor in years, though many of us started as baristas, it's almost like they can't even register that they're asking too much. Task after task will be continually applied to the job till the barista becomes kind of a machine and the job becomes pretty much undoable. And there's nobody to go talk to about it because a relationship doesn't exist where there's safety to be honest about those things. So in our case, the way that we fix that is by committing to be on the floor enough days a week to build real relationship and to build safety between ownership and employees. And that all comes with familiarity. You really cannot build that level of camaraderie without struggling alongside one another. It just doesn't work top down. And again, yeah, a weekly drop-in doesn't build a relationship where there's that level of safety. The same is also true on the other side of the counter with your customer basis. Customers are so used to going to cafes where they know it's just an echo chamber of their advice and their opinions and their complaints and their praise even. But with us, our customers know us. They see us many times a week. They see me 4 times a week. I know them on a name basis. I know about their lives. I go to their things that they invite me to. We are living in community. This minimizes the echo chamber that is created of just opinions going into a barista and then bouncing around a management system until they go nowhere, basically. It's direct contact, which is also pretty much impossible to create when your entire job exists behind a desk. It has to happen through continual questions, continual contact, continual being in your space and getting to know people and serving people. For us, it's always worked the best for our customer basis to see us in a position of service as well. We are here to serve them, not just in title, but literally, physically make them their coffee greet them first thing in the morning, we're the first people they see. You see, all these things might be progressive tendencies and might be different, and it might not work for your cafe, but the takeaway from this is that via financial openness and transparency and just being among each other, we can build these spaces that foster organic community because they build safety. And you know, you might not employ any of the strategies that we've chosen to employ, but there are always ways to create those things in your spaces, and there's always room to expand those things. So thanks for listening in, and I hope we can put people over profit together.
Oh, hello everybody. My name is Chelsea Thomsen, and I am happy to be here today for Barista League. Today we're going to be talking about ways to develop your palate with relatively minimal resources and by only changing one variable at a time when brewing your coffee. Now, before we get started, a little bit about me. I am currently working for Ally Coffee as account manager and sales representative of the Southeast. In the past, I've been a barista, I've been a quality specialist, I have been a coffee buyer, and I have been wrapped up in the coffee world for over 15 years now. So I'm always trying to find ways to help those wanting to develop their palate with things they have at home. And hopefully you have a basic setup for our pour over. If not, hit me up and we can help you with that. But I think sometimes when baristas, and I know for myself when I was starting out, it is difficult to figure out what to switch up first. So while there are many variables you can change while brewing, I always recommend changing one at a time, especially when you're starting out. So today we will be brewing a control brew, and we will be brewing a brew that has a slightly coarser grind. And we will be tasting the two to compare. And you can do this at home. I will give you the recipe in a minute, and you can play with it. It's a really fun time. So what I'm going to be using today is actually Little Waves Andino. It's a washed Colombian coffee. I really like starting out with simple coffees like this because you can bring out the most clarity within them when you're dialing in your control. Let's get started. Okay, so here I'm showing you the difference in the grind size between the control, which is on the left, and the coarser grind, which is on the right. Check it out. Here I'm brewing a control. First I'll rinse the filter, and I'll go ahead and take out that rinse water. Don't forget that part. This is sped up like 2 to 3 times, so I'm not actually moving this fast. We've got our ground coffee. I'm going to shake it to make the bed level. We're going to start our timer in our kettle, and we're going to do a around 30-second bloom, around 75 gram of water bloom. And you'll notice that throughout this process, I try to start pouring in the center of the bed of the coffee and spiral out, and then spiral out and back in. So we're starting in the center, spiraling out, and spiraling back in. And I just do this repeatedly. So again, this is our control. We're going nice and easy. I'm shooting for around 3 to 4 minutes of brew time. And I think I normally go between like a 40 and 75 gram pulse of water every time I do this. Okay, go ahead and wrapping it up here in the next pulse or so. Right to 500 grams of water, and then we're going to let it draw down. Again, this is sped up 2 to 3 times. And the brew is considered done once the bed is dry. That was around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Great. Going ahead and start the next one. Put that one off to the side. Now this is our coarser ground coffee. And as we can maybe guess, since the coffee is actually coarser, each particle size, the water is going to move a little bit more quickly. So our total brew time, all things the same, should be faster. And also what happens is when particle sizes are greater or bigger, the extraction is actually lower. And we can talk about what that equates to in terms of flavor. You can see that even though this is sped up, the water is drying down pretty quickly each pulse. We try to keep the coffee bed as even as possible, as well as the texture of the liquid on top the same. So you see I have one type of brown on top of the coffee water there. Okay, so our variable total brew time was 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So let's go ahead and start getting tasting. Now I like to, at this point, I take mental notes about comparatives, but I also really like to take written notes, and I recommend that you all try that too. Because if you're doing a succession of these, it can be really easy to confuse yourself. So let's go ahead and taste the control. I'll try and gently swirl this. And just take a little bit. You want to taste coffees at different points, at different temperature points. So when the coffee is too hot, one, you run the risk of burning your tongue, which is never fun and affects your palate. But you do want to taste it when it's on the warmer side. A couple minutes later that are like medium warm, and then cooler, and then if you really want to get into it, like room temp. So I have 2 different cups here. Again, this is the control. They look different so I don't confuse my cups as well. It's a pro tip I recommend you do. And this is the one with the coarser grind. So let's taste. Now when I taste, I don't know if you could really hear it, but I'm like kind of breathing in as I'm sipping. I'm not really slurping. You can do that if you'd like. You could also take a cupping spoon and cup out of your vessel. That's also fine. But I'm swirling it just to incorporate it a little bit more, cool it down a touch because it is still pretty hot. And then I am kind of drawing it into my mouth and sort of chewing on it. Make as much noise as you want. I just kind of chew it. And then I'm going to talk about like what I'm experiencing first. So I usually like to have other people tell me what they're doing, but since I'm the only one in this room, it's fine. I'll talk at you for a bit. So I noticed that it's like really sweet. It's got chocolate going on in there, a little bit of raisin. It's a pleasant finish. It is hotter, so it kind of actually has a slightly astringent finish, which will be interesting to see if that kind of eases up when it cools down. Sometimes it does. Now let's taste our brew that is slightly coarser. I'm also smelling it. You can also smell the aroma of the actual coffee itself. You might be able to note some differences there. Okay, so right away I'm noticing it doesn't have as much going on. It tastes a little bit watered down. It's not bad, but it kind of has this like tackiness at the end that's different than the astringency in that one. To reiterate, things that I'm paying attention to personally, where the sweetness is at, pay attention to the aftertaste. Sometimes when things are hotter, the nuance of flavor doesn't really come out until it cools down a bit. So whatever works for you to pay attention to and whatever you are sensitive to, hang on to those things when you're tasting, right? So if you're super sensitive to bitterness or super sensitive to things that taste savory, keep that in your back pocket as you're tasting through coffees, especially when you're dialing in recipes. So we're gonna repeat the process. It's been a couple minutes, it's cooling down more, things change. This is a really fast way to get over caffeinated, so if you want to stick up, by all means, use that. All right, this is round 2. I would say it's probably like 5-7 degrees cooler than I last tried it. Again, you can just give yourself little sips. Kind of smelling some more molasses, maple syrup kind of things. All right, that's really interesting. So now what's happening is that the acidity or the pleasant sourness, if you will, is kind of amping up. It tastes a little bit more like green apple. And those more subtle things are starting to come to life, which is what I find really exciting in tasting coffees as they cool down. All right, let's taste our other one. It's slightly sweeter, like it's fine, it's definitely not bad, but I'm not getting things like Granny Smith apple and molasses. It's sort of just like a flat sugar and sort of waxy Hershey's chocolate. It's just interesting to me when you put these two things side by side, they are essentially crafted exactly the same except for the grind size. So I'm gonna taste this one again because I like to end on a nice note. This one just keeps getting better. It's just, the sweetness is really coming through, like very delicious brown sugar. It tastes a little bit weak, meaning that there is not really enough coffee material that kind of came through in that time, as well as a little bit under extracted. So it's just kind of blah. It's a little bit papery, tasty. Again, I've had a lot of cups of coffee like this. It's still actually quite good. I would drink it. But knowing how much more you can bring out of it, yeah. This is also really a fun thing to do if you have like a roommate or a friend who's around, and you know, give them one of them and be like, how's this? And they'll be like, they'll give you your feedback and they give them the other one, see it, what's that? And they'll probably think it's two different coffees altogether, when it's not. It's just the same coffee with a slight grind change in this case. Yeah, this coffee now is getting to be like actually really juicy. We've got like red grapes and those apples are still there. Even a little bit of cherry maybe if I'm pushing it. Really pleasant finish, and by pleasant finish I mean like it's sweet, there still is an aftertaste, but it's not unpleasant. It's not one of those things where I want to go like brush my tongue or scrape my tongue. So aftertaste is inherently super important, especially that's how I delineate differences in tasting as well. So pay attention to the aftertaste, because I do feel like something that is well extracted and well brewed will make you want more of it. Like you'll want to keep drinking it, not just because for caffeine, but because you're enjoying it. All right, let's taste this guy. So yeah, the aroma kind of just smells like a wet paper bag. Again, some sweetness. It just sort of tastes like the LaCroix version of the actual coffee. Do you know what I mean? Like the essence. But this one by far is supremely better. But you can work at home with whatever brewing method that you've got. Play around with just adjusting one variable at a time. I hope that this helps. Again, take your notes when you're tasting. Kind of enjoy it. If they don't line up exactly, and if another variable kind of slips in and it's slightly different, that's okay. This is just like basic science, and it's stuff that you should be able to do at home and have fun with it. So take your favorite coffee and play around and see what else you can get out of it. All right. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you enjoy all of your coffees and your palate development. Thank you, Barista League, so much for having me. If anyone has questions, you can hit me up on Instagram at chelsea.tastes.things. Yeah, shoot me a message. We can talk brew recipes or tasting anytime. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Nguyen. I'm the founder and CEO of Nguyen Coffee Supply, America's first specialty Vietnamese coffee importer and roaster based right here in Brooklyn, New York. Today my talk is about how we can all work together as a coffee community and industry to tell a new story about Vietnamese coffee and more specifically the Robusta bean. Now, why is this collective investment important? One, by elevating the Robusta coffee bean, we offer consumers everywhere more diversity in their offerings, and we can allow customers to determine whether or not they like Robusta coffee. Two, we would be helping Robusta farmers, not just in Vietnam, but everywhere in the world to elevate their livelihoods by giving them a chance to improve their product, improve their coffee, and improve their lives. Three, by generating more excitement around the Robusta variety, we would offer Arabica farmers or farmers of all coffee varieties around the world a pathway to enter Robusta farming to sustain their livelihoods in the face of global warming. First, I'm going to share a little bit about my background and why I started my company, Nguyen Coffee Supply. Living in New York City, around 2016, I noticed that there was a huge emergence of Vietnamese food and culture in New York. And on a similar wavelength, I noticed that Vietnamese iced coffee started popping up on a lot of cafe menus. As a first-generation Vietnamese American, I was super stoked to see more people engage with my culture. However, when I would try the Vietnamese iced coffee, I would always ask the barista what kind of beans they were using, and they were never using actual Vietnamese coffee beans. They were using coffee beans from Central South America or Africa and adding sweetened condensed milk to it and then calling it Vietnamese iced coffee. While I appreciate the effort to bring diversity to menus or to share a cultural beverage, I found this to be really problematic because Vietnamese farmers and the producers of this culture weren't benefiting from this transaction at all. And so much of the specialty coffee community were upholding these values around transparency and single origin this and single origin that, but I felt like these values weren't being applied to Vietnamese coffee. And so I asked myself, well, why don't they just use single origin Vietnamese coffee beans? And that's when I started going on a search across the city and supermarkets everywhere, even online with different craft roasters around the country. And I was really shocked that I couldn't find a single origin, fresh roasted, locally roasted, craft roasted Vietnamese coffee bean in the market. And I started to ask why. To my total shock and surprise, in my research, I learned that Vietnam is the world's second largest producer of coffee in the world, second to Brazil, and Vietnam is also the #1 producer of Robusta beans. As I went down this rabbit hole of learning and education, I started to realize that Vietnam as a coffee industry was explicitly excluded from the specialty coffee industry, right? And as we all know, specialty coffee isn't a type of bean. Specialty coffee is a collective investment from everyone along the supply chain to educate, to share resources, to invest in farming communities, to make the coffee products better, and then as a result, make farming communities better through it. So this is when I started to think about starting Nguyen Coffee Supply to bring Vietnamese coffee to America and present it in a way that was rooted in integrity, in culture, and in quality. So in 2016, I made a trip to visit my family in Vietnam, and I also went to go visit a family friend in Dalat, who is now my producing partner. And so in 2018, I launched Nguyen Coffee Supply. And because I couldn't find anyone to import our coffee beans, I learned how to import myself. So we have a direct trade relationship, and I also learned how to roast because I couldn't find any roaster who was willing to roast Vietnamese coffee or let alone Robusta coffee beans. And so now today our mission is really to help improve the industry through diversity, inclusion, sustainability, and cultural integrity by telling a new story about Vietnamese coffee, by involving Robusta in the conversation, and simply by giving farmers everywhere, regardless of which country or continent they're in, an opportunity to improve their livelihoods, to improve their product, and to be a part of our evolving specialty coffee community. Here are 5 things we can all do as a coffee community together to tell a new story about Vietnamese coffee, elevate the Robusta bean, and change the future direction of coffee. Number 1, Stop saying Robusta is bad and question everything. Saying Robusta is bad is like saying all Cabernets are bad and all Merlots are good, and that's simply not true, because good or bad is not inherent in the properties of the bean. It's inherent to the treatment and the production and the systems that surround it, right? Yes, Vietnamese Robusta has historically been pushed into the instant cheap coffee market. However, what would happen? What could we achieve? What could we discover if we applied some of the things that we've learned about specialty coffee production over the last several decades to the Robusta bean, right? And if Vietnam is the #2 producer of coffee in the world and the #1 producer of Robusta coffee in the world, what kind of impact can we have on this global community if we simply made this product better? Number 2, remove elitist frameworks in the coffee experience and center the personal. For example, when we perpetuate a narrative such as Arabica is superior and Robusta is inferior, are we considering the harm that this creates on the person, the communities at the end of the supply chain, right? This is beyond our personal taste buds, our personal opinions, right? These narratives deeply impact communities around the world, in this case, deeply impacting Robusta farming communities around the world by trapping them into economic exploitation and poverty because we are so fixated on this hierarchy that Robusta is inferior. When in reality, if we just open that up and ask, well, how can we make Robusta better? How can we make Arabica better? Arabica is unique in these ways. Robusta is unique in these ways, right? And then consider how we can involve the people and the communities in this process. Number 3, be consistent with your values across communities and across borders. Over the last few years, I've loved seeing the values that have come out of the specialty coffee community, such as transparency, calling out the origin, calling out the variety, calling out the processing method. All these things have really made coffee so much better across the entire spectrum. However, what I discovered in my experience is that when I would bring up Vietnamese coffee in these conversations, those values didn't apply. And people were really quick to box Vietnam as a coffee producing community in a pre-existing condition, right? Which was one of systemic and historical exploitation. So as we work within the coffee industry and we're thinking about how we can make coffee better for everyone, consider how we can be consistent with our values and apply it to all farming communities everywhere. Number 4, use your platform to educate, raise awareness, and spark dialogue. This is the time to do it. At Nguyen Coffee Supply, we are huge on using our social media platforms to build community and to shift the narrative, right? Because we couldn't rely on anyone else to do that for us. So we would tell new stories and present new perspectives about Robusta. And what we found was that a lot of people actually were receptive to it, and they were really open to challenging their own perceptions and biases around coffee, right? And through this process of dialogue and communication and education, it's created a much more inclusive coffee community around us, where people feel heard and valued rather than judged or like outcasted, right? And so if you're watching this, you are respected in your community. You have a platform, whether that's a cafe or a roaster or an importing company, and people respect you, right? They go to you for your perspective on coffee, on what you're sharing. And by simply having a conversation and opening it up for people to question their own biases or, knowledge about Vietnamese coffee and Robusta coffee would have such a powerful ripple effect. And this ripple effect will ripple all the way back to farming communities around the world. All right, now, number 5. This is a really important one, and this is a step in action that we can all take. It is ask for Robusta. If you're a consumer or a customer, ask your cafe or your supermarket, hey, do you have any Robusta coffee? If you're a cafe, ask your roaster, hey, do you have any Robusta coffee or Robusta blends? If you are a roaster, ask your green bean buyer or importer, hey, do you have any Robusta green beans, any single origin Robusta from Ecuador or from Vietnam, right? When we start asking these questions, it produces such a powerful ripple effect where all of a sudden now green bean buyers will go look for Robusta beans as they're sourcing. And as this travels back to communities abroad, farming communities will now start saying, oh, there's a demand for Robusta. We can grow Robusta now, right? Oh, there's a demand for quality Robusta. What can we do to improve the quality of our product, right? The storytelling is one thing, the narrative is one thing, right? And the narrative helps to create these opportunities for systemic change, right? And so by asking for Robusta and creating more demand and excitement for it, it will have such a powerful impact for Robusta farm communities around the world that have been for so long been historically and explicitly excluded. Now they will have an opportunity to be a part of this, right? But like all specialty coffee movements around the world, it is a collective investment, including everyone from the consumer to the farmer, right? So by asking for Robusta, we can create not just a narrative shift, but a total industry shift. All right, everyone, thank you so much for watching my talk. Listen, this is a movement. It's the Vietnamese coffee movement. It's the rise of Robusta. This is history in the making, and we're all gonna do it together. So stay in touch. You can find me through the socials. We'll drop it in the caption here. And if you ever wanna talk more about Vietnamese coffee or Robusta beans or roasting Robusta coffee, hit me up. Would love to keep the conversation going. All right, everyone. Cheers.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining. My name is Ari, and I am the face behind Black Queer Sustainable over on Instagram. Thanks for joining me for this high density session. I'm so glad that you're here. Today, we're going to talk all about how decluttering is a radical act of community care. So you might be thinking that maybe this is a stretch. You don't really know what I'm talking about. Where did I get all these ideas from? I'm going to talk to you a little bit about mutual aid. Mutual aid is a really, really big topic that I'm going to try and condense down into a shorter portion to make it easy to understand if you've never heard of it before. So currently our economy is based on commerce or money. Essentially, in order to get something, you have to pay money for it. Typically is the way that things work. And the value that we place on things is usually based in how much it costs, how much like we could sell it for, etc. Instead of like maybe another option or values-based system could be like how much it's worth to us, like sentimentally. Under a mutual aid framework, things are not based on money, but instead community care. So instead of our values being like how much money can I make off of this, it might instead be like how many people can I help by offering this thing or having this service or etc. So mutual aid can be like applied to a lot of different things, but particularly, so some of the things that you may see most often are going to be like personal fundraisers. Anytime someone is giving money to a personal fundraiser, that's an act of mutual aid. And then there are also like community groups like Get You Some Gear that are really cool and can help with redistribution, right? So they're collecting a bunch of things that people no longer want and then giving them out to people who do want them and need them. And so that's another example of mutual aid. Typically, mutual aid work and mutual aid groups are not going to be your nonprofits or those types of groups that are reporting to the state. And the reason for that is because mutual aid work, our focus and center is our community, and so we don't report to the state, we report to our community. So now that I've told you all of that, you might be like, what does that have to do with decluttering? Well, despite what you might be thinking, you actually are in a really great position to support other people through mutual aid with or without money, like whether or not you have extra money to donate. And that is through decluttering. So what I think is really cool about groups like Get You Some Gear is that they're able to take products that maybe can't be sold or that people no longer want, and get them into the hands of people that need them or want them. We can apply these same principles and practices to our own homes on a personal level. Like it doesn't have to be, a whole organization doesn't have to be started in order to create a system such as this. And so that's why I really want to encourage you to think about how you're getting rid of your things as you are decluttering, as like spring cleaning is coming up, you know, and people are really getting into like trying to get rid of the stuff that they have. For some people, that's like an all year round thing, like, you know, and so instead of just chucking it in the trash and sending it off to landfill, which is like really unsustainable, I think most of us probably already know a little bit about why. There are other options out there, and so we're going to talk through some of them. The first step to getting rid of your stuff more sustainably is going to be to call around and ask your friends and family. You never know like what stuff that you have that your loved ones might want or might be interested in. Actually, this jumper, or what are they called? I think some people call them dungarees. The little, overalls that I'm wearing. They're not mine. They're actually my partner's. And so that's like a really great example of sharing, right? But also of the fact that sometimes the things that you have, other people may be interested in. And so if you're not getting a lot of use out of it, then it's a great way to practice. Sometimes giving our stuff away can be like a little bit weird. You're like, you know, uncomfortable. You don't really know how to like talk about it or what, because it's not something that we're socialized for. And so I really think that starting with your friends and family and being like, yo sis, do you want this shirt? I'm getting rid of it. Or like, hey mom, like you always compliment me for this bag, and etc. Is a great place to start. Obviously you're not going to be able to get rid of all of the things you're trying to declutter just by talking to your family and friends, right? So you'll probably still have some stuff left over. And from there, I would suggest going to one of the free groups on Facebook. If you're on Facebook and you're in the US, search Buy Nothing and then your neighborhood, and you'll probably find a group, what I like to call free groups, that is participating in this mutual aid economy by helping redistribute, like helping be a channel and like a place where people can redistribute their things. So the third way is going to be to call around, chat with your friends that work at nonprofits, or maybe you have friends who know people who work at nonprofits and community organizations, grassroots organizations as well, and see what they need. Sometimes you'd be surprised, like if, for example, you're getting rid of a coffee maker or some other brewing supplies, there might be maybe like a refugee resettlement organization in your city, or maybe there's like a homeless shelter that specializes in getting people back to sustainability, you know, and like getting them in homes and long-term housing situations. It's going to be far more useful for them to have the coffee maker or, you know, brewing supplies that you're trying to get rid of than it is for it to sit on the shelves at a Goodwill or other kind of reseller, thrifting resale place. So that's something that I would highly suggest. Try, you know, start with once you've talked to your friends and family and you've tried to get rid of it on the Buy Nothing group, definitely try local organizations and nonprofits, because they can have your items can have a big impact whenever you go with them. The fourth thing is going to be, and this is going to be the final tip, is to call around to donation centers. So if for some reason you went through all of those things, you can't find anybody, then that's the time when I'm like calling Goodwills and I'm calling, you know, other types of places and asking like, what do you need? Because they'll tell you what they need, and they'll tell you if the coffee maker that you're about to give them is something that's actually going to make it on the floor. 80% of the things that we donate to donation centers like Goodwill are actually trashed anyway, because they're businesses. Thrift stores are businesses and they need to make money as well. And so a lot of times we donate trash, and again, that's a whole conversation of its own. And so just be sure that like the things that you're giving are really high quality, but also like that you're, feeling them out first before you dump things off there. So Goodwill is always like my last, or, whatever your Savers, big box thrift store, that is always my last resort. And I always try and go with local thrift stores and local community organizations. So you've done all these things and now you still have some stuff left over. Don't be discouraged, because it's really important that we remember that sometimes sometimes our stuff is just trash. And that's not a slight at you. It has nothing to do with like how you are as a consumer, but it has everything to do with like how our systems are set up. And so our systems currently are set up for us to buy things, stop liking them, or they no longer have use, and then like throw them away, get rid of them. And so it's really, really important that if you're unable to get rid of your things, you don't let it weigh too heavy on you, because even like going through all those steps is a lot more than what most people do. And so I'm proud of you, and I think that you should be also proud of yourself. These are all great ways of building community, taking care of our community members, and just making sure that our trash can go farther than the landfill. So if you like this video and you love these tips, I hope that you'll join me. I actually have a whole challenge set up on the Alms app, where you can declutter with me and go through all of these steps on your own, with some more tips from me, as well as pictures from my own experience. So I hope you'll join me over there. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening, and have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
So if you want to pour these incredible drinks at home, you can do it with the Barista Kit by Subminimal.
Hello everyone, my name is Selena Viguera and I work for Blue Bottle Coffee in Los Angeles. I'm really excited to be part of High Density this year, since I was invited to speak about two really important topics: how to care for your staff and what hospitality should look like. I've been working with Blue Bottle for almost 12 years now, and I've spent most of my time as a lead barista and cafe leader. I've also been a volunteer with the SCA since 2012 and the BGA Cafe Manager for Expo since 2015. My career at Blue Bottle started in 2010 as a barista at the Ferry Building. This was our highest volume cafe at the time, and this is where I sharpened my skills as a barista, learned what hospitality should look like, learned a lot about our culture as a company, and started to develop my leadership style. I began volunteering with the Specialty Coffee Association in 2012 as a busser and timekeeper for competitions. I've been managing the Barista Guild Cafe since 2015 at Expo, which has then opened up opportunities for me to travel and run coffee bars for other events. I've been able to be part of the barista crew for the TED conference in Vancouver in 2016, and I ran the coffee bar in Brazil for the 2019 World Coffee Championships. So I've never competed in any competitions or won any awards because competing terrifies me, but I think that I've made a name for myself within my community because of my true passion for coffee and people. When it comes for caring for your staff, I think about three major points: leading from the front, leading with your values, and putting your people first. So let me tell you a story. In 2016, I was asked to help one of our cafes in the Bay Area that was struggling. They had just lost their manager, and the team was experiencing low morale, and the hospitality was suffering. I had never worked in this cafe before, and I didn't know any of the baristas on the team, so I had to come up with a game plan. My first instinct was to just get behind bar and get to know everyone individually. Leading from the front just means being present and taking the time to work side by side with your baristas, because this is the best way to develop a rapport with them and establish trust, while giving yourself the opportunities to see where they're at and help improve on any of their skills. Leading with your values just means, for me, starting and leading with my barista mindset. I will always care about quality, hospitality, and showmanship. Anytime I'm on bar with my team, I'm constantly looking for moments to coach and improve and enhance this experience for my team and for my guests by finding the moments to improve on quality, by giving them the tools to succeed, improving on hospitality, or finding moments where we could have maybe interacted better with a guest. And this also develops a sense of pride, and that just is me leading from the front and teaching them what I know and what I care about. So putting people first is a concept that I learned when I first learned about servant leadership, which encourages leaders to treat their people like their number one customers, because if you create a positive work environment, if your team is happy, they will make your guests happy. And I think this was really influential for me in my leadership style. And so what that looks like for me every day is taking the time to check in with my baristas individually. As soon as I come in, hey bub, how are things going? How are you feeling? It also takes really separating some designated time to sit down and check in with your baristas regularly in a more formal basis, where you can ask for feedback, see what's going on in the cafe, if there's any concerns, if there's any support that they need from me. So that's a natural part of my job every day, is checking in. A big part of leading people first, or putting my people first, is providing motivation, raising morale. What that looks like for me is when I'm behind bar, making things fun. I'm kind of funny, so I'm always cracking jokes, dancing, whatever it takes to keep the beat up light, because we're a really busy cafe and sometimes that can be stressful. And I understand that because I'm barista first. And so raising morale and motivating is a big part of my job when I put people first. It's recognizing talent, or understanding every individual's potential. And so I'm given the tools to develop each of my individual baristas, whether that's hard skills and improving on those hard skills, teaching them how to do the job, which is operational skills, and even coaching on soft skills, like how to communicate better with each other and how to communicate better with our guests. So all in all, people leadership, create a positive work environment, and really focus on taking care of your people. So when it comes to thinking about what hospitality should look like, I think about the difference between hospitality and service, right? Service is something that we do to someone, while hospitality is how we make someone feel. And in order to figure this out for our space, I think it's important to remove yourself from behind the bar and actually take yourself all the way out and put yourself in your guest's shoes. I participated in this activity called journey mapping a couple years ago, which basically was to write down the steps in my journey from before the ordering process until the completion of it, and be able to mark or grade or just say this was a high point, this was a low point. And what that was able to do was really tell me what the guests experience every day, and understand what parts I might be able to improve on, and accept which parts I couldn't, like parking. But to kind of sum up the important parts of thinking about hospitality, is the first one is the approach to the cafe, or what the experience is like while they're waiting in line. The second part is what that interaction with the barista at the register feels like, or when we're taking their order. The third part is while they're waiting for their order to be put together. The fourth part is when we hand off their order to them, And the last part is just like the follow through. What happens now when they have everything in their hands? So to go back to the first point, when you think about what they're experiencing while they're waiting in line, it's everything from music choice, music volume, ambiance. What are they observing behind the bar? Just the physical space around them, right? Because there are things that we can control, and it's just important to like take a step back and think about that. The interaction with the barista when they're taking their order, is that barista educated that this ordering process felt really smooth and friendly? Was I met with eye contact, a warm smile? Was I addressed by my name? What else? You know, was there a moment that felt like really personal and where we connected for a brief moment? And just like making sure that we thank them before they step on to the next step, right? The third step is while they're waiting for their order, right? Whether they wait inside the cafe, they're able to observe what's going on behind the bar. So this is where bar flow and the communication and the professionalism behind the bar is really important, whether we realize it or not. The fourth part is the handoff. So whatever those standards might be for you, it's just really the important part is making sure that there's eye contact, calling out their name and the drink to make sure that this is your drink, you know, and making that another personal step in the process. Directing them to the next step, whether that's like, oh yeah, if you need anything else, the condiment bar is right behind you. And then lastly, the step is just what happens next. Are they going to stay in the cafe? Are they taking everything out of the cafe? So what does a condiment bar look like right now? Like, is it a mess? Is it stocked? Is it constantly clean and always ready to go? And are our tables constantly buzzed as soon as people leave, right? Because it's not a good experience if your guests are ready to sit down at a table, but have to call our attention because it's dirty from the previous guests. So I think it's important to break it down in this way because as service professionals, I think it's very easy for us to mix up hospitality and service and think that hospitality only has to do with our direct interactions with guests behind the bar. So take a step back, put yourself in your guest's shoes and understand what the whole experience is like for them. Because if there's moments of that or parts of that that you can control and make better, then that creates an overall better guest experience. Why is this important to me? You know, I choose to be a service professional. I love working in coffee. And the whole point is to have a product that's worth coming back for and to have an experience that's worth coming back for. Because I want to assume that even if this is your first time coming into my shop, that we provided such a great experience that you want to keep coming back and become a regular. It's really hard to condense these two topics that I really care about into a 10-minute presentation on my own without a dialogue. But I think it's really important to at least like start the conversation somewhere. Howard Schultz said, we're not in the coffee business serving people. We're actually in the business of people serving coffee. And I take that to heart because this whole presentation was exactly that. I'm talking about how to care for my staff as my people and how that in turn takes care of my guests, which are also people, and being able to look at everyone's experience as a whole and being able to curate an experience that people want to return to. I hope you found this insightful and that you can take something back to your team and your guests. I love talking about these topics, so feel free to reach out. My Instagram handle is cellybean_13, which is spelled like jelly bean, but with an S. Thank you again. This was my pleasure.
Hi, my name is Jen Chen. Thank you to Barista League for inviting me to speak at High Density. I have recorded this intro about 11 times now, and I have the utmost respect to anyone who creates video content out there. So I work in the coffee industry in a few different areas, writing and photography and marketing consulting. I do marketing at Akaya, and I'm an editor at large at Sprudge. So today I'm going to focus on coffee marketing and more specifically having a cohesive digital communication strategy. So this is beginner level marketing, and even though I have only 15 minutes to cover it, you'll need at least a few hours to fully develop it. We'll review why you need a documented strategy, how to create your own version. The strategy will cover 3 areas that I see clients and companies in need of: brand voice, a marketing calendar, and crisis management. The slides and worksheets that I reference are also going to be available for download on Barista League's website. So what exactly is a digital communication strategy? It's an internal document outlining everything you do to digitally communicate as a business. That means all of your social media platforms, website, email newsletter, podcasts, etc. Each of these is considered a marketing channel. The document describes each channel's goals, metrics you'll use to measure success, what content you'll publish, and the audiences you're interested in targeting. A strategy also includes how you speak to people, how you manage customer issues that pop up online, and when you'll be posting. I'm a big fan of documentation because my memory is terrible, and because it helps others in the company understand what and how to write. But before you jump straight into these channels, we need to backtrack to how you speak online. If your brand was a person, what is their personality like? How do they speak to different audiences? And what kind of vocabulary do you use? All this combined is called a brand voice. You know when a company has a strong, unique brand voice, when you can read something and instantly know which brand it was without even looking for a name. There aren't many companies out there who do this well. So the 3 biggest mistakes I see here are when the brand voice is all over the place, meaning they probably have different people writing their various marketing channels. 2, when they adjust their vocabulary to whatever is trendy at the moment in the hopes of relating to the younger audience. The second one is major because US brands have a history of co-opting, thus profiting off AAVE language without acknowledgement. And the third mistake, not having a section about inclusive language. So to get started in defining your brand voice, we want to document your brand values and mission statement. If your brand values are single words, write a description of what each one means. The idea is that whatever you write online will reflect at least one of your values and your mission statement. The next step is to look at personality traits. Look at existing content that you think sounds like your brand. Ask around your company for employee opinions. If the company is small, it's possible that your brand voice is reflective of the owner. And if you're completely starting from scratch, think of a few fictional characters that have traits you like. Aim for at least 3 personality traits. I like to make a summary table out of this, but you can document to your own preferences. For each trait, I write out a short description, things to do, and things not to do. And after this table, create sections for each trait and load in a few examples that demonstrate it. Next, we're going to talk about audiences. Who do you speak to online? Chances are that you have a few different ones. A roaster might have broad audiences like consumers, cafes they wholesale to, and industry accounts. You can even break down consumers into types like people who are new to coffee and home baristas who have all the equipment and more to make espresso in their kitchen. So write down your different audiences and their demographics and how you might change your voice when speaking to them. If your audience is people new to coffee, you're not going to get super technical and geeky up front. You'll want to explain methods and industry terms. Lastly, we're going to discuss what others might call a style guide. This can be as detailed as you want it to be. Some people like to dial it down to the grammar they use, like always using a serial comma, if they're an M or N dash type, and what they do or don't capitalize. Think about your brand vocabulary, common phrases you use, taglines, even the language you use. For example, do you write the word practice with a C or an S? Document all of this. Another part of the style guide is inclusive language. For example, using they, them as default pronouns when referring to someone unless otherwise stated. Words do matter, and language does evolve. Thankfully, organizations and people more versed than me in the subject matter have covered this extensively. Searching for inclusive language guides online will give you plenty of resources to browse through. Okay, so that's part 1, brand voice. Part 2 is your marketing calendar. This calendar can live wherever you want as long as it's easy for you to access and plan all the channels you're on. It could be a detailed Google Sheet, a digital calendar, or even native tools like Facebook and Instagram's own scheduler. So first, I want you to decide how far out you can feasibly plan your topics and posts. Make this a reasonable, achievable amount of time. I usually recommend 1 month, but if you're just easing into this, start out 1 week and then build up from there. Next, write down all of the digital marketing channels you're on. List Instagram and TikTok, that blog you sometimes publish on, your email, newsletter, etc. For each channel, you want to list 2 to 3 big goals you want to target. Yes, you want all of those marketing goals ever to be met, but having just a few helps you focus on your content. Goal examples include increasing social media referred e-commerce sales, increasing newsletter signups, and increasing sales leads. Later on, you'll need to make sure that these goals are more detailed and establish metrics to measure success. Remember those audiences we had created 2 minutes ago? Note which audiences you want to target per channel. So this will help you decide what topics you'll cover. Step 3, write down every topic you ever want to talk about. Once this list is complete, put it into bigger categories like company news, new products, new coffee offerings, industry news, etc. Fourth, let's talk frequency. So between the marketing channels and the topics, decide what you'll be covering for each channel and how often. For example, if you set a goal for increasing Instagram referred sales on your website, you're probably going to emphasize new coffees and coffee details more often, maybe twice a week. Now we get to put this all together. For this example, we're going to use a month to plan things out. Start with significant dates like holidays, events, etc. Then 1 channel at a time, fill in the categories you want at the frequency you had just decided. Repeat for each channel. It's okay to have the same topics for different channels. And finally, if possible, write out more of a detailed idea on what you want to cover. If every Thursday is going to be a coffee feature on Instagram, fill in which coffees will be featured. And after you've completed all these steps, take a few minutes to schedule a recurring event to plan this calendar out. So if you're doing this monthly, schedule a meeting in the last week of the month to plan for the following one. So once you get this system set up, you'll be able to customize it to your preferences and workflow. Remember to document the strategy and this process. There are plenty of free templates available online for you to use to start your own marketing calendar. And lastly, we are at crisis management. You can also call this handling social media conflict or a customer service strategy. The idea is to know how to respond when something happens instead of reacting in the moment and letting emotions get in the way. If you've been on social media and followed brands for long enough, you'll have witnessed one going off on someone in a way that was clearly reactionary. So to start, you want to list out all of the things that might affect your brand's communications online. If you can't tell already, I'm a big fan of brainstorming and lists. Some examples include things like a customer DMs about a shipment being incorrect, someone writing a negative and public review about your cafe, or a natural disaster happening in your area. These days, you probably also have some communication plan in place if a staff member tests positive for COVID. And now that you have this big list, start ordering them for minor to major. Crises can share the same level. Lastly, for each crisis or crisis level, write out a plan on how you'll react. Someone DMing about an incorrect order should be easy. You apologize, fix the shipment. A review that's public and very negative, though, might need a little more time to respond and someone else's approval. And you probably know all of this already at this point. Write all of this down. This is not me advocating for the customer is always right or giving the customer whatever they want, because I don't believe in that. I've seen some pretty great responses to negative reviews that don't apologize or condone a customer's behavior. It can be done and done faster if you've planned for it ahead of time. Okay, so that's it. I know that was a lot in a very short amount of time. Hopefully you feel empowered to create your own cohesive digital communication strategy. I have the slides and worksheets available on Barista League's website. So I don't recommend doing this all in one sitting, especially if you need input from other departments. Lastly, you can find me on social media at @JenChen. I'd love to know if this talk helped you to set up your own communication strategy. And if you want coffee marketing tips and random essays from me, you can subscribe to my newsletter on my website, jenchen.com. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad you're here, and thanks to High Density for having me and offering me an opportunity to speak and share some thoughts with you all today. For those who don't know me, my name is Nora Berkey, and I'm the founder and executive director of a nonprofit in the coffee sector called the Chain Collaborative. Our work is to invest in local leaders and coffee communities around the world, and our mission is to co-create opportunities and strengthen capacities for community-led change in the coffee sector. So several years ago, I was looking through the various classes that were offered for coffee professionals, and mostly I saw technical classes, such as classes for those who wanted to become a better barista or roaster, etc. I myself have some training in the more technical aspects of coffee, as I started in this industry as a barista in New York City. But what always really inspired me about the specialty coffee sector wasn't taste or technique. It was the drive to do good through coffee, to trade right, to trade justly, trade fairly, whatever you want to call it. But this is really what interested me, the opportunity to contribute to justice through the way I drank coffee. So what I then went on to study was sustainability, sustainable development, and environmental, economic, and social justice more broadly. And I applied that to the coffee sector. And when I saw that there were basically no real classes about these things outside of a university level for folks in the coffee sector, I sought to change that. And in collaboration with 3 colleagues, Erica Koss, Dr. Kate Fisher, and Haines Motzinger, I created the SCA Coffee Sustainability Program, which essentially tries to define sustainability as technically as we define or explore other things in coffee, like how much water we should use per gram. But even things like the flavor wheel or the 100-point quality scale, which have been very scientifically approached, more and more people are also acknowledging the complexity of defining things like flavor in specialty coffee. And they are discussing more openly the intersections of these terms with the idea of justice. For example, I recently listened to a talk by Nimisha Parthasarathi from India, from RMC Coffee in India, who explained how the flavor wheel essentially defines certain tastes as undesirable, even when those are actually flavors which are coveted in the Indian palate. Of course, this kind of thing demonstrates the ongoing Western dominance of the coffee sector and the ability of colonizing countries versus those that have been colonized to still define what is valuable and what is considered good. So to me, sustainability is really about these types of realities and these types of discussions. It's about taking topics that are usually discussed technically and highlighting the politics, power dynamics, and injustices behind them. In a nutshell, it's about the constant pursuit towards more justice. However, it's still valuable, I think, to understand the technical definitions of sustainability, because before criticizing how certain definitions might be lacking or need to go further, we need to understand exactly what we're criticizing. So today I'm going to start with discussing how sustainability was initially defined during what is essentially the first wave of coffee. Of course, the idea of sustainability as improvement or continual reproduction of something doesn't really have a starting point. You could probably go back to any ancient religious text and look at their formula for how to improve yourself or keep going in some way. But how we understand sustainability now, in my opinion, has its roots in the concept of international development, which really began in earnest as a concept you could study at the end of the Second World War. Because that's when countries came together to create the United Nations and what are known as the Bretton Woods institutions, which are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And the idea of these groups really was to work together to ensure diplomacy, build a post-war economy, and basically bring about world peace. And part of their thinking was that in order to create world peace, we needed to lift people up and out of poverty. As a result, international development was born, or as it was understood at the time, the idea that we could reduce poverty through the promotion of economic growth. Now, at this point in history, those who were responsible for creating policies and programs to lift people out of poverty were mostly governments. And how this relates to coffee is that governments were setting coffee-related policies. And of course, those policies affected millions of smallholder farmers around the world who were subject to them. Pretty much right away, scholars began to question the motivations behind certain policies. For example, people noted the tendency for larger, more powerful governments to force smaller, lesser resource governments to adopt policies that benefited wealthy nations, rather than just the smallholder farmers as policies were supposed to target. And the way we used to trade coffee is a potential example of this kind of policy. The International Coffee Agreement, or the ICA, was an agreement created among UN member states whereby coffee was bought and sold through a quota system. The price was set collectively by the countries who signed on, based on the simple rule of supply and demand. So it wasn't based on taste, quality, origin, or any of that, but on supply and demand. And this was all during the first wave of coffee, where these types of quality differentiations weren't really in the public mindset yet. Coffee was just coffee, or as I like to say, it was sort of coffee from nowhere. Now, the ICA was ended and re-signed several times since it began, but it officially lost its relevance for price setting in 1989. There's a whole backstory to this, which I haven't mentioned, and I'm not going to here, but reach out to me if you do want to learn more. For now, I'll just say this backstory reveals that part of the reason the United States and other countries were behind the ICA is because they felt that by paying farmers enough money, they could stop the spread of communism. And of course, by 1989, that threat was considered no longer, so no more ICA. So yes, politics were part of the downfall of the ICA, but there's much more to the story, and it starts with the second wave of coffee. Basically, that's when people started realizing that coffee comes from somewhere, and that different origins have different flavor profiles. Of course, the second wave didn't lead to all coffees being priced differently because of that, because now we have the C price. But what's interesting about the C price is that it was created by Central American countries who were actually trying to differentiate themselves and charge differently for their coffee in order to break out of the ICA. But the question is, why would they want to do that? Especially when lots of studies say that under the ICA, prices were actually higher than even fair trade prices today. Well, to get to that answer, you have to remember that the ICA was dominated by governments, as was international development in general at this time. And that meant that the most powerful producer governments, Brazil and Colombia, for example, got higher quotas, meaning they could sell more coffee within the ICA, while countries like Costa Rica were only allowed to sell very little. And since countries earn money through export taxes, not selling much coffee hurt their economy, and of course they wanted to sell more. So the second wave of coffee is more than just Starbucks and Peet's. It helped Central American countries change how they were able to sell coffee. But it's important to understand that how the C price functions now is not how it functioned then. Initially on the C market, buyers and sellers entered into real futures contracts, essentially agreeing to exchange the coffee commodity at a later date. And honestly, this sounds a little bit like direct trade today, but we'll get back to that later. For now, let's just talk about the new C market, whereby the price is based on the trade of futures contracts. So in other words, the contracts themselves, not the coffee, become a commodity that can be bought and sold on the Intercontinental Commodity Exchange. And that means that speculators can engage too, not just people who actually want to purchase coffee. Hopefully I'm making sense, but if not, I recommend deep diving into the commodity exchange. Now for our purposes, I want to note that the current C market is still based on the idea that coffee from one place is interchangeable with coffee from another. So in that sense, not much has changed since the first wave of coffee. The difference, though, is price is now market-based and set by market actors who are speculating, not by governments. And this highlights a big shift that took place in the international development arena too. We moved from a focus on governments leading the charge to market actors leading the charge. Now, the shift didn't just happen with coffee prices. It was with everything. And that's why you see corporate social responsibility programs, because market actors actually became way more trusted to make good decisions about development. They were trusted to donate to the right programs or run their companies in such a way that would lead to economic growth for all. The extent to which they have been trusted, though, has changed over time, for sure. If you can remember back to the beginning of my lecture, when I was talking about technical definitions, get ready, because I'm about to throw another one out there. Okay, remember when I said that international development at one time was defined as economic growth? Well, in the 1970s and 1980s, people began to realize that this unbridled focus on economic growth was actually negatively impacting the environment. And so the United Nations came together and created this thing called the Brundtland Commission, whose job was to define the term sustainable development. And they walked away with the following definition: development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Obviously, this was a nod to making sure that we can still grow economically as a world, but in such a way that we don't destroy the planet for future generations to come, who also need to enjoy the earth and use it for survival. Okay, so also at this time, a new economic theory came into play, neoliberalism, which said, among other things, that the best way to grow economies, lift people out of poverty, and take care of the environment was to let the market do the work. Neoliberal economists claimed that governments were inefficient and only interested in themselves, but that markets had to respond to consumers and would therefore do what consumers demanded, which would inevitably lead to a sustainable future, they said. Neoliberal economists also said that we should deregulate. So in other words, their brilliant idea to save the environment was to not regulate any company that could potentially pollute the environment and just trust that they were doing the right thing. Well, as you might have guessed, people started questioning that approach too. And now we've entered a time where people still think markets should hold sway, but they also believe they should be regulated. Okay, so why am I telling you all this? Well, I'm trying to demonstrate that around the 1980s, two big things happened. One, the market got more involved in sustainability, and two, people realized that sustainability and development encompass the environment as well as the economy. So when you think about certifications, such as Fair Trade and Rainforest Alliance, you realize that they were actually established as a response to these global shifts in thinking. They came on the scene because, well, they didn't think that companies could fix all the problems in the world if they weren't regulated. So they acted as non-governmental regulators of the market, and they helped consumers to know which companies to buy from. Because at the end of the day, companies are no less interested in their own power and bottom line than governments. And while both are ideally supposed to respond to their consumers or constituents, they can both lie to those consumers and constituents, such as by greenwashing or acting corruptly, etc. To summarize a bit, I think that too often we view certifications as just schemes to pay farmers more. And we often criticize them if they don't meet that mandate. But I think what they really are relates to a term we use a lot these days in specialty coffee, differentiation. Certifications helped and still help consumers to differentiate between companies and prices that are more robustly regulated than others. And ultimately, this is where I want to end my talk today. I want to suggest that nothing we are seeing in the current market is really all that different from what came before. So before, after fair trade, there was direct trade, most easily defined as direct contracts between buyers and sellers, which again sounds a lot like how the Central American countries initially imagined selling coffee on the sea market. Again, nothing very new. But then after direct trade, which has no real standard and isn't a certification, we're seeing a greater push for companies to prove their claims about such things as direct contracts or fair pricing. So enter technologies like blockchain and conversations on traceability and transparency. The thing is, this is all essentially regulation by a different name and differentiation by a different name. And it's similar to what the initial certifications were trying to do, which was to help prove to customers that companies were doing the right thing. Of course, in our highly competitive market, I'm sure that any blockchain developer would not want to have their product compared to a certification, but for better or for worse, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so let me pause and add one more thing, the social. After the realization that sustainability included the environment, not just economics, came the realization that it also included social aspects. And this has deepened even more over time. So applying a social lens to these new methods to differentiate ourselves on the market through traceability, we essentially see that inevitably, these methods are putting pressure on farmers to provide us certain information. The idea, of course, is that doing so increases the company's sustainability efforts. And the idea is that when you provide more information, you can charge more as a company. When you charge more as a company, you can give more back to farmers. Or the idea is that when you build a brand based on being able to show the traceable environmental impact that the farmers you buy from are having, those practices can become more coveted and more people can convert to them. Or the idea is that when you highlight the fact that considering gender equity when buying coffee is a key element to sustainability, you force this issue into the limelight. But all of these efforts take an incredible amount of data collection and they burden supply chain actors. I'm not saying these are bad efforts. What I am saying is, in the current state of affairs, sustainability in coffee feels like that old adage where if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did it actually fall? And what I see is that as we continue to focus on new elements of sustainability, we are also wanting to make sure that everything we are doing is reported and proven. And maybe it has to be this way. But my hope is that this lecture also makes you ask yourself whether or not it should be our job to make the coffee sector more sustainable. For me, the answer is yes, if true sustainability is defined as constantly striving for justice. But if what sustainability really is sustainability we can see, then maybe we need to broaden where we are looking and how we're looking, so that we don't continue to only highlight those who have a platform to prove their efforts. Anyway, that's it for me. I'd love to hear what you all think about this talk, about sustainability, differentiation, justice, etc., or whatever else is on your mind. You can contact me via the Chain Collaborative website or through our social media. And I hope to hear from you soon. So thank you again for listening.
My name is Sam Spillman. I'm the Director of Coffee for Cafe Vita, a Seattle local roasting company. Now, as a Director of Coffee, I spend most of my time tasting things. It's not a bad gig. I am QCing coffees and making green selections to add to our single origin and blend offerings. On top of that, I spend a lot of time developing recipes for our cafes. I tell you all this in that I just want to express I love tasting things and I love building recipes, which is exactly what we're going to be doing today. So today I'm going to be sharing with you these Barista series plant-based beverages, the oat option and the unsweetened almond. Now let me tell you a story. When I was a barista, when I started about a little over 10 years ago, which feels like yesterday, honestly, these plant-based beverages started making their mark in the industry, and I honestly didn't know what to think. As a young 18, 19-year-old, I was like, why drink this when you have cow's milk? I was very wrong, and I'm going to tell you how. As I started tasting more alternative plant-based beverages, I started realizing that, wow, these have very unique flavors. And I had this misconception that they were packed with sugar, which was, again, not true. The almond, the unsweetened almond option actually has 0 sugar, and the oat only has 3 grams, which is pretty wild when you think about it. And you're gonna be very, very surprised if you haven't tasted these on their own. That's another thing that as we're going through this exercise, I want you to think about. For a while, I had only had plant-based beverages and when they were paired with other things, when they were in a latte or a recipe, but I've never really spent a lot of time tasting them on their own. So the first step we're going to take today is we're going to taste the unsweetened almond and the oat by itself, which sounds like a pretty simple exercise, and it is. So let's start with the almond unsweetened. Make sure to give it a good shake just to make sure everything's incorporated. And if you can pour it without spilling, you get bonus points. I made a couple splashes. Okay, so let's go ahead and taste the unsweetened almond. What are you getting? I get creamy, a nice kind of savory, buttery flavor, and a soft nut. It's not like artificial almond. The sweetness that I'm getting from this is in fact just coming from pure almonds. It's pretty incredible that this alternative plant-based beverage has pretty much all the qualities that you would get from a whole milk, cow's milk option. But there's a little nuttiness that exists in the flavor, which is really, really nice. Not overpowering, but it's present. So now let's taste the plant-based oat option. Again, give it a good shake. Okay, so let's go ahead and taste. How can you go wrong? This oat beverage honestly reminds me of oatmeal cookies. Again, I get lots of creaminess. It tastes like oatmeal, like brown sugar oatmeal or oatmeal cookies. It's very delicious, but not overpowering, not oversweet, very pleasant and balanced. So now that we've tasted these core ingredients, we get to build recipes off of them. And that's the fun part. So what I found in my role with Cafe Vita, but also at home, is that these plant-based beverages can act as the perfect foundation that we need in a recipe. So with our beverages, I'll speak a little bit from my experience with Cafe Vita and recipe development. We have a recipe development team that we bring together ideas and recipes and syrup ideas and beverage ideas, all centered around coffee. And we taste them together and we try different variations. We try to nail down the perfect option that's going to speak to our clientele and our guests are coming into our cafes. So I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. We've been working on developing a lavender latte, but not just an ordinary lavender latte, which is good in itself, but we want an elevated experience. So what we did is we got Coco Lopez, which is like a canned coconut condensed option. It's very sweet, has like present coconut flavors, and then we added lavender bitters to it. Now we tried this in a latte with cow's milk, and then we tried it with all these different plant-based beverages. And with oat, it was like the perfect combination. I don't know what it was, but the foundation that the oat offered, that slight sweetness, toned down the lavender a little bit so it didn't taste like a bar of soap, and brought balance to the beverage. Now, we took it even a step further, and with the oat, what we wanted to create like a little shakerado option where we shake it with ice and we serve it, but with all these other beverages, it was getting watered down. Well, because the oat had such creaminess and denseness, it was able to stand when adding ice to it and shaking it. So we took 4 ounces of this with espresso, our lavender syrup, and shook it with ice and strained it into a glass, and it was delicious. Now, without that oat beverage, there wouldn't have been balance. So this played such a key role in that recipe. Now, with the unsweetened almond option, this is the first thing I will suggest for anyone who's looking for wants a treat of having like a mocha, like we source a single origin chocolate sauce that we use in our cafes for our mochas, but they don't want all the sugar. So I'll suggest the almond because that slight little nuttiness creates this nice and creaminess creates a nice foundation for the mocha, and that nuttiness complements the chocolate flavor. It's very, very pleasant. Now, the oat couldn't play the role of the almond in that scenario, and the almond could not play the role of the oat in the lavender scenario. So it's really cool to see that these beverages that we're using as a foundation in our recipes play different roles and can actually elevate and offer something new to that recipe. And whereas not to throw dairy under the bus, but with dairy, you have dairy and that's great for a lot of recipes and it does a lot of work. But what these alternative plant-based beverages offer is a touch of flavor that can complement a recipe and even elevate it that much more. I am a huge fan of always trying to figure out how we can make things better, how we can make things taste better, and I've found that these plant-based beverages can help in that process. At the end of the day, at the end of my story, fast forward 7 to 10 years, I have actually found that these plant-based beverages are essential to my recipe building, and with that, everything that I thought they were, they're not. You can get all the creaminess, that nice sweetness with little to no sugar, which is incredible. So thank you so much for taking the time to taste with me today. Maybe next time we'll get to do it in person. But in the meantime, if you create any fun recipes that you want to share, or if you have any questions about these plant-based beverages, feel free to reach out to me through my Instagram at samline. Or reach out to our Pacific friends. They would love to help too. Until next time, have a great day.
Hi, I'm James Harper, creator of the Filter Stories podcast.
And I'm Professor Jonathan Morris, author of Coffee, A Global History.
And we made a podcast that we think you're really going to like.
It's called A History of Coffee.
We take you from the cloud forests of Ethiopia to the slave plantations in the Caribbean.
The environmental destruction that accompanied plantations in Brazil through to the sustainability crisis that faces coffee today.
You can listen to A History of Coffee on Spotify, Google, Apple, wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Thank you for subscribing and enjoy your coffee.
Hi, I'm Matt Foster, the beverage director here at the Annex in St. Louis, Missouri, and the 2019 U.S. Coffee and Good Spirits Champion. I'm super excited to be here with you today with High Density 2022 to be able to talk to you about how to craft seasonal menus for me and you. Here at the Annex, seasonal menus are a regular thing for us. Between our coffee and tea-based drinks, our non-alcoholics, and our cocktails, we're releasing between 8 to 10 new beverages about every 3 months or so, which, saying it out loud now, does sound like a lot, but there are a slew of benefits to offering your guests a seasonal menu. I really believe that seasonal menus offer the staff here a chance to express their creativity. It helps them stay engaged. We're constantly learning new techniques, ways to incorporate new flavors. It's a real good chance for them to express themselves and to share their ideas. It's also really a great way to help keep our guests engaged. Guests find new favorites when we roll out new seasonal menus. Helps keep them on in the long term. They keep coming back when they find something that they love, and it's a great talking point. Another upside too, for us at least, is that because we have a food side here, we have access to a lot of great vegetables, fruits, fats, and oils and everything. So those ingredients that might otherwise just sit there, since they're already in-house, this creates another stream of revenue in which to funnel those ingredients into it, really. So again, there are so many upsides to incorporating a seasonal menu into your cafe. And so during this talk, I'm going to touch on essentially 3 main things. The first is going to be just some factors that you'll want to consider leading up to rolling out a new seasonal menu. The second one is going to be just some tips and resources that we use here when we're planning our a new seasonal menu. And then finally, a simple way you can evaluate the success of a menu that you've tried. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing that you'll want to consider when you're rolling out a seasonal menu is the access to the ingredients that you want to use. Especially right now when there are still supply chain issues, it's going to be really frustrating for you, your staff, your guests, if the ingredients that you have in your seasonal drinks keeps running out and you can't offer it. And so just making sure that any ingredients, even if they are very unique, somewhat rare, that they would make a really awesome beverage, if you can't reliably get a hold of them, you might want to move on to another idea or find a way that you can have them in-house whenever you might need them. A second thing that you might want to consider is the impact of workflow in your cafe when incorporating these new drinks. Something that's thought of maybe a little bit more in the cocktail world versus the coffee world is the number of touches a particular drink takes in order to serve it. An example of this might be a dry martini, which really only takes about 5 touches between your gin or your vodka, your vermouth, your orange bitters. You stir it, you garnish it, and then it's served. So that's 5 touches. In contrast, a vanilla latte, for example, will probably have somewhere between 7 or 9 touches, depending on when you want to count it if you're grinding fresh. And so that's fine, but then that means that 7 or 9 touches is your norm. And so this new seasonal beverage that you're considering, how many less or how many more touches does this beverage take versus something like a vanilla latte. On a similar note, you'll want to consider where these ingredients might be stored on your bar. If these things have to be stored someplace special or in a type of container that might be, anywhere between 1 or 5 steps away from where you normally serve and prepare your drinks, that's going to impact workflow as well. And so making sure that you account for that so that your staff is ready, and maybe maybe you can figure out a way to lower the number of touches, or to condense where all of the ingredients are, so that it's easier on your staff when you serve these drinks. That's a really good idea too. Another thing you can consider when leading up to a seasonal menu is using this as an opportunity to kind of round out your existing menu. So for example, you might use an alternative milk as the default in this seasonal drink. Maybe it's tea-based, maybe it's decaffeinated, maybe it incorporates different types of juices, or maybe it can involve some kind of carbonation as well. It's just a really good opportunity to take a look at your existing menu and offer your guests something else that's really different, something that can really stand out on your menu. So these last two are just tips that I've learned after rolling out as many seasonal menus as we have. And one is, it's never too early to start thinking about what you want to do. We often will roll out a menu and we'll enjoy it, we'll be having a great time talking with our guests about it, kind of sit on our laurels a bit and maybe recoup our creative juices, but then we're right back into R&D probably like a month or so after we've rolled out our current seasonal menu. That's because drink recipes can change as you R&D them. Things won't taste exactly as you thought you would. You can't source something exactly. Someone else has a really great idea, and you kind of have to like weed out maybe like 10 good drinks to maybe like 3 or 4 really great ones. And so it's never too early to really jump into that process, maybe as long as you aren't feeling like you're really forcing it and you're letting creativity flow naturally. And the other tip that we've learned here is maybe doing a soft rollout of your new seasonal menu. So before doing a big push on social media, posting signs up and everywhere, when we are ready with our seasonal drinks, we might just put out a small seasonal menu at our counter where our guests order, where they can see those new seasonal drinks, and just on a Monday or Tuesday or something. And what this does is that it allows the team to develop that muscle memory, to get more familiar with the recipes, the talking points, and to incorporate into making those new drinks along with all of our other drinks currently on our menu, so that they get a feel for the workflow before they get hit with a busy weekend crowd and then having to maybe learn it then. And so doing a soft rollout really just helps ease the process of delivering these new drinks, both on your staff and on your guests, so that your staff isn't struggling, and so your guests aren't waiting an inordinate amount of time. So, just to recap all of that. So first, before rolling out a seasonal menu, make sure you have easy access to the ingredients that you want to use. Next, make sure that you take into consideration how workflow might be impacted by these new drinks. Third, take a look at your existing menu, identify any gaps or opportunities you can use, and use your seasonal menu to offer something new for your guests. And then jump in early as far as the R&D process goes, so that by the time spring, summer rolls around, you're confident in what you're releasing, and you can release it when those seasons are actually starting. And then soft rollouts, so that the staff has an opportunity to learn the recipes, develop the muscle memory, and be able to really deliver an amazing product and an experience for your guests. So, that's what you can do leading up to it. Let's go ahead and start talking about what you can do to actually create some of these drinks. And that brings us to our first little tool here. This is something that I developed for my team here just to help them kind of visualize these things as I'm talking about them. This is a flavor map that's very similar to a lot of other flavor maps that you can find online when you're talking about food and wine, for example. Just starting over here at the gray here, we have salty, spicy, sweet, bitter, umami, and acidity. And the way you want to read this is that the solid lines represent flavor pairings and combinations that are really strong, and the dotted lines represent flavor pairings that in isolation either fight against each other or don't work or can really just be unpleasant. And so when you create a pairing, you want at least one solid line between a pairing. So for example, this combination of the sweet and the bitter is just an example of a latte, really. The espresso is bitter and the milk is sweet. Another example, just from the cocktail world, a classic cocktail, something like a daiquiri, would be the sweet factor here from the simple syrup. The lime juice is the acidity, and the alcohol would take the place of the bitter here, which would be a strong factor. And then finally, as an example of a drink that we have here as a seasonal drink, our golden milk incorporates the spicy, because we use cinnamon, we use turmeric, and we use ginger. We combine that with maple syrup. And the milk, of course, that we steam it with, and finally the bitter component comes from the cocoa powder that we also use in it, and so it really creates this really unique flavor combination that's complex but balanced as well, because of just the different ways that those flavors are able to play off of each other when they're in balance. Which does bring me to another thing that I think is important, is that when you're first creating these drinks, finding the balance first and moving from there is generally how we try to work things here first. It's easy to just make a drink sweeter or less sweet, more acidic, just by adding more of that element or taking others away. And so if someone wants extra sweet, that's not a problem. But by finding the balance of all those flavors, that'll take a little bit more intention. And so by making sure that your recipe is as balanced as it can be, and then if you want it more sweet than that's easy enough to accomplish. So that's the first resource I can offer you. The other two are these amazing books that we like to use. And the first one here, by Amy Stewart, the Drunken Botanist. She does an excellent job of doing a deep dive into all types of plants, herbs, fruits, their flavors, where they come from, their history. The book is more geared towards cocktails, but because there's just so much good information in here, you really can use this to really understand the types of flavors that can be incorporated by using all these different plants and fruits and herbs. So yeah, just a really, really great resource. And then next, anyone who's ever done a barista competition will recognize this standby, the Flavor Bible. I might even recommend for beverages the Vegetarian Flavor Bible even more. And so this book just really does like the best job ever of explaining how different, not only general tastes really, but exact flavors of different types of apples, strawberries, herbs, and just how they, and the best combinations that exist out there. This guy also has actual seasonal categories as well. So if you're looking for flavors that people naturally associate with the seasons, this book has that as well. So just an excellent resource for everything to do with flavors, naturally. All right, so now that you've rolled out your seasonal menu and you'll want to know how it did. So that brings me to our last tool here. This grid is another tool that is really commonly used in like other restaurants, bars, and it goes by a lot of names, but we're going to go with dogs, puzzles, plow horses, and stars here. And so what this represents basically, down across here along the x-axis, are the popularity of certain items, how many people are buying. And then going up on the y-axis is the profitability. This might be how much money you make off each one of them, how much you've made in gross sales, net sales. You can set your own standards here. Same with how popular certain items are. You can set your own numbers here. But essentially what each one of these quadrants represent is dogs represent items that don't sell well and they don't make you a lot of money. And so we're generally looking to have as few dogs on our menu as possible. Above it, puzzles. Puzzles represent items that should, in theory, be doing great. They utilize great ingredients. They have the potential to make you a lot of money, but for some reason they're just not selling. They're not very popular, and so that's something we have to sort of figure out about why they're not selling. What is it about them that we can sort of drive sales towards? Then the plow horses. The plow horses represent items that we sell a lot of, but the profit margin on them is relatively small. So this might be like your drip coffee. It might be like a larger latte. So we need them, but we want to get those and all the other ones up into this stars category, which are the items that we sell a lot of, and they have a really good profit margin, and we make a lot of money off of them essentially. So what you can do once you have your seasonal menu out, I would recommend letting it go for at least 6 weeks, if not a whole 3 months, just to get some solid data essentially. But once you have it, you can plot it out here along with your regular menu items. So if your regular menu items, for example, might be represented by dots in this case, and then your seasonal drinks represented by X's might fall somewhere like this. And so it's just a really easy visual representation of how your menu is doing and just where you might need to make some tweaks. All right, everyone. That's going to pretty much conclude the talk for seasonal menus and for me and you. I hope you've learned a little something in this short and condensed talk. If anyone has any other questions, I can be reached on Instagram. My handle is Matt K. Foster. I can be reached on Facebook and LinkedIn as well. I really want to thank everyone on the high density staff for putting this together for everyone and including me in on it. It's been great being able to talk to you about how we do seasonal menus here. And yeah, I hope everyone out there staying safe and healthy, and hope you go have fun now crafting your own seasonal menus. Thanks again, everyone.
Hi everyone, this is Ben from Canada. I'm one of the co-founders of Monogram Coffee. I am a 3-time WBC finalist and I also coach barista competitors at Worlds as well. And I am here to share 5 fun facts about the coffee that I chose for the Beyond the Bag segment. So the coffee I chose is Finca Tequesi. This is a Bolivian coffee from the Yanacachi region of Bolivia. And this coffee has always been special to me. Even before we started purchasing it, it's always been one of my favorite coffees. And I think there are 5 things that make it special to me. So one is the altitude of the coffee. So I know we put the altitude of the coffee on the bags all the time when we talk about coffee, and this usually is connected to quality. The farm at Finca Tequesi is actually one of the highest farms in the world, and actually for 2 reasons. So one is just the altitude. It goes all the way up to about 2,800 meters, which rivals even some of the top of Ethiopia. But the other thing about it as well is also the latitude, because really the altitude only matters because it affects the average temperature that the coffee grows at. So as that average temperature goes down, you have slower maturation, you have more intensity of flavors, you have more sugar. So not only is Finca Tequesi very, very high, but it's also quite south of the equator, and this equates to a very, very high altitude. So some people think that Tequesi is closer to the equivalent of about 3,000 meters above sea level. Some people say it's like 3,600 meters above sea level. All I know is that it is so high, there are actually sections of their farm where they can only plant the Kar-Yee because the Gesha that they plant will not survive at that high altitude. So it is a punishing altitude, but it results in flavors of the coffee that are just incredible. So this is one thing that makes it very special. The other one is actually that they use very traditional processing methods. So when they first started the farm, they spoke to their partners and said, how would you like us to process coffee? And they all said, we think that the land and the terroir is so incredible that you should just do a traditional wash. So they use a very traditional system. They wash the coffee with water, they ferment it overnight, and then they just dry it really traditional. The result is, I think, that you taste the qualities of the variety in a really intense way. And I think there's a lot of cleanliness to the coffee, and I think it just lets the coffee shine. But I think it's also kind of special that they're using more traditional methods and just letting the coffee speak for itself. Another thing that I think is really cool is they actually are starting to produce multiple styles of Gesha. So they discovered on their farm a tree that they thought was margohipe, and they picked it and cupped it, and it looked like a margohipe, like big leaves, large seeds, but when they cupped it, it tasted like a Gesha. And they're still doing genetic testing on it, but they think that they actually have 2 varieties of Gesha on their farm, a more traditional Panama Gesha, and then this large seed Gesha that they don't really know what it is, but it's super interesting and really, really delicious. I think another thing that's cool about this farm is the vision of the owner. Mariana and her father started this farm, and when they started it, it is in a region that's not really known for coffee, and that really high altitude that we talked about meant that many people in that region thought that that farm would not be successful. I think largely because they didn't think the plants would live, but also at that altitude, the yields are so low that they didn't think that they would be able to get enough money to make that farm sustainable. And I think it's really cool to see the vision that they've had in making such a special farm and such incredible coffee. But there was actually a running bet in that area for how long that farm would last and when they would close. And so far they've beat the odds, and they're producing incredible coffee there. And then the other thing that I think is really neat is this model of farming with a region that is so high that the yields are low and the farming and harvest is long, is that it's actually changed the model of the farm a little bit. They are able to have more permanent staff because that the harvest season is so long. Sometimes it can go up to 10 months. So they use a lot more permanent staff, which means that you see the same people year after year, and it's giving them an income that they can rely on. Even to the point that we've had some trips where we've met the same pickers again and again, and we've asked them, why do you stick around? And they said that picking coffee at Tequesi is easy, which I've never heard a picker say. And so I think that the team at Tequesi and Mariana have created an environment that is really comfortable and special and is really fair and equitable to the people that work for them all along the chain. So that is the coffee I've picked. I chose the red Kar-Yee, and I hope you enjoy it. Thanks so much.
from Canada. I'm Grant Gamble. I'm the founder of Culture Coffee Project and the co-founder of Leaderboard, the coffee game. Now I'm here today to talk to you about leveling up your sensory skills. So my hope is that by the end of this lecture, you have a handful of exercises that you can start doing today and honing in on your sensory abilities. Now, a little bit about me so that it's not just a stranger talking to you. I've been in the coffee industry for about 15 years, done a lot of different things, but currently in my day-to-day, I run a marketing agency for the coffee industry. Now, it's really cool because that's enabled us to host, create, and work on events and initiatives for our clients, but also for our own endeavors. Now, something that we've launched recently is Leaderboard, which is alongside my good friend Sunil Pabari. Now, if you don't know what Leaderboard is, it is an arcade-themed quarterly virtual coffee competition that you can do at home. Now, players receive 10 different coffees blind from 10 different roasters and compete with other players around the world to identify them. There's a lot of prizes to be won, there's glory to be had, but the most exciting part of this project for me is actually the educational component. Now, in all my years in the coffee industry, what I've noticed is that a lot of the coffee education is theoretical. And unless if you're working behind a bar, you never really get the chance to put that theory into practice. So what's really cool about Leaderboard is that each season we have different coaches run lectures, and those lectures pair back to the coffees that we've chosen for that season. Now, it's really great because obviously that's a fantastic educational opportunity, but then it also makes me look super smart when I get to do things like this. So what I'm going to be doing today is pulling from 4 different lectures to give you those exercises that you can do at home. Now, I'd highly recommend that you actually go and watch these lectures because I may do a terrible job of representing them, but I will do my best. The first exercise that we'll be focusing on today is the act of tasting intentionally. Now, this was a lecture that was put together by Angela Ferreira back in season 2 of Leaderboard. You may recognize her name because she is actually on the team of the Barista League. Hey, Angela. So I really love this exercise because it's something that you can do subconsciously in your day-to-day life. You could literally be doing this exercise right now as you're listening to me. So I'm a firm believer that everyone has a great palate and everybody's a great taster. It seems though as if the best tasters are often the ones who can describe what it is that they're tasting in great detail and with relative confidence and speed. Now, it's important to remember that taste, especially flavor perception, is completely subjective. It's based on your own experiences and your memories. So the more experiences that you have and the better that you can consciously remember those experiences when you're tasting, the better taster that you will be. Now, the way that you go about setting up this exercise is just to be conscious of what it is that you're consuming and what it is that you're tasting. Now, when Angela goes through this exercise in the lecture, she breaks it down into categories. So she would have a chocolate category with 2 different items that fit within that category, so semi-sweet chocolate and milk chocolate, a citrus category that follows the same method, and a nut category. Now, when you're tasting the items within this category, what I find is a really nice trick is to just forget what it is that you're tasting. This way, you eliminate any bias that may already exist that you have towards that and open your mind up to tasting more things. So start with the milk chocolate and then move on to the semi-sweet chocolate and think about the specific and finite details that might be different between them. Is one of them a bit more tart and more acidic? Is one of them sweeter? Does one of them have a different texture? Does one of them have a longer aftertaste? And as you go through this, add it to your memory bank so that you know that when you taste a coffee, oh, this is semi-sweet chocolate, not milk chocolate. Then move on to your next category and so on, so forth. Now, what you can do to expand on this is broaden your horizons with what it is that you're tasting. So wherever you shop for your groceries, try to switch things up a little bit. So if you have 3 apples on your shopping list, instead of getting 3 Fiji apples, why don't you get 3 different varieties of apple? Or if you do have the chance to try different fruits and vegetables, why not try it? A lot of times when we're tasting with other people, they will have different experiences and different memories than you would, especially in the coffee world where we have people from all around the world with lots of different cultures and backgrounds. So a lot of times in coffee, Someone may say that this tastes like tamarind. If you've never had that, you might not know that experience that they're having. So why not, when you're at the grocery store, if you see a tamarind, pick it up, buy it, add that to your flavor library. So the next exercise that we'll focus on was done by this random guy in Norway. He's a roaster, Tim Winnebo. I'd never heard of him before. Maybe you have. But he put together this really great lecture and exercise that you can do at home with one coffee and an instant coffee. So if you do want to see Tim Winnebo drink an instant coffee, check out that lecture, would highly recommend it, but there's also some great stuff in there. Now the basis of this exercise is to hone in on your language that you're using when you're describing coffees, and to focus less on the flavors and more about the actual characteristics of the coffee. So what you do is you have your reference coffee, your instant coffee, which is actually a really great thing to have on a cupping table. When you have that baseline reference coffee that tastes like coffee, it becomes much easier to find other things in a cup that you're focusing on. So you have your reference coffee, and then you have 3 cups set up, and use the same coffee for this. You're gonna grind this coffee at the coarsest setting that you possibly can, so it will end up being quite watery and quite a low extraction. Then you'll grind it at a normal setting, and then you will grind it at the finest setting. And you'll brew these coffees either as a cupping or as a brewing, however you're more comfortable with, and then wait for it to cool down and start to taste them. So start with the coarsest one, and think about not the flavors, think about the characteristics. So what is the acidity like? What is the sweetness like? What is the body, the texture, the mouthfeel? Try to think about those things and then move on to the next. How does the second coffee compare to the first? And then from there, move on to your third. All 3 of them should be quite different, just based on that grind setting and extraction kind of playing a factor in there. Now, once you got a handle on those, go back to your reference coffee and then go and taste them again. What you'll notice is after having your reference coffee, you'll be able to pick up so much more in the cup because you'll have that kind of coffee taste out of the way. Now, I really love this exercise because you can do it very easily with just one coffee, and then instant coffee that we all know that you have in the back of your cupboard for when guests come over. Don't lie. So it's a really easy exercise to do and a really fun one. So the third exercise for you to try at home is one that was done in season 5 of Leaderboard by Ashifa Hussain. So you may also recognize her from the Barista League. She is also on the team and is the ultimate bean queen for the Battle of the Beans. But I really loved this lecture because it was a lot of fun and something that you can totally do at home. So for this exercise, what you'll need is just set up a regular cupping. Doesn't matter how many bowls that you have, as long as there's more than one coffee. And you're gonna need nose plugs and also ear plugs. So what Ashifa does is that she goes through and tastes everything normally without any interference with her senses. And then she tastes them again with nose plug. Now, anyone who's been sick knows that when you're sick, you can't really taste because your sense of smell and your sense of taste are connected. Now, she goes through and cups with this nose plug and can't really pick up anything, removes the nose plug, tastes again, boom, senses are back. Now, the most interesting thing is when she puts on earplugs and starts to go through and cups the coffees. As she's cupping with her sense of hearing kind of disabled, she starts to pick up more in the cups. And this is something that I personally really related with because when I'm cupping coffees, I typically will put on music to drown out everything else so I can just hone in on my sense of taste and smell. So this is something that you should try on your own time with your next cupping. Just try plugging your nose, tasting everything, see if that changes anything, but then try plugging your ears, putting on music, or putting on earplugs, and see how that will affect what it is that you're experiencing. The fourth and final exercise that I'll share with you today is one that was touched on by Sarah Ball in season 1 of Leaderboard. Now, Sarah is the former Canadian Cup Tasters champion, and anyone who's done a Cup Tasters competition knows about this exercise, as well as anyone who's gone through a Q-Graders course. So this is a lecture I would highly recommend that you go and watch. It's one of our all-time favorites. It's about 40% comedy and 60% very useful information. There's a few exercises in there, but what we'll be focusing on is the act of triangulation. So triangulation, for those that don't know, is essentially having a cupping of 3 different bowls set up in the shape of a triangle. 2 of them are the same and 1 of them is different. So you have 2 truths and a lie, an odd one out. Now it's taster's job to taste all 3 of those cups and find the odd one out. So to do this exercise at home, you will need an extra set of hands. It could be a partner, a roommate, anyone else that's in the vicinity. And you'll have 2 different coffees. Start with very different coffees. So you can have a pulp natural Brazil and then a washed Ethiopian as an example. Set it up where 2 of those bowls are going to have one of the coffees and the other bowl will have the other. Now leave the room and have whoever's in the vicinity mix up those bowls. Make sure you label them ahead of time, and then you'll go in and taste them and try to find the odd one out. Now from there, you can start to graduate into coffees that share more similarities. So you could have 2 different coffees from Central America, and then you can graduate from there and have 2 different coffees from Colombia that might have different varieties. And very soon, you'll be able to be tasting 2 coffees from neighboring farms and be able to tell exactly the differences between them. The last actionable exercise that I will leave you with is to play leaderboard. It's a plug, I get it, but hear me out, there's a good reason behind it. The best way to play leaderboard is actually to do it with other people. So either playing with your friends in other countries because you're having the same coffees, or to use it as like a team building exercise or a calibration exercise with your cafe or roastery. When you taste with other people, it's fantastic because they're coming at it with different experiences, perceptions, and biases than you have. So when you taste them together, you're kind of like putting pieces of a puzzle together. They'll be picking up on things that you're missing and vice versa. So when you taste with other people, you oftentimes will find things in the coffee or realize things in the coffee that you were missing before. So that's it for me. I hope this lecture has been entertaining and helpful for you, and that you have a few exercises that you can take away and do in your own time to level up your sensory skills. I'd like to thank Marissa for nominating me to speak on this topic, and also to the Barista League for holding this space. Thanks so much. I'm Grant Gamble. Bye.
Hey everyone, my name is Chartier-Vignapiano. One thing that wasn't on my bingo card for the year of 2021 was that I would get a job from my coffee Instagram. But what I found out was through my coffee Instagram, through my coffee training classes I held, through the website I made, through all the funny comedy sketches I made making fun of really rude coffee regulars, was that people were watching and that I was actually teaching myself marketing and video production, and those are valuable things to have in a company. And I'm here to talk to you about how you can do the same, how an Instagram can function as an online resume, how your website and how your funny TikToks can actually get attention of folks who want to pay you for what you're doing, naturally. So let's get started. We're gonna break this up into a few sections, and we're gonna talk about conception to creation. That sounded weird, but I'm gonna go with it. So let's do some pre-production, and this is going to help you really strengthen what your concept's going to be. First things first, I want to ask you, what is your it? What's your it? Now this should be simple to answer. If someone were to come up to you and say, hey, what's your name? Also, what is something that you think is really cool about yourself that you're proud of? What's something that you like doing? What's something that doesn't feel like work to you? Whatever that answer is, that's probably what your business is going to be. For me, it was COVID 2020, and I realized that I really miss being in front of people teaching them about coffee, but I also wanted to make it a bit more accessible because I thought a problem in our coffee community was a lot of information was gatekept and things weren't really approachable, and we use jargon that's kind of confusing, and not a lot of people know what distribution means off the top of their head. So I decided to A, solve my problem of
missing being in front of people teaching them coffee, and B, solving that issue of inaccessibility in coffee, and thus Casey Makes Coffee was born. And a lot of that came from the heart. It came from something that I needed in myself and something that I saw others needed for themselves. You join the two and you create a really strong business concept, and you can do the same. So what is your it? Ask what your it is. Secondly, you want that statement, that it, to be simple, but not broad. There's a difference between simplicity and broad strokes. So think about it like this. If I were to say, I want to be the best coffee educator on the internet, that sounds nice, and I'm not saying that you can't be that, but those are broad strokes. How can we measure the success of that statement? This is something in marketing that we do where we identify what our value propositions are. Value propositions is just a fancy term for what is the result you're selling. And you want it to be the result. You want it to be specific, simple, effective, but you don't want to talk about your features. You want to talk about what you will solve, what your result is. So for me, my value proposition was my coffee education style is more accessible and directed towards those with learning disabilities, neurodivergencies, and those who have short attention spans. That's a little bit more specific, but it's still simple enough that I can understand how to track the success of that. And the way that I would track the success of that for my business was how many people are downloading my worksheets, every month. How many people were I gaining in followers each month? Those are things you can track. Being the best, most effective coffee trainer on the internet, not really something you can measure effectively. So think about that. So now we're going to identify what your solution is. So think about a solution and not so much a feature. Say you were, a coffee maker, and your value proposition or the thing that you want to sell is that you have the fastest boiler ever on the market. That sounds nice, but is fastest boiler ever really something you can measure? And what does that actually mean? And is it something that captures people's attention, or is it something to just make yourself seem cool? Something else you can use is, I am a coffee maker with a boiler that speeds up in the time that it takes for you to brush your teeth. See, that's a little bit more specific, but it's still simple and it captures people's attention because they think of the same solution to their problem in a different way. Moving forward, let's develop what our business is. So this is the fun part. This is where you take all of your ideas, put them in a container, give them a lot of love, and understand what you have to offer and put it in a really pretty packaging book. Think about what your target audience is going to be. For me, I really like to train folks who are new to coffee, or beginners, or folks that feel like they just need to take a step back and go back to the basics and have it explained to them in a different way. So that's my target demographic. For you, maybe it's the expert levels. Maybe it's the folks who don't have an espresso machine at home and you're teaching them how to make espresso without one at home. So think about a specific audience, okay? Now you're gonna get more into the graphic design, and you don't have to have a graphic design background. I didn't, but I learned a lot from Canva. And I got myself a Canva Pro subscription, which is about $12.99 a month, I think. Not a lot. If you can't afford that, totally okay. Canva still has so many free resources, and it's really easy to use. So you can make graphic designs without knowing anything about Adobe Creative Cloud Suite, and it's really easy and functional and super cute looking. So with Canva, you want to make yourself a brand identity. So you can make a logo there. You can identify 4 colors for your color branding palette. I like to use a website called Coolers to make that, which is a very simple tap spacebar color generator that gives you the hex codes and allows you to play with generation methods so you can create a really awesome looking color palette. So you create a 4-color color palette, and through Canva you will make templates for your text-based Instagram grid posts. You can make banners, you can make logos. You'll also want to identify at least 2 typefaces or fonts that you'll use for your branding. And the reason why we are choosing it in the beginning rather than doing it as we go along is that it's going to make your brand look really cohesive, and it's going to look the same across the board, which is going to allow folks to associate a certain typeface and color with you. And that's the beauty of marketing, is that you're able to communicate through color, through font, without actually being there and being present. So getting it all together and agreeing on what it's going to be in the beginning, super important. And yes, you can change. You're not always going to like Poppins as your main typeface, so you can change it, but play with it for a little bit and make sure you're not changing it too much. Lastly, I suggest you learn a little bit of SEO, which sounds maybe a bit intimidating. But for starters, I'm going to give you a few topics to focus on, which are then going to allow you to dive into the world of SEO and become really good at it. First thing, you're going to focus on what keywords are, what that means, and why they're awesome. Identify a few keywords that fit in with your business plan and use them always, always, always in your Instagram and in your website and your blog writing, everything. Second, internal linking. When you are building a website, you want to find ways to sneak in links to other pages on your website. The reason why we do this and why it's so effective with SEO is we want people to stay on our website as long as possible. So if you're writing an about me and you say, I have about 8 years of experience in the coffee industry and I really love coffee training, I'm going to hyperlink coffee training so it brings you to a page that shows you the services that I provide. When folks are interested in your content, they're going to see a link and be like, yeah, I want to learn more about that. They're going to click it, go to another page on your website, and then maybe that page has another internal link. Like, oh wow, I want to see how Casey can help me produce a coffee video. Click. So you see, we are bringing them through the website without them even realizing it. Stores like IKEA do this, where it's kind of a one-way path. Kind of think of it like this. You're directing your audience on where you want them to go next, and you can do this with internal linking. All right, let's talk a little bit about video production. You may have seen a few of my videos if you're familiar with my work. I started off with an app called Video Leap, which I found out through TikTok, and TikTok's honestly a great place to learn about video editing, especially video editing that is mobile friendly and quick to use. Video Leap is free, but you can pay for a premium account, which I suggest because it gives you a lot of awesome features. You could do things like overlaying text, you could choose royalty-free music tracks, you can also color grade, you can add filters, you can keyframe so that you can zoom in really close to music. There's a lot of awesome features. So I started off with Video Leap. But I then transitioned into using Adobe Premiere Pro. And if you have a Creative Cloud subscription, you might already have access to this. Next, when you have a video concept you're really super stoked about shooting, make a shot list, organize up front. Because when you get on camera and you turn everything on and you start talking to the camera and you don't have a script or an organized structure of where to go next, you're gonna feel like a deer stuck in the headlights. So make a shot list, and that looks like this. You'll see there's two columns. One column is dedicated to your text or your script, and the second column is dedicated to the shots that that line corresponds with. When you do this, you have a visual outline of all the shots that you're going to need. And what I like to do after fitting in my script and my shots into a shot list is I letter grade the shots. So say for instance, I'm making a corporate video where I'm trying to show clients how this machine works and all the features that it provides. What I'll do is I'll chunk it up into how many shots I need of the machine front facing, of the machine from the side, of just my face, of a close-up of me tamping into a portafilter, and I'll grade those A, B, C, D, E. And with that, I will be able to organize A1 shots, A2 shots, A3 shots, then we'll do B1 through 5, then we'll do C1 through 3, and with this letter and number grade system, you'll be able to produce this B-roll, these clips that you need with ease, and you can just go right down the list. It'll also help you visualize just how many clips you need and how long your video might be even after editing. So once you gather all of your clips and you record them and you import them into Premiere Pro, I like to rename all of the files by what those takes are. So typically when I'm shooting, I will only shoot the actual take and letter and number of that shot. So say for instance, I'm doing my talking head and I'm doing line 4. I will say, this is shot A4, take 1, clap, do my line, and turn the camera off. With these small clips, I'll be able to rename them what their shot name is, and then when I bring them into Premiere Pro, I will have a whole list of, these are all my A1s, these are all my A4s, these are my B2s, and then it just becomes a game of plug and play, so it makes the editing process very quick. Now that we talked about video, conception, pre-production, let's talk about the digital marketing aspect. So with Casey Makes Coffee, I was able to grow my follower pretty fast. And I think the reason why I was able to do that, and I didn't realize at the time, was that I was making content that was educational and shareable. I call them shareables. I would make carousels that were about 4 or 5 slides that talked about things like temperature stability, or why cone shape in your filters matter and how they affect the taste, or how to dial in espresso really quickly as a barista. And I would do these, people would share them, distribute them through their following, and I would get those followers, and then I would get their followers, and it just spread very quickly. So I was able to get something called organic reach, which is not something I pay for. So this was all free marketing. So these slides actually act as both educational tools and marketing for my brand. And I've gotten a lot of opportunities from those. So the first thing I want to say is just be yourself. You know, I was trying to fit at one point into the mold of being a really nice aesthetic coffee brewer, and it's just not who I am. As much as I want to be aesthetic and cool and, you know, have the awesome color grade and like cool moody lighting, that's just not who I am. So I started being myself. I've even made videos where I'm literally crying and talking about how hard it is to be perceived as somebody who's super young when I'm like actually a year away from 30, and how that affects me in my professional life. People really resonate with that. Did I think I was being annoying? Absolutely. But what you think is annoying in yourself, other people find as a gift. They think it's relatable. They think it's something that they can realize in themselves. And you gain a lot of really genuine connections from that. So just be yourself, even if it means crying in front of a camera. Listen, we all cry. Maybe we need to see a bit more of that in the future. Now, if you're taking the educational route, or a lot of your content that you want to market on your Instagram, let's say, is something that you want to write a lot about, that's called micro-articling in captions. So nowadays, you'll see folks that are coaches, that are educators, consultants, use captions as kind of a way to create small type articles, micro-articles, in their captions. But here's the thing, if you write a lot of text and it's just one block of text in your caption, the chances of people scrolling past that are super high. Why? Because it's not readable. And this brings us back to SEO. In SEO writing and copywriting, you don't want to put more than 2 or 3 short sentences in a paragraph. It should be broken up, because the eye follows through that content more easily than if it's just a chunk of text. That's intimidating. People don't want to read that. They don't have enough time. In our culture nowadays, you have about 3 seconds, maybe, not even, to win someone's attention. So you want to break it up and segment that text. And you'll notice that in captions, you will break up the text with emojis. And this is something that I like to do. So remember, you don't want more than 2 or 3 sentences in a paragraph in your caption. Use something like emojis to make it visually appealing and to break it and segment it into parts. Use headlines. Write it like an article. People find that interesting. And in fact, in digital marketing, long captions are becoming the way to blog as opposed to traditional blogging on your website, which is still an important SEO tool, but really nowadays you're getting most of your leads from Instagram or TikTok. Lastly, with digital marketing, especially on Instagram and TikTok, you will win reach through activity. So make sure you're posting every single day, at least for the first month or 2. Post every single day. Use strategic hashtags. I like to use displaypurposes.com to get my high-ranking hashtags. You'll put in one hashtag that you think relates to your content, and it'll generate a list that are relevant and also highly ranking for that hashtag. Make sure you're following new profiles. Set a goal of 5 to 10 new profiles a week, a day, whatever your comfort level is. This is a way to increase awareness of yourself. It's kind of a hello, and it'll allow people to interact with your content and maybe, at best, follow you. Also, hashtag hunting is an old trick that photographers on Instagram use. Hashtag hunting is going on a hashtag that you feel like you're very relevant in and interacting with all of the content. Do about 10 posts a day. It sounds super silly, but it's a good way to work with the algorithm of Instagram and to kind of say hello to folks. Liking posts are great, but commenting on posts within hashtags, even better, because it allows you to give your voice to your brand and not just a like. Okay, let's talk a little bit about influencership, which is becoming a really cool way to make some money and an awesome job for folks who have an online presence. As part of my job, I do some influencer marketing, and let me tell you, digital marketers are putting all of their eggs in the influencer basket. It's effective, it's fun, and it's a non-traditional way to market, and it works. It works because while you are paying folks to market for your company, you're also not constrained by time. So say for instance, you were to budget about $200 to paid advertising on Instagram. That is only going to be in a finite amount of time. Usually when you're doing paid advertising, you spend $200 over the course of 4 to 7 days. After that 7 days, that campaign ends. But with influencer marketing, you are paying folks and compensating folks to use your product and advertise it in a way that's comfortable for both parties. And that content can exist. And it is attached to somebody who has a reputation, who's respected in the community. And if you build a good relationship with that influencer and you see it more as a partnership and less than using them for clout, it really does make a difference. So if you want to do some influencer work and that's something you're interested in, I highly suggest making something called a press kit, which can be very easy. It's a one-page graphic or PDF or maybe even an email template that you make that shows your engagement rate on average, your reach for the last 30 days to 90 days, the type of content you post, and pick about 3 things that you think best exemplify the work that you produce, whether they be reels, photos, videos, or all 3. Pick something that does very well. What I suggest is making an email template that has this one page of all this information, who you are, what you like to do, links to your other social channels, but also provide this work in maybe a QR code so it's easy to access, or just link it in the email. If you're really interested in doing influencership and you want to pitch yourself, make that email template shine. I like to say pitch, not plead, because many times I see a lot of folks who are just pleading, can I please get a free machine or free merchandise and stuff like that, but that doesn't really seem professional to me. The folks that stand out are the ones that introduce themselves, say, hi, here's my press kit, attached is all of my information. I would love to talk about a potential partnership with you. Let me know how we can best reach each other. I'm happy to jump on a phone call with you. Keep it professional. Professional pitch, not plea. Well, that about does it for my time. I hope you found that helpful. Again, I know it's a lot of information and the world of digital marketing can be really scary, but it can be a fruitful one if you know what you're doing. And you do. Because guess what? The things that we know how to do well are things that we got through experience. So just give it a shot. I started off with an iPhone and 2 origami pours that my friend helped me buy, and now I got a job from what I was doing. So you have something in you that you can monetize, that you can make money from. And you know what? Currency is subjective. Maybe currency means community for you. You can build your community, and you can get that back too. This is Casey, and it's been nice talking with you. I hope you have a good one. Bye.
Hi, I'm Jules, also known as Lady Velo.
And I'm Scott, the founder of Caffeine Magazine.
And we present the Adventures in Coffee podcast.
And we take you around the world to hear surprising stories about what's in your daily cup.
We never get too nerdy, and you're always guaranteed a laugh in every episode.
So join us on our Adventures in Coffee.
Search Adventures in Coffee wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I'm the head roaster for Harkin Coffee, and I'm so excited to be here with you all today, and to have the opportunity to share with you all a coffee that is so near and dear to my heart. This coffee comes to us from producer Ashok Patre from Ratnagiri Estate in India. It's a natural, anaerobic Kar-Yee with lots of personality, and I think it's super delicious. But that's on the label, and we're here to go beyond that. What you may have noticed on the label as well is that it says that it's a collaborative coffee, and you're probably wondering, what does that mean? Well, it means that this coffee was built on friendship and all kinds of levels of friendship, and I'd like to tell you that story. So here we go. In 2018, Damien Durda, who has become one of my closest and dearest friends, moved here from Poland. And while he was at work, he had the opportunity to cup some coffees from what was at the time known as Pearl Mountain and is now Ratnagiri Estate. And with an open mind, he cupped these coffees from India, even though he'd never really, cupped specialty coffee from India, if you will. And he was blown away at the complexity, cleanliness, boldness, and sweetness of these coffees. He's even scored one of these coffees at an 86. And after that, he knew that he had to go and meet this producer. So later on that year, he had the opportunity to go to India and meet Ashok and his wife. And right away, they hit it off. You could almost say that it was love at first sight. That year, they produced the first micro lots to come out of Ratnagiri, and Damien brought them all home here to Vancouver. The next year, he went back to India, and they decided that they were going to completely restructure the entire farm, training the staff about picking, processing methods, packing, and so on. And they produced even more micro lots that year. And that was the year that Damien brought me back samples to try. And I had never really tried any coffees from India that had particularly blown my mind, if you will, but I went in with an open mind, and sure enough, these coffees were bold, sweet, complex, and delicious. And I knew that I had to have some for Harkin's lineup. So that year I bought a natural and a washed coffee. And what I decided to do was put them in a box side by side so that people would have the opportunity to try these two coffees and to gain a better knowledge of how special coffees coming out of India could be. And that year, Ashok also decided to ask Damien to become a partner in the farm. And since then, they've been working on processing methods, reaching new clients, and really putting India on the specialty coffee map. And I think you'll see that with this coffee that I've shared with you all today, India is well on its way and definitely deserving of a spot in specialty coffee. So thank you. And here's a little tour of Ratnagiri. Enjoy. Hope y'all enjoyed the little peek into what's happening at Origin right now at Ratnagiri. Thanks for hanging out with me. See you later. Bye.
Hello and thank you for joining me. My name is Craig Battori. I'm a digital marketing and coffee professional based in Detroit, Michigan. Today, I'm going to be presenting to you the process of how to optimize your coffee website through SEO. SEO is crucial for any business with an online presence. In today's presentation, I'll be covering topics like what is SEO and why is SEO important. I'm going to deep dive into SEO strategy, implementation, and other methods of attaining proper SEO for your business. I'll also be showing direct examples of how to perform SEO on websites such as Squarespace, WordPress, and Wix. Now, SEO implementation is somewhat standard for all web building platforms, so you can take these examples and apply them to whatever web building platform that you're using for your coffee website. Thank you for joining me today. Big thank you to the folks from High Density. Really appreciate you. And so without any further ado, let's begin the SEO presentation. So in this presentation, I'll have my little handy dandy cursor here so you'll be able to follow along as I read the slides and give you examples of on-page SEO and other things. Anyways, what is SEO? SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. It's the practice of optimizing websites and web pages to make them reach a higher position on the search engine results page, like in the Google search. This means in the broadest sense possible that when people search for your product, it will hopefully show up on the first page of the search engine results page, which to folks in the industry is known as the SERP, S-E-R-P. As you start doing SEO on your website, you may hear the term SERP being thrown around, and you can just refer to it as the search engine results page. Now, SEO focuses on improving the rankings in the organic, aka the non-paid search results. So if you have a website and you want to get more traffic, SEO should 100% be part of your marketing efforts. So the big question, why SEO? Why search engine optimization? Well, it should be obvious. You want customers to discover your brand. And so you may have heard the term SEO being thrown around like it's a special procedure or requires training or hiring a professional. It's truly not the case. Proper SEO really only requires you to be familiar with your product and familiar with your customers. And with specialty coffee these days, it does require good SEO. As in the last 10 years in the specialty coffee marketplace, more and more customers are searching for very specific terms. For example, a Colombian pink bourbon or Ethiopian wush wush. Coffee origin, processing, variety, roast level, they're all becoming extremely important factors for searching for coffee. Thus, it's important to include those descriptions in your SEO. And when I say that, including descriptions in your SEO, that means including those descriptions in your keywords and your meta descriptions, which we'll break down here shortly. So let's take a look at how SEO works. Sorta. And I say sorta is because of what I'm going to explain here. Search engine results vary from user to user. Google, for example, takes all of your browser history, your location, your shopping history, anything it can to assign an online profile to you, only accessible to its indexing robots. Google then uses your online profile and all the data about you to show you the results that it thinks you want to see. And so, for example, let's take a look at the two exact same search descriptions, Ethiopia Guji Natural. And what I did here is I completed searches under with different Google accounts set to different locations. So you can see here, as I'm searching for Ethiopia Guji Natural under my own Google account, is producing these said results for me. But you can see now if I switch my browser to private, I'm going to put on a VPN here, and it's going to change the location. And different companies and different results are coming up. So this is just an example to show you that Google will show different results to different people at different locations all the time. Oftentimes I can search for the same thing twice and it might show me different results. Because Google knows I'm a coffee professional, the more in-depth I search for a product, the more in-depth the search results will be. So think about that when you're creating SEO for your product. Let's go over a few terms, and everyone will have these slides available at the end of this presentation, so please go back and reference these when you're building your SEO if you need to. The SERP, we already went over, the search engine results page. Keyword and keyword phrases, these are the terms used that identify your product. Keyword and keyword phrases should be as descriptive as possible, but without being too narrow. The slug is the URL of your product page, so we made a coffee company here, coffeeiscompany.com/slug. That's the URL. Lastly, the meta description is the description shown in the search engine results page of each website. Now, Google will choose whether or not it wants to display the meta description that you've inserted, or if it wants to scrape material from your website and insert its own meta description. Again, it really just depends on whether or not Google deems your description better than its description. before we start actually getting into what writing SEO looks like, let's go over what makes good SEO and bad SEO. Good SEO practices typically will land your website or web page on the first page of the search and results page. Again, this requires you to be familiar with your product and familiar with your customers. Bad SEO is non-SEO. And have you ever heard the term, there's no such thing as bad publicity? SEO works the same way. Good or bad SEO is still SEO that will get your site recognized. It's the lack of SEO that will not get your site recognized. To begin, let's go over the 4 steps that I use to write SEO when I'm helping my clients. Step 1, become your own customer. Think like your customer and think how your customer would search. Step 2, think like a robot, or better yet, think like the person who invented the robot. Google is not artificial intelligence. Google is only programmed by the smartest person who can program it. Step 3, document your work, whether that be in an Excel sheet, a doc, whatever it is, track what you're doing so you have a reference point to go back. And step 4, implementation, which we're gonna go over right now. Here's an example, which you may be familiar with. Writing proper SEO starts with the product or the subject first, followed by a spacer, followed by the brand or the company. So one example here is Ethiopia Guji, that's the product. Coffee is Coffee Company, that's the brand of the company, and the spacer is the dash. Another example, Ethiopia Guji, product. It's a natural, which is still part of the product, and we're using spacers in between to separate all these terms, followed by the brand of the company. So if we do search for Ethiopia Guji Natural, again, let's look at some examples of how it appears on the search engine results page. So now let's discuss how we're going to implement actual SEO on our website. First, let's take a look at WordPress. The first thing you're going to want to do is go to your plugins and add the Yoast plugin. That can be done by clicking Add New, searching for Yoast. Go. Select Yoast and install now. And there should be, after you install, an Activate button. Go ahead and push that. So after we've clicked Activate, we're going to go down to our plugins and make sure that Yoast SEO is activated. It is. We can see that here. So now we're going to go and implement SEO. And again, I'd like to stress that good SEO doesn't have to be perfect. It can always be changed. It can always be updated. In fact, I encourage you to always go back at least every 6 months and update your SEO based on term searches and what people might be searching for. Bad SEO is not an existent SEO. So let's begin by going over SEO on WordPress. So once you have your Yoast plugin installed, go to the left sidebar menu and select SEO, and there'll be a number of drop downs from the SEO tab. Go through these and familiarize yourself. The first thing we want to go to is search appearance, and that's how your site's going to look over all the search engines. So we just looked at general, those are the content separators. Now we're into content, and these are going to be the templates for how the search engines are going to read the content on your website. So you can set a meta description here and have it be the template for all of your pages. You can also see above in the SEO title, again, this is a template for how each SEO title is going to automatically look on each page or product after you've downloaded the Yoast plugin. So that's what Yoast is doing for you. It's automatically implementing baseline SEO. You just have to go back and fill in all of the details. So let's go now here and talk about how we can fill in these SEO details on each page, post, or product. So the example here we're going to go into is a blog post about La Marzocco. The template we're using is pretty dense, so we have to scroll down to get to the Yoast plugin. It's going to be at the bottom. Depending on your template, it might be on the right side, but here we have the Yoast at the bottom. Pause real quick and clarify that the term template I'm referring to is the template of your WordPress site, not the template of the SEO I just discussed. So you have the focus key phrase here. That's the keyword or keyword phrase. Ideally, you want to use several keywords. Be as descriptive as possible, but don't be too narrow that you exclude other audiences. So you can also see the meta description and the slug, both areas that you can insert your content in. Let's scroll up now. The one more area of SEO you want to hit is to make sure we have a featured image and also tags. These are both things that Google indexing robots can read. The last thing we can go over here is the Yoast readability report. Now this is helpful because this will tell us how it thinks our SEO is performing based on its metrics. Takes this information with a grain of salt. It's adequate at best. Last thing here, if we scroll back down to the Yoast SEO plugin, we can see previews as mobile and desktop view, and this is very helpful in previewing the SEO. Now let's jump over to Wix and talk about setting up SEO in Wix. Now unlike WordPress, Wix does have SEO templates built in for you to insert SEO. You don't need to download any additional applications. So let's go to our products here. We're going to go to our product pages. We see that there's product image, essential. On the right hand side, we're going to go to edit SEO settings. Now here it's going to be similar to WordPress in terms of what we can edit and insert with the URL slug. Remember what the slug is. Those are the characters after the website name. The title tag, which is the name that appears on the SERP, and the meta description, again, which will appear as a description in the SERP only if Google chooses it or chooses their own. There's also a lot of other SEO settings in here you can play around with. I would highly encourage you to play with these, but do some Google searches before you do. There's some options with SEO that you can tell search engines to not index your page and to not list your page on the SERP, and that's the last thing you want. One example is this switch here. It's pretty obvious. Let search engines index this page. Obviously, we want this on. If you have a product or a blog that you don't want to be displayed publicly, that's when you would turn this setting off. Now let's go over SEO on a Squarespace website. And let's jump right in. Select your pages and select the little cog next to the home page. SEO should be one of the menu options. Select that. And the SEO should be displayed here for you, and you should be able to edit these settings with another click, like so. So here we have our home page SEO settings. The SEO title format is here. You can see we have the subject name, Craig's Coffee, the separator, and the brand, Roasted in Detroit. I personally like to have the homepage SEO slightly different than the rest of the website because it looks unique, and it's usually your homepage that is going to show up first in a very broad search. Again, we can change this to whatever we want on the fly, and Google will index for this and hopefully display it as we've typed it in here. So when you're conducting your homepage SEO, you'll be able to set up templates like WordPress for each page's SEO. So let's go back and adjust our product SEO. Again, click the gear icon, select SEO, and again, we're going to have a list of options here that are going to allow us to change the visibility on the search engine results page. So I want to show you now how to implement SEO on individual products. Now keep in mind, the process of how we're implementing this SEO on a Squarespace website is the same for all pages, the same process for all pages. So we want to select a product and edit it, and once the menu comes up to edit the product, we want to go to marketing. In marketing, we'll have the option to change the SEO. We can enter the SEO title, again, the product description, followed by the spacer, followed by the brand. And again, the SEO description, which is the meta description. Google, like always, will determine whether or not it thinks your description is better than the description it will produce for you. So keep that in mind when you're writing your meta description. You want to make sure that you always click save when you're completing SEO. I can't tell you the number of times I forgot to click save and backed out of a page or re-navigated to a page and the SEO didn't save. Make sure to save your work. So while I still have you for the next couple minutes, let's go over the last couple steps of, crucial steps I should say, of proper SEO. Proper SEO is not just about creating and cataloging search terms for your website. SEO represents an entire infrastructure that goes into optimizing a website. These include Google Maps, Google Images, business listing, basically any tool offered by Google. So in order to optimize your site as best as it can be, you need to also have a Gmail account, a business listing, and a Google admin account. If you just do quick Google searches of all these terms, you'll be able to set these up very quickly if you haven't already. And last thing we'll go over here is SEO outside of Google, because it's not all just in the back end of your website. Working with Google and other search engines is only about 50% of your SEO. The other 50% relies on digital marketing efforts, whether that be backlinks, which are links to other sites or other sites linking to your website, social media, Google indexes tweets from Twitter and also shows top results on Facebook, email marketing, emails are also indexed by Google, content marketing, which is blogging or vlogging or producing any written content, including social media, and paid advertising. Advertising is an important part of SEO. And the last little tidbit of information I'm going to give you is set up a Google Analytics account and set up a Google Merchant Center account. Both of these things will be exponentially beneficial for you when you're trying to sell your product online. So finally, SEO in your coffee company, 3 main takeaways from today. Number 1, yes, you should absolutely be optimizing your products and your website. You remember, bad SEO is non-existent SEO. Even if you're doing the bare minimum SEO, it's still better than nothing. Number 2, have supportive elements to support your SEO. Whether that be social media, a blog, email marketing, all of these things will get your website moved up on the search engine results page. And number 3, use your Google account to its utmost potential. Create a Gmail account if you haven't already done so. Create a Google Merchant account. Create a Google Analytics account. And create a Google Ads account, which used to be AdWords, and start using all of these tools for your website to move you up on the SERP. And boom, you're done. That's it. That's easy, right? SEO isn't a hard process. What I find it's more difficult actually figuring out the back end of a website is what's difficult. Implementing SEO is actually somewhat easy. So I trust you can do it. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me or go check out these resources. My name is Craig Vittori. You can find me at craigbittori.com or shoot me an email, hello@craigbittori.com. Thank you again, and everyone have a safe and wonderful year.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the panel on sustainability in sourcing. I'm so excited to be joined by 3 incredible panelists who will share their insights into sustainability from point of view of traders. My name is Sunghee Tark, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Bean Voyage, a feminist nonprofit working with smallholder women coffee producers in Latin America, and also one of the curators for this year's High Density. Before we jump right into discussing, I would like to first invite the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Janine, let's start with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janine Ionzima-Aronyan. I am the founder of JNP Coffee, which is a trading company, producer and exporter of specialty coffee from Burundi. And I'm also founder of a nonprofit called Burundi Friends International. I've been on the SCA US chapter as a coordinator, and I have recently been elected to the board of the SCA as one of the directors on the board. So I'm excited to be here and can't wait to share with everybody what we're all doing in our own little world. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Lynn, would you like to tell us briefly about yourself now?
Yes, of course.
thank you very much for having me, first of all. I'm really excited for this. I'm Lean Cosmides. I head the sales for Falcon Specialty. So we are importer and exporter for green coffee based in the UK. I graduated as an agronomist, so I've been in coffee for pretty much my whole career. And I have some experience at Origin, where I worked in Latin America, and I worked in Tanzania as well with coffee. And I joined Falcon about 4.5 years ago. So yeah, I'm very excited about all this.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, Ivan, please let us know about yourself.
Hi everyone, pleasure to be here. And I'm Ivan from Belith Green Beans. We're Indonesia's first experimental at-scale coffee exporter and mill, and we focus in exporting, 84 plus non-wet L coffees from Indonesia, varying from Java, Flores, Bali, basically all around Indonesia. And this is our 3rd year, so we're very new. We're very grateful to be here to represent Indonesia. And since our inception in 2019, I guess you can find our coffees in the US and Asia Pacific, and we're finger crossed hoping to expand more to other regions this year. And since our inception, we've partnered with more than 15 local co-ops who also upholds the value of quality, traceability, and impact. So look forward for this panel.
Awesome. Thank you, all of you, for your kind introduction. And we have only about 30 minutes together, so I'd like to jump straight into discussing. So sustainability has been used quite abundantly in many occasions in our industry, as we are all aware, and it is a convoluted term in many senses. So Janine, I'd like to hear from you on your definition of sustainability. How do you and JNP define sustainability and incorporate it into your business practices?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So sustainability, it's a big question. It can actually be viewed and understood and explained differently by so many. But for us, sustainability really starts with the farmers, because we believe that if the farmers are not sustainable, there is no coffee. So it is extremely important and critical for us that we make sure that our farmer partners are sustainable, have viable business operations, and they can actually stay, viable and working years after years. Specifically with Burundi, because it's a very small country and most people don't even know about that, but most farmers in Burundi have anything between 25 to 50 trees each on average. So there are some that have like 5,000 trees, but the majority of them are small holders. So for them to be sustainable, it's very difficult. You have to do other things other than just buying coffee, specifically from the fact that coffee, it's a cash crop for them. So the way we go by in doing business in coffee, and one of the other also background I should give you, as I mentioned earlier, I'm also founder of a nonprofit called Burundi Friends International. So I was already exposed and working with the farmers prior to even getting into coffee. So I have a little bit of understanding, I guess, in terms of you can't just go in just trying to solve one problem. Actually, you have to kind of look at, once you go in to just solve one problem, actually you need to do more than just one thing. So as I said, it's so important for us to make sure that the farmers partners are sustained, can stay in business, are producing high quality coffee. We are, paying, good money for the coffees, but we also do more than that. So, and when I say we do more than that, we also make sure that, they just don't get the money and then go use the money and then be done. But we also building other modules to make sure that they are viable, like education. We do like financial literacy, programs and education to our farmers, so they can actually learn about how to save money. So when they save money that they receive from the coffee, they can start other businesses, that will generate other income, so they can be able to stay around tomorrow. Because as I said, just with coffee, it's not sustainable. You have to do more. So that's, I can just kind of go more and more into this, but for me, it's just about really the roundness that you have to kind of look at the coffee at different angles in order to actually make sure that it's sustainable. Because if it's not sustainable, as I mentioned, we won't have coffee tomorrow, and it's a serious issue.
Super important. Thank you for sharing. And Lynn, how does Falcon define sustainability, and how are the company's sustainability values incorporated and adaptable across different regions that Falcon sources from? So it'd be quite great to hear, especially from cross-cultural references as well, if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. For us, sustainability is responsibility, really. So The coffee production and the shipping of coffee generates waste, generates deforestation, and all of that has impact on people. It has impact on the environment. And we, for Specialty, we import coffee from like 15 different countries. So we do have to take our share of that responsibility. So we organize our activity around how we can minimize these impacts on the 3 levels on the sustainability, which are like the environment, the social, and the economical. So we try to always work with long-term relationships. So that's like super important for us. And it's the same for our suppliers, it's the same for our clients, and it's the same for our employees as well. So that's something that is really important to us. And we want to diminish really the financial risk that rests with small businesses, that rests with farmers, but also like smaller roasteries and people, you know, micro roasteries that are in the market, and there are many. And we also give like equal opportunities to all the partners and to all employees to be working with us or for us. And on an economical point of view, I think it's interesting because I've always thought that sustainability on that point was just logic. I mean, for me, it's really basic math, and it's what Janine was saying is if you want to be sustainable, you need your partners to be sustainable. So we need our suppliers to be sustainable, and we need our clients to be sustainable, because otherwise we won't exist. And I think the systems where companies try to squeeze all they can from the rest of the other companies in the supply chain to thrive isn't going to work anymore. This doesn't work long term, and it's not going to work anymore. So we really try to like get out of this and then make everyone sustainable in the supply chain. So that would work a lot better. And well, I think what I want to say is that for us, sustainability isn't really a destination, it's really a goal. It's part of our DNA, it's part of our core values. And I don't think that these values should be like changeable or adaptable depending on the context where you apply them, because they're your core values. So it's really important that you stick to that. However, every supply chain is very different in its needs, its challenges. And I think our work there is to try to have this, assess the hurdles in all these supply chains and to see what angle we're going to use to tackle that. And then how we're going to prioritize the sustainability tools that we have. And it can be to stand as financial guarantors in Ethiopia for some producers to be able to establish a washing station. It can be cutting intermediaries in Peru and to give higher chances for producers to get paid higher prices, or like the agronomy training that we do as well to increase the quality and access to different markets. It can be increasing the proportion of coffee that we get from women through Bin Voyage, for example, and participating in the trainings that we do with them as well. It can be also reestablishing coffee production in some post-conflict areas in Colombia, where the drug industry has left very depraved and very unsafe regions. They're trying to work on that. And there's loads of different things. And I think across all the supply chains as well, the demand really drives deforestation, and there are growing conversations about carbon. And so that really defines our internal strategy on the environment point of view. And we're not scientists as a company, so we hired one. And we hired a data analyst, and we hired director of sustainability to be able to work on this point. And we got a grant from the UK government that's going to allow us to work on a project of measuring the carbon emissions from seed to the moment where the coffee is delivered to the roastery. And the idea is that when we manage to measure all of that, then we will be able to work on how we reduce that, how we offset that, and how can we hopefully become carbon negative.
Thank you for sharing. And Yvonne, how about you? How do you put your sustainability values and principles into practice at BitLeaf? And if you want to shed light on some challenges and opportunities, you're more than welcome to as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sunghee. For us, sustainability is, we have a quite simple philosophy on sustainability. For us, it's inclusive and circular relationship based on trust and communication, right? So, I mean, Indonesia, as you might all know, is a very long, is a legacy coffee producer country with, I think a lot of history. But for us at BLIF, we focus in trying to make Indonesia relevant and grow Indonesia into more of a specialty coffee country, more known for our what used to be known as the Java and more a high quality coffee. So for us, it's really driven by three pillars when it comes to actions. Number one is the product itself, right? How can we make high quality products at respectable quantity and create value adds, right? Whether it's certifications, whether it's experimental processes, but then also moving on from product, it's like what Janine said, it's the people, right? It's the people who grow these coffees. And what's unique with us at BLIFT is that we've been able to find youth-led initiatives, which is quite rare from what I've been hearing from other countries. But a lot of people that we work with us at BLIFT are actually first-generation farmers. They actually, came back from the city, going back to the village because they see the promise of specialty coffee, let's say in Jakarta or in Bandung or in Medan, like the top three cities, right? So Indonesia has this interesting dynamic with sustainability in the local market as well, where the specialty coffee market or specialty coffee shops, the retail is thriving. So people are actually seeing this as an interesting opportunity, and they're more than willing to come back to their home, be with their family again, and plant coffees or build better wet mills or do all these things that the market needs. So people is very interesting for us, but also like what Lynn said with Bean Forest, like women-led initiatives, we're very new to that areas of impact, but it's been showing much higher promise and very good results. And that's a new area that we're still trying to figure out, but we know that that's the future. We know the future of coffee for us includes a great part of it is a women-led initiatives from all across the value chains, right? Whether it's pickers in Gayo or like sorters in, let's say, in East Java, and that's a big thing for us. And then now into the last, planet, right? So like that's for us is like how we use the land that our ancestors give us, the water that is there, also the air, and I think it's in that sequence, right? So it's product, people, and then planet. Because I think Indonesia is, I don't want to say behind, but I think we're lagging a couple or maybe a few years in terms of specialty coffee. From what I know, like Indonesia is more well known for our wet hull or for a more blend coffee. And what we're trying to do at BLIF, at least to start in the sustainability journey, is to make farmers receive a proper pay for their coffee, for their work. And again, that's the product. And hopefully that leads to more and more people, because now we've seen more and more people wanting to work with us, wanting to learn from us, how can they improve their coffee quality. And again, these are typically youth-led or women-led. And then from there, those who are more advanced, like some of our producer partners in East Java, or let's say in Flores, now we're trying to figure out like how can we plant more trees, how can we make this more sustainable, more long-term, in terms of the use of their land, their water, and the air. So I think in a very simple way, and then for us at being in origin, it's how can we translate this into our buyers, partners, right? And that includes the roasters, and if I can, to the end user, the consumer themselves, because I am still one of them, right? I consume coffee daily, and I want to know how can this coffee impact the producers. So yeah, I think for us, it's just because we have a lot of infrastructure in Indonesia already set up and all that. So for us, I think it's maximizing all those things that are left behind from the maybe like Indonesia Coffee 1.0, and then improving accordingly to what the market needs, and then translating it, right? And then I think that's all communication all across the value chain. So yeah, it's an inclusive and circular for us.
Thank you all for sharing. It's really inspiring to hear from all of you on your focuses and how you are defining and prioritizing the sustainable values in the work that you do in the industry. Janine, amongst various, I think, sustainability priorities, JNP seems to be focusing a lot on one of the social priorities of sustainability by empowering women a core part of its business model, right? How does it relate to your sustainability value that you were mentioning earlier about I think especially about the farmers driving supporting livelihood. And will you share with us the why behind it, behind the empowering women in the Burundi, in the context of Burundi?
Yeah, thank you. So women, in my point of view, they are the core value in our societies, in particular in places like Burundi, where most people don't realize that. But women, like in societies like the African society particularly, they do everything. Let me put it this way: they do everything. They are the one who needs to take care of their children. They are the one who need to make sure everything is taken care of in the house. They are the one who are making sure that the children are going to school. They are the one who make sure that the children, get medical attention when they need it. They are the one who make sure that food is on the table. So, but not only that, but they're also the one who work the land. So they are the one that you find in the farms, with the baby on the backs and taking care of the coffee trees. And they're also the one who pick the cherries. But unfortunately, in most cases, they are not the one who deliver those cherries to the windmills. And that's the disconnect. That's the disconnect that we found. And then one thing that we're trying to change is just to make sure that those women actually come back and receive the payment. And the way we do it, we actually do it by incentivizing, high quality production, in general, but specifically because when we actually just make sure the woman is able to come back and get the second payment, she now knows that tomorrow, if she does a better job again with tending to the trees and making sure that the right cherries are delivered to the windmill, she's going to receive more money in the form of a second payment, which we actually now call as Dushime. We actually trademarked that name, which also means let's be thankful, which we have kind of used across the platform to all the group of farmers that we work with right now in Burundi, which is over 6,000 right now. So it's very important, and when you live in the first world society, things are a little bit different. There's more of a shared responsibility, if I might say, but not so much so when you actually go to places like Africa, where a lot of the time, like, women work behind the scene, and I'm sure it's a lot the same in other developing worlds. But we found that if we are able to actually empower women, you're not only helping the family, but you're actually able to also empower the society. You're actually able to actually build up the community. So it is so important, for us to really keep focusing not only on all the farmers, but particularly just giving value to the women farmers, because they are the one at the end of the day. If you can give them the right attention, you're actually going to reap better fruits, in my point of view. So they are the center of my attention, I guess, maybe because I'm also a woman, but also because my mother was also a very key part of my family and a role model. My mother was raised and went to school because her father had coffee and was able to actually pay tuition for her to go to school through coffee. So it's and I saw the work that she actually was doing behind the scenes herself, even in our own family, that nobody had any idea. So you kind of see a family being successful, but in places like Africa, it's a lot of time has to do with that core person in that household, in that family, which in our case are women. And we actually we have gone out all the way of just not only just empowering, making sure that women are producing high quality coffee, or producing they're also providing second payment, that we come back and then the second payment in form of a premium, and also incentivizing that they produce the high quality coffee. But as I mentioned earlier, education. We make sure that they're educated. We make sure that we have them to be able to save money, so tomorrow we don't come back and they are poor again. But above and beyond that, we actually have a very specific example where we have a group of women build their own windmill. And for me, it was enlightening, because those women who were farmers who didn't know about how to actually manage things like a windmill, all of a sudden now they are owners of windmills, and they have to be involved in not just producing good quality coffee, but actually managing windmills. And they're like, oh my goodness, we didn't even know how difficult and complex this is. But just to kind of see the tender care of even the coffee beyond that, when the coffee on the raised beds, and how when you go from one windmill to another one, when you have a woman behind it, it's quite a difference. But also what we start seeing because of like this, encouragement about women behind the coffee, we actually even start seeing even other male farmers who actually come to us and say, hey, you've been helping our sister, you've been helping our mothers, but how can you also bring the same, knowledge and support, to our community as well? Because we are all one. So as much as I emphasize on I think in my point of view on women, I think that's all the farmers benefited. If as I say, if you encourage women, if you put the women at the forefront and give them the encouragement, the power that they need, they are not only just like helping themselves, but they're also helping the family. They're also helping the brothers. They're also helping the children. So it's a complete solution.
Thank you for sharing. That's really inspiring. And switching the gear a little bit here, Lynn, since you are representing both importing and exporting side oftentimes, it'll be good to kind of hear from you about sustainability in your relationship with roasters and buyers as an importer. How do you go about communicating the importance of it with your clients, especially everything that you've shared previously? I think that was shared across the three panelists. And what are some challenges and opportunities that exist in this area?
Yeah. So I think first of all, like sharing what sustainability is for us is a bit like it is really introducing yourself. It is bonding. It is sharing the business culture because it is so important for us and it's part of our core values. And I think it should be at the heart of all the conversations that we have and in the way we treat people, whether they're clients or like suppliers anyway. I think I might take the example of Patagonia because I think a lot of people would know that. And people know that Patagonia is an awesome brand for what they do, for how they do it. And people really, put that together. And I'd like people to feel a little bit the same way when they work with us or when they buy coffee from us, is to know what we stand for. And then that not only they're buying from us, but they also back up like all the projects that we're doing. And then they participate somehow into this. So I think that would be, for me, would be really, really important to be able to do that. And we really want to support our client's brand doing this. So with the information that we get and how we communicate that, it's really for our clients to take ownership of the work we do and include this as part of their brands as well. The how we do this. So I think I would say two keywords here. I'd say transparency and trust, which are like very related anyway. So we have a price transparency project that we call the Blueprint, where we try to, for as many supply chains as possible, to be fully transparent on price. So we get the farm gate, not only the FOB price, because that we have it as an importer anyway, but we get the farm gate price so that we try to explain a little bit the context to the roasters and how that translates from farm gate price to the FOB price, and then they have the offer list price. So they really understand a little bit the different structures of the different supply chains as well. We do take people to origin with us, which is my absolute favorite part of it, because these moments when you're there and then you really have the roasters and the producers together at the same time, at the same place, is not only like full of emotions, but it's also like the meaning behind it and what it means for all the parties involved on that day. And it's super transparent because they can ask all the questions that they want to, they're there. And I think that is like really, really important. And then it's all initiating all these conversations that we have. So here today, but like on social media as well, like some podcasts, like however, we can do that. And also make people like the clients participate. So that's really important. As at the end of the day, because of our position in the supply chain, we really link between producers and roasters, and making them participate, making them create these links and these bonds with producers is so important. And if it's not through travel to origin, because not everyone can do this, there's a lot of projects that helped that. So we had, for example, our partners in Uganda, the coffee garden, so needed to expand the drying section and do some improvements at the washing station level. And we helped them raise funds through our network of clients so that they could actually do this for the producers that they're working with. So it was really cool to exchange on that, and then they directly like talked a lot like together as well, and the coffee gardens were like sending some updates and stuff, which was really cool. We currently have the stamping project in Ethiopia, so it's a TechnoServe led project, and they are incentivizing producers to stump their trees so that they can increase the yield and allow better income to be able to reinvest in the farm. And again, we're using like our network to connect with producers, and roasters can donate through that. As there is a lot of things you can do to connect, and yeah. In terms of opportunities, I think they're massive. I think the more people, the stronger and the more powerful you are. We can see it today. It's just like, you have different people that are, we're in the trade, we're traders, but we're in slightly different places in the supply chain with different continents. And, we're all doing different things. And the fact that if we do that all together, then it's like a snowball effect. And I think, and it's a bit like what Janine was saying, it's like you train and you focus on women, and then it has that effect that is a lot bigger than just on these people. And so the more we have people backing up our project, the more projects we can do, because at the end of the day, the market drives, like the demand drives the market. The demand drives how we can put all these tools in the field. So I think that this is great. Like, opportunities are like everywhere in sustainability, and you can always progress, you can always do better. And it's really important to be aware of where you can do better and what the priorities are. Challenges, there are also a few. I would say one of the challenges that we face is how we can gather all the information from the projects we do. So I think there's a lot when you do a sustainability project, whatever that is, in the field. You have so much impact that you can gather information for, and then you can report on, you can analyze. And I think we're still like getting part of the information, but we should be able to find the methodology and the tools and the time to gather like more and to be able to do more. So that's a bit challenging. It's like the multi-level of all these projects. Then the communication is how you increase the visibility. How you make, and we have clients sometimes that are like really good clients that have been working with us for ages. And I mentioned something that is like one of our core projects, and they didn't even know. And I feel like, how did we miss that? How is that possible that these people don't know what we're doing? So I think finding the right way to communicate always is really challenging. And the last one for me, which is a really important one, is the greenwashing, pinkwashing, social washing you have in the industry. How do you distinguish yourself from the people that are doing this in the industry that are not genuinely implementing sustainability projects? I think that's really big. And again, it comes to communication, I think. Yeah.
Super important. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And lastly, Van, what do you think is unique to traders' role when it comes to being able to make our industry a little bit more sustainable? I think there's
Thanks for the question. Yeah, Sunghee. For me, I think being a trader, because you're in the middle of it, right? You're in the middle of the farmers and the consumer and the end users, and then there's like importers and everything in between. So, but being more focused in exporting the coffee and being in Indonesia, where coffees are everywhere, for us, it's actually being really focused in the farmer vision. So like, what is it exactly that you want to do? Like, why are you doing coffee? I know we all hate the complexity, but in the specialty coffee, I think we're quite unique people who love the depth of it. So that's what we try to do here at BLIF as well, going into the depth of the conversation, of the relationships, and also learning from them, right? Like, where do you want to go from here, right? Like you're here, for instance, like, do you aspire to be like a COE winning producer who focus on like high-end coffees, like 89, 80, 90 plus coffees, or do you want to be like an 82, 84? And I know numbers are not ideal, but this is just a way for us to make it simpler, or make at least eliminate some of the other factors of the depth. But so we try to start there for sure, always with the producers, and that's growth, right? So that's changing every year, every harvest season. Whether we have different ideals, different goals, but so we try to follow that and stay there, right? Like we never want to exert anything more in the producer more than they want to, more than they want. Because I think from there it just becomes unsustainable. Like because even if we know their potential, right? But it's their land, it's their coffee. So I think for us, we just have to be really cognizant of that in Indonesia, and be there with them along the journey. And from our side, being the trader, being the exporter, we just have to really learn the market, where things are. Because I just believe there's always, and as cliche as this sounds, but there's home for every coffees, as if you find it, right? There's always home for every coffee, whether it's for a blend lot, is it for a single origin, and then different markets have different perspectives, different markets have different trends. So I think it's just like specialty coffee is not supposed to be easy. Like it's we're doing a lot of complex work. We're doing a lot of, life-changing work, right? For many of these producers. And also for the consumers, right? Because I think there's the paradigm of consumers wanting to be more involved, but how can they do that? Like what Lynn said, sustainability is challenging, like the complexity. You add the term blockchain and then all these things just get lost in the translation. But so that's why for us, from there, once you get to know them, once you build the trust, I think it's really fun to see like that relationship happening live, right? When people meet each other, when people learn from each other. So for us, we try to take a back seat, right? Like how can now you talk to them and let us be observing the conversations, or for us, sometimes it's a lot of translating work, right? How can we, because most farmers don't speak English, most traders outside the Indonesian region don't speak Bahasa. And that's not just a problem, but even in Indonesia, you go to Gayo, they speak different language than, let's say, in Lintang, and then in Lintang it's different than Java. Java is different than Bali. It's almost like almost like a sub-region on its own. Like one island has their own culture, region, and aspiration, right? And so for us, it's really, for me, it's also even learning, right? Because I'm from Java, but I have no idea of what people, let's say in Papua, what their cultures are, or like from Toraja, Sulawesi, or from Bali. But it's really fun to see that, again, like when the youth are in it, things are just different. Like things are moving quite fast, because we, sometimes at the beginning of Bilith, people almost didn't believe on either side, right? From the buyer side, they're like, no, you can't. Indonesia is not built for that. And from the producer side as well, like many producers, when we ask them, can you make these kind of coffees? We see your location, we test here and there, like it's possible. Also, they don't want to do that either. But now when the youth is involved, it's very fun to see that the possibility, I think, for Indonesia is quite limitless, just because the sheer nature of the volume, of the legacy. Like it's common for people to plant coffees, farm coffees over generations. And even now, I think this year we start to get inbound requests from Gayo, from Sumatra. Like that's the one region that we haven't been able to tap in as far as like sharing the work that we do, right? Because it's so big. Like the wet hull is there, and it's really solid wet hull. Not don't get me wrong, but now some people are trying to create that differentiation as well to access different market. And yeah, so the last part for us, it's as a trader, it's education. Like how can we bring education of the market into the farm level to make sure that they own it, like they own the knowledge, and then once they own the knowledge, they can then make a better decision for themselves, for the region, for the consumers, for everyone, right? And then tying in everything to the long-term inclusive, relationship that I mentioned. Whether it's like if there's like a bad harvest season, how do we sustain the relationship? If there's a really good harvest, how do we not over extract the relationship on all front, right? So and that's what we try to do with all buyers, and hopefully we can do that as well, be representative of them for their own, if it's importers, then they're roasters, or if roasters, then they're consumers, and just try to bring a new Indonesia to the market. That's all we try to do. And because I think I think now everything seems to click because the youth is back, the local market is thriving, the global market is also open to like a different kind of Indonesian coffee, and yeah, we just have to keep improving year over year. But I think it's very exciting work, very fulfilling work as well. You go sleep very fulfilled.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insights. I think, yeah, there are quite a bit of, context share, but I think one thing that I noticed through our conversation is while the term in itself is quite complex, sustainability in itself, amongst the three of you, there is a general understanding that putting the health and well-being as well as the agency of the producers at the heart of everything that you do. So that's quite admirable, and thank you so much for sharing. And perhaps that's due to the fact that that is an area in our supply chain that's simply been overlooked throughout our history, and also because it fundamentally forms the roots and the foundation of the entire value stream from which all of us exist based on that. And moreover, I think it's echoed through all of your remarks that it's important that we understand the interdependence of everyone in the value stream to achieve its sustainability. And it's obviously not an easy job for anyone to make our industry more sustainable and equitable, but with everyone with the right intention and action towards it, like all of you here, I'm hopeful that we'll get closer to making the industry a little bit more sustainable. And lastly, I would like to invite each of you to share any additional comments that you didn't get to share during our conversation together, and also to let us know where we can find you. So let's start with you, Janine.
Wow. Well, thank you. I think it's a journey. That's really kind of what I want to share with everybody. It's a journey. Actually, I have to tell you, when I got into this business in 2012, I really thought it was just easy to kind of just come in and fix the problem and be done. But it's a journey, especially when you're dealing with developing world where most of these coffees that we all are enjoying come from. Things change constantly. So you really have to be ready with the change and be able to be ready to position yourself and be able to respond to those challenges. And it's not easy because it's not one thing constant, but it's change. Kind of like really kind of what we're experiencing right now with the, with the pandemic. It's just like change. Life is about change. And I really kind of found out to be very true for me in places that we work, because the change are real and the change are all the time. So real, what I would like to encourage everybody, just like get involved, because the opportunities are there. Actually, the opportunities to make a difference are there, and they are huge. So I always kind of looked at it, and as I say, Burundi is a very small country. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. But there is a lot of opportunities, and there is a lot of opportunities to kind of like make a difference. And I think that anyone who wants to, do that, they can also join our movement by buying our coffees. And you ask, where can you find, our coffees? You can actually find our coffees by going to our website, which is jnpcoffee.com. We have coffees in different ports in the US, from the east to the west. You can find our coffees in Europe now. You can also find some of our coffees in Asia. And we are doing some exploration as well and expanding in other continents. But we're just grateful for all of the people who are behind us and who are supporting us. And I also look at this as collaboration. Collaboration is very key. Even with the two of you that we are talking about, we have here, Falcon and Belift. I mean, we can all work together. Sometimes I think that there is also that feeling like, oh gosh, I'm doing this, so maybe that person is doing that. But we can all work together. We can actually all lift ourselves up. We can all grow together, because there is just so much that we can do together, but not only just individually. So that's kind of what I have to say, and I want to thank you so much for inviting us to this call today, and look forward to more discussion in the future.
Thank you, Janine. And now to you, Lynn.
I think I just wanted to highlight the fact that we're being at that position in the supply chain is like, it's so empowering, and I think there's so much we can lever, there's so much we can do. And I've only worked for exporters and importers, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. It is incredible what you can do, and I think it's usually overlooked. Like, people don't really know what importers and exporters do, and they usually think that we ship containers, period. We don't just do that. And I think having this conversation is really important to show that we have the responsibility of doing more. We have the responsibility of raising awareness, of being the messengers of what's going on in the two worlds. So I think that's really important, and I'm glad we're having this conversation with traders here, and show also the diversity of it. Like, we're not all the same, and we focus on different things, and that's great because we can, as Janine used to say, like, we can all go all together, and then it's always great to know that other people are doing like also great things, and it's so inspiring. And in terms of like finding us, so our website is falconcoffees.com. We are on Instagram as well, on other social media too, so Falcon Specialty or Falcon Coffees. And we have coffee, specialty coffee in the UK, in Belgium, and we have also in both coasts, the East and West Coast in the US. So get in touch if you're interested, or even if you want to know about our projects or donations. And we have people that donate through our projects without being client of ours, which I think is also like really cool, because it's about community, isn't it?
Thank you. And last but not least, Ivan.
Thank you everyone for being here. I feel like I learned a lot just being in this panel, and D-Lift is very new, but I think we're very committed to continue the tradition of everyone here, like of how we do specialty coffee right. And I think just wanting to invite everyone here who watch this to rethink Indonesia. I think it used to be, it is a different country now, especially, and not just us, but I think the farmers-led initiatives have brought us here. And we have coffees washed with yeast fermentation, natural lactic, anaerobic fermentation, carbonic maceration coffees from Indonesia as well, that are I think are amazing. Some of our coffees, producer partners coffee this year also made it to like COE. So I think the Indonesia's first COE. So I think there's a different Indonesia coming out in this decade, a different Indonesian coffee coming out, and we're more than happy to share knowledge, right? Like, for us, this journey is about the Indonesian farmers as much as it is about D-Lift. So please do let me know in any way I can help facilitate that learning. And like everyone here said, we also have our coffee in the US and in Asia Pacific as well. And we're trying to expand to like other regions as well, to like Europe, Middle East, Asia, East Asia. So if anyone, or perhaps Lean or Jean as well, we can facilitate that conversation, or anyone who watched this would love to learn about it. Our website is dliftgreenbeans.com. Also, that's our Instagram handle, so at dliftgreenbeans.com. I'm happy to send you samples or just even talk about Indonesian coffee and shed a light on what we're doing. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, all of you. So with that, we'll end the conversation. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to continuing this conversation in the future. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Hi, my name is Shay Broussard. I'm an acupuncturist and herbalist from Durham, North Carolina, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. I'm here today to offer you 3 accessible self-care tools to incorporate into your day. These tools are meant to help reduce stress, increase the overall access to calm we feel in our body, and hopefully improve our mood. These 3 tools are 3 acupuncture points for a calm heart, Qigong breathing exercise, and coffee-centered mindfulness practice. So the first practice is going to include 3 acupuncture points, which I will happily teach to you. For those of you who have never had any exposure to acupuncture, the points that we're talking about are different points on the body that are located anatomically, and they're the interface energetically from the macrocosm to the microcosm, which would be the exterior to the interior. So we use the intelligence of these acupuncture points, and they can be used with needles by a professional acupuncturist, pressure by yourself, or you can actually even use visualization to use these points. We're going to be using both pressure and visualization in the exercise today. Just as our body holds a tremendous amount of wisdom, each acupuncture point holds its own message and intelligence. And the ones that we're picking today are about bringing some calm to our heart and grounding us into the ground. Let me teach you the first point. The first point we're going to use today is Dew 20, or celestial fullness. It's located at the top apex of the head, midline with the nose and even with the ears. So the way that we locate Dew 20 is by looking at the very top, or the apex of your ears, and drawing a headband up to your center line that would be in line with the tip of your nose. Often there will be a small little divot or a place that's very comfortable for your index fingertip to kind of sit there. Sometimes it's slightly back from the apex as well. So either place, if you want to take a second and just try and find that point. So this point, Dew 20, is the most yang point on the body, and that simply means it is the point that is closest to the sun. So when we are using this point, I like to think about it being a biregulatory valve. So if we're thinking too much, if our head is too busy, this could be a space that allows some of those thoughts that are not providing or lending to our health and wholeness, a space to kind of dissipate out into the world. Or if we're kind of feeling lost, we can also invite wisdom or light or warmth through this point, which is what we're going to be doing in today's exercise. So let me teach you the second point. Pericardium 8, or Palace of Weariness, is located in the palm of the hand. Here's the graphic to give you a little more clarity. Pericardium 8 is located between the index finger and the middle finger, in the spaces between these bones. And if you clench your fist and pull your fingers back, often it's located right beneath the tip of where your middle finger would fall. You can also just kind of follow down from the calluses over this ridge until your finger falls in a divot between your index and your middle finger, and that's another way to find this point. So the idea of using pericardium points is that in our biological bodies, pericardium is the protector for the heart. And so energetically in East Asian medicine and in 5-element theory, pericardium points are guiding to protect the heart. They have virtues like openness, warmth, and safety. I love the name of this point, Palace of Weariness, because it is inviting us to go to a very specific place that literally was made for us and inviting us to rest. I don't think that in our society we have a lot of permission to rest, and this is a point that is built in that invitation for us to rest and bring some warmth and safety to ourselves. So that's point number 2. Let's learn point number 3. Kidney 1 is also called bubbling spring. This point is located on the sole of the foot. If the foot was divided into thirds, this point would be on the top third line closest to the toes, located in the center of the foot. So just as our first point, celestial fullness, was considered the most yang point in the body for being closest to the sun, bubbling spring, or kidney 1, is the most yin point in the body, which means not only closest to the earth, but closest to the water in the earth. So this point being bubbling spring is literally where we can draw up the water source energetically with our feet. It's also a very good place to root down from in that point, and we'll be experimenting with both of those sensations today. So as you saw in the diagram, I'm not going to show you my foot on camera, but in the diagram, kidney 1 is located just off the ball of the foot, and if you run your finger down the center line of your foot over the ball as if when you're standing up on your toes, as it falls into that big divot in the center of your foot, you'll easily find kidney 1 or bubbling spring. So with all of these points in mind, I'd like to start teaching you how to bring attention to these points. So this can simply be done with a visualization, and I highly recommend practicing this visualization in times where you have space and some quiet, because once your body has experienced this meditation a few times, you can call on this in places that are busier or more stressful. Your body will have a memory of a way to calm with these things, these tools.
I'd like to invite you to close your eyes or simply bring soft focus to the screen. In your next inhale, bring your attention up to the first acupuncture point on the top of your head, due 20, or celestial fullness. Imagine a small ember of light emanating from this point on your head. With each breath, you can imagine this light getting a little bit brighter and a little bit more open. This is a point where we can invite in wisdom when we're feeling lost. We can also let go of thoughts that are no longer serving us. This point lets us know that we have the wisdom and the support that we need to move through the day. Invite the sun into this point. On your next exhale, imagine rays of light dropping down into the points of your hand at pericardium 8. This palace of weariness invites us to rest. The virtues of having an open heart, inviting warmth into our chest and our palms, and having the sense of safety we deserve resides in these points. Connect these points together with a golden bar so that you now have a large triangle of light from your head to the palms of your hand. Take a few moments and breathe here. On your next inhale, bring your attention back up to the top of your head, and on a long exhale, extend 2 rays from the top of your head all the way down the length of your body to the points on the bottom of your feet, kidney 1. This point is bubbling spring. The kidney is the water element, and this point allows us to connect to the earth, allowing us to draw water up as a resource from the deepest depths of the earth to nourish our body and soul. On an inhale, I'd imagine water coming up from the earth into your feet and filling up your body. On an exhale, imagine roots growing out and rooting down into the earth. Connect the space between the soles of your feet with a bar of energetic light. Acknowledge the large triangle that extends from the top of your head all the way down to the sole of your feet, connecting you from the sun to the center of the earth. In one last inhale and exhale, inhale the water up from the earth into your hands all the way to the top of your head, and exhale down the sun, passing calmly all through your heart center, off the tips of your fingers, all the way down your legs, settling you comfortable and calm in the earth. Congratulations! Now that you've learned your first 3 acupuncture points and you know how to use them, I'd recommend practicing 3 to 5 minutes a day in a quiet place. That way, when you find yourself behind the bar, or if you find yourself in a stressful meeting, you can quickly call your memory and attention to these points, and your body will have the memory and practice to be able to use them to calm your body down in that moment in a very discreet and effective way. Now that we've learned some acupuncture points, let's move on to the next self-care tool. Qigong breathing. Okay, let's begin with our Qigong breathing stance. You want to have your legs hip distance apart, slightly bent at the knees. You'll bring your attention to the point that we just learned, pericardium 8. Slowly allow your palms to lift and turn towards the sky as you inhale up your arms softly. Imagine you're gathering light to the top of your head. Lightly press on that ball, and as you exhale, let that light shower throughout your body, all the way down your legs to kidney 1 at the bottom of your feet. Allow your arms to lift effortlessly as if there's strings on your wrist. Exhale down the energy. Imagine this golden light pooling out the bottom of your feet on the ground in a puddle. Inhale up, shoulder blades slide effortlessly down your back. Qi and light descend throughout your body, down your legs, out the bottom of your feet. One more cycle, palms up, gathering light above your head, light glittering throughout your body, down your legs, off your fingertips. Bring that light into your belly and smile if you feel like. Things to remember when you're doing your Qigong breathing exercises are, remember to keep your knees soft and your shoulders relaxed. Think about your shoulder blades sliding down your back. The cycle for breathing is to inhale your palms up to the sky and exhale your palms down to your feet. This can allow you to set your own pacing for your breathing and your movement. Last thing to remember is use the 3 acupuncture points that you learned today as guides. This will increase the effectivity of your Qigong practice by using the intelligence of these acupuncture points. Okay, now that you've learned 3 acupuncture points and you learned how to use them in a Qigong meditation, I want to move to the 3rd tool for today, which is coffee as ritual and a reminder. So humans love and crave ritual because 1, it offers us a sense of proprioception, which means it allows us to feel the space that we take up in a moment. And number 2, we simply need more magic and simple beauty than we often allow ourselves in the world. So, coffee by nature is already a ritual. It connects you with a plant. Each preparation step is very meaningful, and the more intention and care that is put into each step, it creates a finer experience with the end product. So I'd like to offer an expanded version of bringing mindfulness to coffee to elevate it to a practice. So we've touched on the fact that by nature, coffee is a ritual. Really, it just is about bringing your attention and slowing down the process. The way that we can use coffee as a reminder is it's built into almost all of our everyday practices already. So if we can link our coffee with other things that are good for our body, this is a great way to create an easy habit without a tremendous amount of effort. So I would highly suggest taking your meds, taking your herbs,
drinking an extra glass of water, or taking the time that it takes for your coffee to process to do 3 or 5 minutes of either of the practices that we've talked about so far, the acupuncture points or the Qigong breathing. Most of us already know what 5 of our senses are, which would be sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. And what I like to refer to as a 6th sense is intuition or nostalgia. So a quick little meditation to bring some mindfulness to our morning coffee drinking is to check in quickly with our 6 senses. Starting out with sight, is there some beautiful coffee art in your cup? What does it sound like when you drop coffee on the floor? Meditations can be super lighthearted too. Most of you are already trained with a high sense of smell, so smelling the coffee, really taking in how does it make you feel. Our smell is often linked to nostalgia in places, so is this one of the times that nostalgia or intuition comes up? Our sense of taste. Even if we only have time to savor one sip in a really big way, it makes a difference. Also, do you have a favorite cup? How does it feel to touch this cup? Does it feel good to touch a warm cup on a cold morning? This is a simple check-in you can do, and the easiest things are sometimes the things that are most accessible. Cheers. Okay, the last one is the easiest one, and if none of these other practices have resonated with you, and it's totally okay if they haven't, I highly suggest you adopting this one last one, and that is finding one time minimum a day for you to say the phrase, "Good job, body." I feel like our bodies are like children. They believe themselves to be 1000% awesome, unless we tell them they're not. And they really do well with reminders. So if there's any point in the day where you feel proud of your body, proud of a food choice, proud of a cup of coffee that you made, proud of the way that you handled an interaction, I highly suggest that you just take the time and say, "Good job, body." Here's a quick recap of the self-care practices we've learned today. 3 acupuncture points for calming the heart, integrating those into a Qigong breathing exercise, and several steps for coffee-centered mindfulness practices. Thank you so much for your time today. I've so enjoyed being here with you. I'd like to leave you with the last couple of tidbits. If you are someone who works behind the bar, I highly encourage you to share some of these tools with interested coworkers so that you have someone to practice with. This can really change the amount of stress that occurs in a workplace situation. If you are located in the US and you would like more access to medicinal herbs, I run a project called the Compassion Access Project. Within that project, there's a program called Get You Some Care that is specifically for serving coffee workers who hold marginalized identities. On March 20th, which is the spring equinox, applications are opening for Get You Some Care. You can find the link in my Instagram. I'd also like to challenge a call for care to the whole coffee industry, especially if you are a person who is a coffee shop owner, a manager, or a person with resources. I highly recommend that you start integrating mindfulness practices and make them accessible for your employees. Take steps to reduce stress in your workplace and ask your employees and the people around you what they need to feel better about their job and working in the environment that they're in. If you are located in the US and you are interested in participating in a coffee and care program, please contact me through Instagram or my email address. I'll leave you with some follow-up slides so you can take screenshots as reminders if you like. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. You're loved.
Hey guys, how are you? My name is Pedro Chavarria. I work at Pergamino Cafe. We're a family business. We are actually fully integrated from our farms, where my father started producing coffee more than 40 years ago, now to our cafes and to our roasted coffee that we ship all over the world. So thank you for having me. Today I'm showcasing a little bit of our newest coffee in our shops. It's called Insa Cauca. So other than our own farms, we actually work with 1,500 small producers throughout Colombia. We look for some of the finest coffees that our country can produce. And Insa is definitely one of those regions. Insa is right up there, tucked into the Macizo Colombiano, where most of the big rivers in Colombia are born, and one of the biggest hydric reservations of the world. We work there with 150 producers. This lot actually comes from 20 of them. Although it's not certified organic, a lot of these producers have a lot of organic practices that we're trying to foment. We're actually sponsoring a community biofertilizer plant that's gonna produce biofertilization at cost for about 80 of these producers. So that's another really cool fact about this coffee. This coffee is gonna be very gentle. It's going to be remind you of black tea, plum. It's going to be a very delicate coffee, but also very intense. And it's one of our favorites. It comes to our menu once a year, and we definitely love the community. Actually, this community was the first allied producer program that we had in our company back 8 years ago. So we've been working with them for a long time. We know them very well, and we love their coffee. So it's a pleasure for us to be able to roast it. It's a privilege to be able to showcase it to our customers at our shops, and now shipping to the rest of the world. We actually are one of the few origin companies that also are fully integrated and can ship roasted coffee. So we serve as a bridge between our farms and our allied producers to that final consumer, wherever he or she can be located. So you can order online through us.pergamino.co, and we are currently having a 10% discount code with Barista League at checkout. So thank you for having me. We hope that you're able to taste this coffee and enjoy it as much as we do. And any questions, just follow us on Instagram, Pergamino Cafe, and we can answer it through them, whatever you guys need. So thank you for having me, and have a great day.
Hello, welcome. My name is Marvin Duncan, and this is Getting to an Understanding When You Have No Teacher. So I'll sort of start off with a situation, and you tell me if it sounds familiar to you, right? So a while back when I was starting off as a barista, I used to work at this cafe that would do single origin pour-overs, and I loved them, but mine was never the best. There was this girl named Katie, hers were the best. So one day I went up and I asked her, I was like, hey, Katie, what are you doing to make yours taste so good? And she's like, honestly, I have no idea, but if you do want to watch, we can see what I'm doing differently. So I watched her, and she was extremely careful, like very intentional with everything. And then at the end of it, I tried it, and it didn't taste as good as it normally did. So it was a very formulative experience, because I was questioning. I was like, well, if we can't even get consistency between the same person, what's going on here? Got my brain really racking right there, So so if that sounds something familiar or something you're interested in, this talk won't give you like the answers, but it could potentially give you the right mindset for you to create your own answers. So a little bit about me. I'm Marvin, once again. I'm based in Savannah, Georgia, and I am the quality control manager for Perk Coffee Roasters. And what I do there is a lot of sourcing. I do like a lot of roasting, all that kind of stuff, making sure our coffee tastes as best as it could. So a lot of what I do now, and sort of what's been the theme of my entire career, is answering those types of questions, right? And with those types of questions, you sort of have to take a certain mindset, which sort of, leads me into the next part, right? The mindset. I sort of describe the mindset that I would take when talking about coffee, or when learning about coffee. And I sort of describe it into two different things. One is the exploratory phase, and then the other is the outlining phase. So exploration. This is kind of like when you sort of put yourself or jump into as many unique experiences as possible. And unique is the key word there, right? So you want to really, really widen the breadth of different ideas that you take in at the beginning. And while you're doing this, you don't want to assume you know anything about it. And you don't want to assume that there's a right or a wrong, and then you sort of look for confirmation for that. You just want to be open to it. And really immerse yourself in as many situations as possible. The second part is outlining. And outlining is just a word I use to come up that describes this. But this is when you try to find a way to experience one situation in as many unique ways as possible. So this is kind of like a creative task, right? So the more untraditional or the more out there your approach is, the more you can sort of glean from that experience. And this sort of gives you an outline, because it sort of describes what the outer edges of the truth are. And this can be beneficial because it solidifies your fundamentals. All right, so let's go back to that Katie example, right? If we want to analyze what happened there, first we have to sort of pick our question. What happened there, between what she normally does and then what she did right then? A lot of the variables were the same, right? So the grind size, the coffee, the dosage, the amount of water, all of those things were the same. And what could have changed? Well, potential variables that could change was the water temperature, the pouring speed, or the aggression, or whatever. How many times she poured, when she poured, those things could have changed as well. So we have to sort of go in and be an investigator and really tackle each of those things individually and learn about each of them. So if we're talking about pouring speed, right? So if you pour a certain amount of water within 5 seconds, is it the same thing as you pouring a certain amount of water within 15 seconds? Yes, no, maybe. What exactly changes? Does it change the same when you use different types of coffee, right? What do other people say? Right? Is there answer to any of this? That's what you sort of try to want to figure out, and from there you move on to the next variable and then the next variable. And the important thing is only changing one thing at a time, right? Because you don't want to have coffee is a weird thing that has a combination of effects when you change variables. So if you change multiple variables, it won't be a one-to-one change. But some things to note about like the mindset stuff, right? Most people, they prefer one or the other. They're either really, really analytical and, you know, they expect things to happen how they predict, or they sort of really enjoy that exploration phase and they just love new ideas. But you can't really like focus too much on one or the other. You have to sort of use them both in a balance, because you learn it most effectively when you sort of understand which situation you need which. This approach is extremely important because, you know, you don't want to assume that anything is ever really 100% true or 100% false. Well, I mean, of course, there are some things that are 100% false, but you get what I mean. So let's talk about a little bit about finding resources, right? We're trying to learn about something, but we don't really know where to start, and we're trying to build our information. We're trying to explore a little bit. Well, how do we find these resources? Well, the first and most obvious one is ask somebody that's near you, right? Whether that be your friends, your colleagues, like your bosses, maybe even people on Instagram. A lot of these larger Instagram personalities, they're really, really friendly, and if you ask a reasonable question, you know, like they're more than willing to, like, you know, give you an answer. But what if none of them know, or if none of them can give you quite the answer you're looking for? Then we have to sort of turn to other resources, right? And much like anything else, when you don't understand something, you Google it, right? So if you type in a quick Google search of your question or your topic or whatever, say for instance, we're talking about water temperature on coffee, right? We Google that, see what we can find. You can find really great articles, whether it be on coffee sites or just like blogs, and they either have experts who sort of talk about that topic, or they sort of interview other people who are very knowledgeable about it. And you can really glean a lot from that. But, you know, if you don't really want to do blogs, I think YouTube is a great resource. I've learned so much through YouTube, and there's a lot of really smart people who just happen to just leak out information whenever they speak. And you can learn a lot from that. But, you know, say for instance, like you can't quite find it on Google or YouTube or whatever. Books are without a doubt, like, you know, the tried and true method, right? You can learn so much about what somebody has to say just based off of books, right? You can become intimate with their theories and their understandings and their knowledge. So books, of course. And as you sort of specify your questions, you may have to turn to academia or research papers. And there are papers coming out nowadays that talk about everything from roasting, brewing, fermentation, agriculture, you know, market research, cultural research. All those kind of things are coming out now. And, you know, your first question would be, how do I find which one I need? And that I've personally found a lot of success through following specific individuals that appear at like coffee events, right? So say for instance, Expo. If you go to Expo and you see a speaker that you really enjoy or you like their topic, I tend to follow them like through their social media, and they sort of talk about their papers, and you can sort of give them a search. They talk about their papers, and they sort of describe what it is that they researched about, and they sort of make it a more digestible way of presenting it. And then also the cool thing about it is a lot of times these researchers, they either repost from other researchers, or they sort of work in tandem with someone else, and they expose you to another resource. And if you sort of keep along that track, your one resource can multiply into 10. And I think a lot of this has been, pretty common things that you could probably think of yourself. But I think there is a lot of help that can be provided when we use the resource of other disciplines, right? So if we're talking about cooking, baking, wine, whiskey, tea, kombucha, all of these things, like they parallel the coffee industry. And if you are open, you can sort of really gain a lot and like learn a lot about coffee through it. So let's talk a little bit about why you should sort of reapproach your learning. You should restructure your learning approach. Of course, like learning is a very individual thing, but if you're a little bit intentional with it, you can sort of be more effective with your learning, and you can learn exponentially. Also, it's a transferable skill, right? So learning is a skill in itself, right? And you can apply it to coffee, but I've also applied it to other things in my life, say for instance like tennis, and really gained a lot. Another thing is you gain the independence of forming your own opinions, right? So you can have a certain confidence when you go out there and you're on bar or working your job or running your business or whatever, and you have that confidence because you understand the information you're working with. And the last one is, I think the most important, but you get to be that teacher that you needed, that you really needed help with, because like I think a lot of frustrations that I had personally was I didn't know where to find information, so I had to figure it out for myself. You get to be that teacher for yourself, and then you also get to be that teacher for others. All right, so just a few things to like keep in mind as you go along, right? The importance of failure, especially in the beginning. It will take you longer to sort of establish your logic. And when you're establishing your logic, you have to give yourself time to do it wrong in order to do it right. And as you give yourself more time, like the amount of errors that you make will sort of decrease, in the amount of like positive intuition experiences, positive intuition judgment calls that you make will be increased. All right. So another thing, right, is experiment, especially when you feel the impulse to be conservative. I think is the most important time to experiment, right? Because you're more creative. Chances like that aren't common, so you do want to have that exposure and you do want to have that experience, and maybe try out something that you saw that only applies to that situation. I think a lot of times we feel like the impulse to be a little bit more conservative when things are uncertain, but I think you gain the most when you are experimental in those moments. And I think something really, really important is you have to like view everybody else in the industry as your peers in learning. They aren't the law, and I think, if you don't understand something, that's completely okay if you want to ask them a question about it. And I think even more importantly, like, if you can't replicate that, then I don't think we should be basing our logic on something that we don't understand quite like thoroughly. I think, that's kind of like my next point, right? Whether it be research or whether it be like professionals or industry lead or something you heard down the street or whatever, right? Like if you don't understand exactly how it works, you're basically using a tool that you don't know the proper instructions to, and you could, if you build your logic on that, it could come tumbling down later. And I think the last and most important part is coffee should be an enjoyable experience, right? So whenever coffee does get tough, and it does, of course, like, I mean, you know, it's still work. Even though we love it, it's still work, right? It gets tough, but I think one of the best things for combating burnout is understanding why you're doing coffee in the first place. For me personally, one of the key reasons that I really enjoy coffee is there's so much to learn about it, right? And at least from what I've heard from other people, is that's a very common reason for others as well. So even when things are a little bit tough, I think if you sort of think about what can I learn here and then make a game out of it, coffee would be really enjoyable. So that's pretty much all for me. Hopefully this was beneficial. But by the way, like, a lot of this is sort of based in the scientific method, right? So if any of you are familiar, a lot of this is not like groundbreaking or nothing like that. It's just a little bit more intentional with how we approach it, even if we're approaching it casually. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask or whatever, but thanks for listening.
Como saber e controlar tudo o que acontece em uma fazenda de café diariamente? São milhões e milhões de pés de café.
Olá, eu sou a Cristiane, aqui da McAuley. Hoje vou compartilhar com vocês o quanto a tecnologia está presente no dia a dia aqui na fazenda e o quanto transformou a forma de produzir nosso café e preservar o meio ambiente. Em 2018, implantamos um sistema informatizado para planejamento e monitoramento de nossas máquinas agrícolas. Essa inovação nos permitiu vivenciar uma agricultura disruptiva, mudando drasticamente as operações em campo. Também estabeleceu um impacto positivo na evolução profissional de nossos operadores de máquina. Enfim, a tecnologia trouxe um novo patamar de desempenho para a nossa gestão. O monitoramento em tempo real de todas as operações nos permite manter uma gestão efetiva dos trabalhos da fazenda a todo instante. No momento em que começamos a monitorar e interpretar o desempenho de nossas máquinas no campo, entendemos o potencial de ganho da eficiência que havia em cada atividade. Hoje, conseguimos direcionar a equipe de forma mais assertiva, indicando até mesmo o percurso que deve ser feito pelas máquinas até chegar no talhão de café, onde será cada ponto de parada para abastecimento de insumos, e quais os talhões e aplicações devem ser realizadas pelo operador de cada máquina. Nossos trabalhadores são treinados periodicamente e mensalmente realizamos a reunião de indicadores operacionais de campo com toda a equipe, onde apresentamos a descrição de atividades concluídas e a performance de cada trabalhador. Também demonstramos como essas atividades se inserem no planejamento anual de safra. Com isso, conseguimos melhorar em 60% a eficiência de nossas atividades de campo, reduzimos a frota de máquinas da propriedade e, consequentemente, nossos gastos com manutenção e combustível. O ganho de eficiência também permitiu o incremento financeiro do salário de nossos colaboradores, que passaram a receber uma gratificação vinculada ao KPI de horas efetivamente trabalhadas nas atividades de campo. Como suporte aos nossos colaboradores de campo, temos em nossa área administrativa 2 analistas que acompanham diariamente as atividades e sugerem a todo instante ajustes necessários para que sejam mantidas as rotas de abastecimentos mais curtas. Realizam a interface entre a oficina e as máquinas que eventualmente precisam de reparos no campo. Estes mesmos analistas realizam também a integração de todos os dados operacionais em nosso sistema de gestão financeira e operacional, onde conseguimos extrair as informações através de relatório de BI que retratam com precisão o desempenho de cada área. Realizamos diariamente um monitoramento de pragas e doenças e avaliamos em um comitê de agrônomos as aplicações e ações. Nosso objetivo é manter o controle biológico e químico em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Com a tecnologia disponível hoje, a rastreabilidade de todos os nossos processos e cafés fazem parte do nosso dia a dia aqui na fazenda. Analisamos a todo tempo qual o impacto de nossas ações para o produto final na xícara, mas também quais os impactos na vida de cada colaborador que aqui está. Qual o impacto na sociedade e em nossa região? Qual o impacto no meio ambiente, no solo, na água, no carbono? Como estamos fazendo o nosso melhor café e, ao mesmo tempo, como estamos cuidando do mundo que deixamos para as futuras gerações? Este é um pedacinho de nossa história, do legado que estamos deixando por aqui e da energia que temos aqui na McAuley.